Who understands family? I, Albert, just got accepted into Eton, and I'll deliver my acceptance letter to Hogwarts. What's even crazier is that my dad immediately admitted that our whole family is made up of wizards. Let me tell you, this all started with my ridiculously expensive wand. That old man who sold wands, Ollivander, you know him, right? He looked at me, gravely told my grandpa that luckily my namesake genius cousin ran away. Otherwise, back then, we almost ended up messing with an atomic bomb together. I was dumbfounded. An atomic bomb? Is the magical world that intense? But this story has to start from the beginning, which was that morning when I was supposed to report to Eton. Let me tell you, my cheap old dad, Leonard Grindelwald, was standing at the door like a guardian spirit. His face was smiling so much that the wrinkles could squash a fly, with "I'm proud my son is a genius" written all over it. Of course, Eton, the cradle of British elites. I beat the second place by 50 points, breaking the school record to get in. How could he not be smug? The older sisters from the neighborhood looked at me, and all my silver gray hair, combined with this face, is indeed a bit powerful. My dad looked at me, probably reflecting on how he, so ordinary, could give birth to such a prodigy. Hey, it's just a case of skipping a generation. But he doesn't know that I'm not a genius at all. I'm just a fake. I, Albert Grindelwald, came over 11 years ago, equipped with a golden shovel system. This system is stingy as hell. The panel only has an achievement page and a lottery pool, and they're all gray, saying I have to wait for some enrollment prerequisite task to unlock. Fortunately, the newbie gift pack was decent and gave me a colorful rune called Clear Mind. The effect is simple and brutal. It maxes out my learning ability. Saying I'm excellent is an insult. So over the years, being a top student has been incredibly easy, but inside I'm actually calm. After all, it's all thanks to the cheetah dog could do it. I was just waiting for my magic storyline to kick in. Eton? Headmaster lunch? Who cares, bro? That's not my thing. Just when my dad was urging me to get in the car, suddenly a white owl swooped over our heads and plopped a letter right into my hands. The envelope said, 279 Timmet Avenue, Mr. Albert Grindelwald. My heart skipped a beat. It's here. At the same time, the long-dead golden shovel system in my brain dinged and lit up. Magic? Magic. Task requirement. Official enrollment at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Reward. Random beginner title. Achievement panel activated. Who understands? Family. So this is the world of Harry Potter. I flipped the envelope, and the H crest with a lion, snake, eagle, and badger on the back was complete. As I looked up, I found my dad's expression was something else, a mix of shock and entanglement, with a hint of worry. That look in his eyes was definitely not the first time he had seen an owl delivering a letter. Putting together my last name, Grindelwald, I suddenly understood. I smirked and shook the letter in my hand. Dad, should I read it? Before he could react, I started reading. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore. As I reached the end, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I folded the letter and looked at my dad with a smile. Dad, it seems we need to change our plans? His expression was priceless, like he hadn't pooped in a month. He knew that with my brain, his little reaction just now had almost stripped him clean. Albert, why, it's fine, Dad, it's just switching schools. I interrupted him calmly. But who should I borrow an owl from to send a reply? Aunt Angelina? Or Uncle Guy Walter? My dad's face instantly changed from the color of constipation to a palette of emotions. He probably didn't expect me to figure out which relatives in the family were wizards in a second. He sighed heavily, didn't say anything, and turned back into the house to make a call. I stood in the sunlight, stretched, and a cute little girl in a white dress holding a pair of blue scissors suddenly appeared on my shoulder, laughing like silver bells. Magic has finally arrived. I said to her, right, Gwen? Magic, magic. Click-clack. This little cutie, named Gwen, nicknamed Little Roast Chicken, was sent by the system when I crossed over, said to be my guardian spirit. Her body is entirely made up of my magic, able to appear and disappear at will. And she has her own soul, being my best friend for the past 11 years, though sometimes she annoys me to the point I want to hit her. When my dad returned from the call and saw Gwen, his eyes nearly popped out. Albert, this ISI smiled at him, mimicking his tone. Just like you have things you hide from me, I also have my little secrets. As soon as I entered the living room, my mom, Isabella, who had just finished her elaborate makeup, exploded upon hearing this. I absolutely disagree. What a ridiculous place. Her eyebrows shot up. To abandon Eton and go to some countryside to learn magic tricks? What about Albert's bright future? My dad was about to explain. Dear, that's not tricks. It's magic. Shut up. My mom shot him a glance, and he immediately wilted. I teased Gwen on my shoulder and slowly spoke. Mom, before making a decision, I think Dad might need to clarify some things with us. My mom's anger was forcibly held back. Only then did my dad hold his head and stammer out the whole truth. It turned out that many people in our family were wizards, but they had long severed ties with the magical world to avoid certain troubles. You show me a trick, and he'll believe it. My mom crossed her arms, looking doubtful. I already said it's not tricks, and besides, I'm a dud. I can't cast spells. My dad was nearly in tears. I don't care. Don't you know what kind of genius Albert is? He should be on a bigger stage, not in that so-called broken circus. Ding dong, just then, the doorbell rang. My dad ran to open the door like he was escaping a fire. In the living room, a stern-looking old lady in a dark green robe followed my dad in, exuding an aura of 2 meters and 8. Looks like I came at just the right time. She immediately sensed the tension in the room. Originally, I wouldn't need to come personally for children from wizarding families like yours, but Albus considered it more. I immediately stood up and nodded slightly. Are you a professor from Hogwarts? Minerva McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House. Nice to meet you, Grindelwald, sir. She paused noticeably when she said my last name. I smiled. The pleasure is mine. Gryffindor is a lovely name. Professor McGonagall smiled slightly at my little flattery, and without further ado, she pulled out her wand and lightly pointed at the nearby table. Let me tell you, that scene was amazing. Our poor mahogany table creaked and, with a roar, transformed into a living lion, its fur distinctly divided, even breathing. My God, my mom stepped back in fright. I wasn't scared, though. I walked up and touched the lion's mane, and it felt pretty good. It's just like real magic. It's amazing. As soon as my mom heard this, she got anxious and forgot her fear. But it must take many years of study, right? Not everyone can do it. That's true, Professor McGonagall said honestly, but I must say, without proper guidance, a young wizard with uncontrolled magic during puberty can be very dangerous. I assure you, Hogwarts is the best place in the world for teaching young wizards. My mom was completely hesitant. At that moment, a silver-haired old gentleman, leaning on a cane, slowly walked out of the corridor, accompanied by a smiling old lady. Then it settled. Thank you for coming, Professor McGonagall. Father, mother, my dad was shocked. It turned out to be my grandparents. My grandfather, Campbell Grindelwald, nodded at Professor McGonagall. Then, with a wave of his wand, the majestic lion turned back into a table. After exchanging a few pleasantries with my grandfather, Professor McGonagall disappeared with a pop. Grandpa walked up to me, patted my shoulder hard, and said with a smile, I'm proud of you, Albert. Then he curiously poked at the little face of Gwen on my shoulder. Who is this little cutie? Gwen, say hi. Little Gwen was quite charming. She spun around and made a peace sign. Later, my mom and dad were taken out for some fresh air by my grandmother, leaving just me and my grandfather in the living room. Let me guess, Grandpa looked at me. You discovered the existence of magic a long time ago, right? I didn't say anything, just smiled. Well, it seems it was even earlier than I thought. He sighed. Albert, even compared to my brother, your magical talent is not lacking at all. Of course, in terms of science, that's another matter. A hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Is he the reason our family is separating from the magical world? I asked directly. Well, during World War II, he did some not-so-good things, and later he ahem. In short, he received the punishment he deserved. Right and wrong, you. Learn about it on your own in the future. I understand. The tradition of the Grindelwald family is to explore the truth on one's own. So, Grandpa straightened his back, his expression serious, and asked, do you want to experience that magical world? Even if, because of your surname, you will encounter a lot of trouble. I stood up, my eyes clear. Of course, no Grindelwald can resist the temptation of the unknown. As for whether I like it or not, that can be decided after I understand it. Ha, well said. Over an hour later, my grandfather and I stood at the entrance of a shabby bar at Charing Cross, which is the entrance to Diagon Alley. That place was practically a large medieval cosplay gathering spot, and the owner behind the bar, a man named Tom, was an old acquaintance of my grandfather. When we got to the backyard, my grandfather didn't tell me how to open the door. He just shoved an old wand into my hand and told me to figure it out myself. I thought to myself, isn't this just like a puzzle game? I observed the brick wall and found a spot with a noticeable indentation. I tapped it 3 times with my wand. It opened. The wall receded like a tide, revealing a bustling, magical shopping street before my eyes. Old Tom behind me was dumbfounded and exclaimed a curse. Damn it, you lot. Are all monsters? I followed my grandfather inside and looked at the people around me, dressed in burlap robes, as if they were living in a few centuries ago. It felt a bit primitive, isolated. My grandfather summarized it for me. We first went to Gringotts, a bank run by goblins. The goblin at the entrance was very respectful to us. And my grandfather sneered beside me. Don't take it seriously. They're not bowing to you. They're bowing to the money in your pocket. Grandfather directly reported a vault number, 12. The goblin said, this is Mr. Gellert's vault. Wow. It turned out to be the inheritance of the first Dark Lord. Grandfather withdrew 2,000 galleons, which, when converted, would be enough for an ordinary middle-class family for several years, all packed in a suitcase that had been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. After buying textbooks, robes, cauldrons, and other miscellaneous items, we finally reached the most crucial step, buying a wand. Ollivander's wand shop was small and messy, filled with long boxes. An elderly man with silvery white eyes, Mr. Ollivander, came out from the back room. When he saw my grandfather, his expression was quite strange. Old friend, really? How many years has it been? Still holding a grudge? My grandfather went up and gave him a hug. It turned out they were old friends. My grandson, Albert, is starting school this year. My grandfather introduced me. Hearing my name, Ollivander paused for a moment and then muttered softly. I remember he wasn't. Ha, yes. My grandfather laughed heartily. He's the genius who almost helped me build an atomic bomb. But unfortunately, he ended up going to America. I hope my grandson can have his talent. So I gave him the same name. I finally matched up with my initial confusion. Next came the selection of the wand, which was nothing short of a disaster. Ollivander handed me countless wands. With each wave, either a lamp exploded or a bunch of drawers flew out by themselves. One wand even made my hair stand on end. After nearly 2 hours of this ordeal, just as I was about to give up, I finally got a wand. The moment I held it, a brilliant silver light burst forth from the tip, and the entire room was filled with a dreamy light rain, warm and reassuring. This is it, Ollivander exclaimed. A silver birch wand, with a phoenix feather core, 13 3/4 inches. A stubborn seeker of knowledge and truth. This is tailor-made for you, Grindelwald. He packaged the wand and handed it to me. That will be 52 galleons. My grandfather jumped up at that moment and said, "Are you robbing me? Why is this wand so expensive?" The wand body and core are made from extinct materials. Of course it's expensive. Ollivander rolled his eyes, mostly because you old bastard have money. If he doesn't rip you off, who will? Before leaving, my grandfather specifically asked, "The wand doesn't have any tracking charm on it, right?" Ollivander looked disgusted and said, "You Grindelwald family has 1,000 ways to block that thing. He wouldn't want to get into trouble." I looked down at the small stick in my hand and thought, this is a magic wand. I tell you, when this thing arrived, my family's reaction was just incredible. My mom, who was previously looking like the sky was about to fall, surprisingly came over to join the fun. I guess my old fox of a grandfather managed to talk her around. As for my dad, he was staring at the small wooden stick in my hand that was emitting a white light, and his expression was something else, proud, envious, and regretful all at once. His features almost twisted into a knot. My grandfather was quite enthusiastic and directly encouraged me to give it a try, saying that even someone like Dumbledore would make a fool of himself when casting a spell for the first time. All right then, let's start with the most basic one. Lumos. I told you, a little glowing orb popped out at the tip of the wand, warm and cozy, but just like a phone battery at one. It flashed twice and then went out. I looked up at my grandfather, silently asking him, "Buddy, does this count as a success?" I felt a warm current rushing out from my body, but specifically, who are we to judge, right? My grandfather then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Genius! By first-time standards. This is simply genius." My parents were clapping along, looking like two clueless spectators. To be honest, I was overjoyed, but it wasn't because of some silly magic. It was because I heard a ding in my head. System notification. Achievement unlocked. First spell cast. Reward. Level 1 lottery ticket 1. Does anyone understand? I've been here for 11 years. I can finally figure out what this broken system is for. Isn't that way more exciting than any light bulb moment? I held back my excitement and tried a few more times. I tell you, my learning ability is truly impressive. Just a few attempts, and that little light orb evolved from a firefly into a spotlight with a 5-meter range, shining brightly. My grandfather was so stunned that he quickly called for a stop, saying it was my first time playing and not to exhaust my magic. I agreed verbally, but my mind had already flown to the lottery. By midnight, after confirming that my parents were fast asleep, I sneaked down to the living room with my little companion Gwen. I was worried that if the lottery made too much noise, it might bring the roof down. Gwen was spinning around my arm, cuter than ever. "Allow, hurry up a draw. Let's see what good stuff we can get." As soon as I thought about it, the lottery ticket flew into a virtual pool with a whoosh, transformed into white light, and then with a bang, a small white light ball dropped out. I opened it up, and wow. Skill, static defense. I'm familiar with this thing. Isn't it just the robot's shield from the game? It reduces damage in the game, but here it directly translates to taking damage head-on. It's simply a godsend for fragile wizards like us. I have to give it a try. I immediately recited that somewhat tongue-twisting spell, static defense. With a hum, a light blue translucent shield enveloped me instantly, adorned with holographic patterns, exuding a high-tech vibe. "Hey, little one, throw something at me," I shouted at Gwen. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, picked up a teacup beside her, spun around 720 degrees, and with all her might, hurled the teacup at me. And guess what happened? As soon as the teacup hit the shield, it shattered with a loud bang, scattering into pieces all over the place. The shield didn't even tremble. Nice, this is impressive. With a wave of my wand, the fragments on the ground seemed to grow legs and flew into the trash can by themselves. That's right. Although today was my first serious spellcasting, I had already been able to manipulate magic with my feelings for a long time. Creating a directional gravity like Magneto-S is not a difficult task. My grandfather still underestimated me. What excites me even more is that this system doesn't just give passive abilities, but real, tangible spells that can be spoken out loud. What does this mean? It means I can reverse engineer its magical principles. If I figure this out, won't I be able to create spells myself? Just thinking about it gets me hyped. In the blink of an eye, it was September 1st, the start of school. It's embarrassing to admit, but I was so caught up in researching spells the night before that I was woken up the next morning by Gwen slapping my face. She was even more excited than I was, bouncing around my desk with the little backpack I made for her. Ow, ow. Which house do you think I'll be sorted into? While I was tying a bow in her hair, I helplessly repeated for the 800th time, Gwen, Hogwarts doesn't give out Patronus houses. How do you know if you don't try? She covered her ears, ignoring me, and did a backflip to sulk in my pocket. My mom is struggling at the door, still trying to persuade me to go to Eton. I didn't respond to her words. Just gave her a hug and complimented her beautiful corsage today. She sighed, realizing she couldn't change my mind and could only wish me all the best. My dad drove me to King's Cross Station, rolled down the window, and seriously said to me, "Son, I don't care what you learned there. I just hope you're happy." Wow, that really caught me off guard, and it warmed my heart. I smiled at him and said I would write back often, then grabbed my suitcase and headed straight into the pillar between platforms 9 and 10 without looking back. In a flash, I found myself at the legendary platform 9. A red steam train was parked there, and with my silver hair and silver eyes, I instantly turned heads. A senior girl, taller than me, came over to talk. When I saw the badge on her chest, I was surprised to find she was the prefect of Ravenclaw. We chatted casually for a bit, and when she learned I came from a Muggle family and had read Hogwarts, a history, she immediately stamped me with approval. "Junior, you will definitely join us in Ravenclaw. Trust me." Well, from a rational perspective, that seems likely. After saying goodbye to the senior, I got on the train and found a random empty compartment to sit in, just as I took out my paper and pen to jot down some notes. I heard some scuffling at the door. When it opened, 2 girls walked in, one with a blonde ponytail and the other with black twin ponytails. The black-haired girl had a particularly lively personality. When she saw me, her eyes lit up and she let out a slightly off-key whistle. "Wow, handsome boy." Just as she finished speaking, her friend smacked her on the head, and she immediately curled up to protect herself. These two were simply a riot. I put down my pen and glanced at the Ravenclaw emblem on their chests. The blonde one, named Elira, was quite perceptive. She immediately noticed that I had cast a non-detectable extension charm on the suitcase beside me, and also saw that I was using a wandless levitation charm to make it float. She directly told her friend Pava, "Did you see that? Coming from a Muggle family. And in such a short time, they've mastered the levitation charm so well. This thirst for knowledge about magic. Who else could it be but a Ravenclaw?" She even figured out that I was calculating the magical energy consumption and duration of the levitation charm on my paper. Before I even opened my mouth, I was already booked as one of their academy members. Pava commented sarcastically, "Another weirdo." Elira shot back without hesitation, "You're the weirdest in Ravenclaw." With your annual last place exam scores, I officially introduced myself to them, along with Gwen, who peeked out from my pocket. When I said my full name, Albert Grindelwald, let me tell you, the air in that compartment instantly froze. Pava's expression turned to stone, and Elira was also stunned, both of them staring at me intently. I could only repeat the prepared lines, talking about how after the elder had an accident, my grandfather took the family away from the magical world. The 2 girls finally calmed down. Pawa, being her usual friendly self, leaned in and asked curiously, "So, is the original Dark Lord really still alive?" "Sister, you're so close I can see your collar." I politely leaned back a bit. Elira grabbed Pawa's face and pulled her back. To make amends, Pawa took out a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and offered me some. Fortunately, I got the blueberry flavor, not the earwax flavor. As we chatted, the snack lady on the train pushed her cart over. I pointed at the brochure and said, "Apart from these 3, I'll take one of everything else." Pawa's eyes instantly turned into the shape of galleons as she watched me casually pay 2 gold galleons. Soon, a mountain of snacks piled up on our table. I just found out that Pavna only gets 2 galleons for her monthly allowance. That girl is quite bold, she opened a pack of chocolate frogs, and one of the frogs jumped right on her face. She quickly flicked her tongue and ate it, smacking her lips and saying, "Chocolate frogs are a bit lacking. If you ask me, it has to be a pile of cockroaches. That's the real deal." The girl next to her, Elira, turned pale. "If you dare to bring that thing into the bedroom, you'll never copy my homework for the rest of your life." In less than an hour, Pavna single-handedly demolished that mountain of snacks. I looked at the pile of wrappers on the table, and before Elira could make a move, I raised my wand, static barrier. A blue shield appeared, and then quickly shrank, compressing all the trash into a ball. Then, with a flick of my wand, the trash ball turned into a small box, landing neatly in the corner of the table. Elira was completely stunned. "A first year? Your proficiency with transfiguration is just ridiculous. And what spell did you use first? I've never seen it before." I said it was my own research, and once I figured out the principles, I could teach them. Elira's eyes were smiling like crescent moons. This girl really has stunning looks. Pava next to her made a dead fish eye. Merlin's boots, another weirdo. I need to open a window to breathe. As she said this, she pulled the window open, but the next second, a wet newspaper slapped right onto her face. Today, this girl was really having a rough time. She angrily tore the newspaper off and slapped it on the table. The cover featured a big-bellied, greasy, middle-aged man, Connolly Fudge. Elira glanced at it and said this man wanted to run for Minister of Magic, but he definitely couldn't compete with Bartemius Crouch. I chuckled to myself. "But that may not be the case, sister." The train arrived at the station, and we got off. It was pouring rain outside. Elira cast a waterproof spell for herself and Pava, and when she tried to help me, she noticed I was completely dry. The look in her eyes became even more surprised. A big, bearded giant named Hagrid was over there welcoming us freshmen. I said goodbye to the two senior sisters and blended into the freshman group. The path was wet and slippery, and let me tell you, at least a dozen girls accidentally slipped and fell onto me along the way. Once or twice was fine, but this was just too obvious. I was so annoyed that I squeezed to the front of the line. I casually cast a waterproof spell and a cleaning spell on Hagrid's clothes, and they instantly looked brand new, which made him incredibly excited. Finally, we arrived at the edge of a pitch-black lake with a brightly lit Hogwarts castle across the water. Hagrid had us four share a boat, and as soon as I sat down, three little witches quickly squeezed in, filling up the seats and laughing provocatively at the other girls on the shore. "Families, this damn charm." The boat started moving on its own, and we floated on the lake while the other first years chattered excitedly. When we reached the other side, many people were sneezing from the cold. Hagrid gave me a knowing look, and I understood immediately. "All right, time to get to work." I sighed, pulled out my wand, and went down the line, casting the waterproof and cleaning spells on each of these little witches. Before long, everyone was dry and tidy. I also received a lot of thanks for this, as well as at least 20 pre-written friendship notes. British girls are really mature for their age. Let me tell you, compared to what happened next, this is nothing. As soon as we arrived at the bottom of the castle, we ran into a giant named Hagrid, who was really nice and praised me a lot, saying that Hogwarts hadn't seen someone as talented as me in many years. Then, at the castle's entrance, there stood Professor McGonagall, exuding an aura of 2 meters and 8, with a serious expression that could freeze the air. She originally intended to cast a waterproof and fireproof spell on us, but then she noticed at a glance that, hey, we already had traces of magic on us. Her gaze instantly locked onto me, as if she had turned on a radar, full of admiration. But who understands family, right? The next second, she directly announced my full name in front of everyone, Mr. Grindelwald. Goodness, let me tell you, the atmosphere at that moment became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The surname Grindelwald is basically synonymous with a high-energy warning in the wizarding world. I felt like I had a neon sign on my forehead saying, "Extremely dangerous person." Professor McGonagall remained particularly calm, saying it was my grandfather who specifically instructed her to help me get used to this kind of attention. All right, my dear grandfather, who is all about putting me in a bind. Once we entered the castle, we passed through a bunch of floating ghosts and were taken to a small room to wait for the sorting. Next to me became a girls' zone packed to the brim, causing the pair of red-haired twin brothers, those two jokers from the Weasley family, to mutter nearby about how selling my photos and merchandise would definitely make a fortune. Hey, you two know business. Finally, we entered the Great Hall, and the scene was incredible. Thousands of candles floated from the ceiling, resembling the galaxy. Right in front was a broken stool, on top of which sat an old and tattered hat. I'll tell you, this hat is the sorting hat. It looks all dirty, and just the thought of wearing it made the little girl next to me turn pale. Yet the hat felt quite good about itself. It cleared its throat and began to sing its own incomprehensible song. The tune was so off-key, it was practically a public execution of music. After it finished, Professor McGonagall picked up the list and called out my name first. Albus Grindelwald. Here we go again. It felt like the temperature in the entire hall dropped by 10 degrees. Even Dumbledore, sitting at the very top, was staring at me intently through his crescent-shaped glasses, as if he wanted to see right through me. I walked onto the stage, and Professor McGonagall placed that tattered hat on my head. Everything went dark, and a voice echoed directly in my mind. A clever one. Let's see what's inside your heart. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Want to read my mind? No way. The hat fell silent, and after a few seconds, it screamed frantically in my head. Damn it. Why can't I read anything? I closed my eyes and calmly analyzed it. Mr. Hat, your mind-reading technique is essentially about inducing others to think and then capturing their thought logic, right? But just now, I stopped thinking and answered your question directly. So you actually read something, but the content you read was exactly the same as what you asked, and you thought you had failed. Goodness, I felt like the CPU of that hat was about to overheat. It was stunned for a while, then suddenly shouted in anger and embarrassment. Hey, kid, with your smart brain, where else could you go but Ravenclaw? So what if I add a bit of ambition? I smiled and instantly constructed a grand blueprint in my mind to rule the world and become the king of the world. The hat was stunned. It couldn't tell whether this was real or made up. Then, I quickly switched personas, sometimes a valiant dragon-slaying hero, sometimes a chef who just wants to study cuisine. The hat completely broke down. Although it had no scalp, I could feel it tingling. Enough. Not fun. Ravenclaw, you should go there. It almost screamed as it sorted me out. I shrugged, took off my hat, and walked towards the Ravenclaw table. The older students applauded thunderously, full of enthusiasm. Just as I had walked halfway, a terrified scream suddenly came from behind me. Hey, who are you? You're not even a wizard. You're not even a human. Get out of my body. Wait, what are you holding? No. Help. You're killing the hat. Dumbledore. The voice was piercing, rivaling a banshee's wail. Professor McGonagall rushed over in a flash and lifted the hat, revealing my little Gwen, pouting with her chubby cheeks, holding a large pair of blue scissors in both hands, threateningly snipping at the hat. What do you think, family? What is a fabric hat most afraid of? Of course it's scissors. This was simply known as the First War of Scissors and Hats. On the staff table, Professor Snape, with his greasy hair and hooked nose, looked stunned and asked Dumbledore if he was going to do anything. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was grinning like an old fox, saying it was a delightful surprise. The Sorting Hat was still shouting, if you dare, come on, Scissor Girl. Watch me duel you without gloves. Little Gwen was not to be outdone, floating above my head, fiercely waving the scissors. The young wizards below were stuffed full of snacks, and this opening school show was simply explosive. In the end, it was Dumbledore who spoke up, saying that Hogwarts had accepted non-human students before and instructed the Sorting Hat to sort Gwen quickly. The Sorting Hat trembled with anger, but reluctantly shouted, Gwen, Ravenclaw, at least you know your place. I sat down at the Ravenclaw long table with little Gwen, who was pouting with her hands on her hips, and instantly became the center of attention, gaining a whole bunch of mom fans right on the spot. Soon after, the sorting ceremony began, and the Weasley twins, along with the Hufflepuff genius Cedric, turned out to be in the same year as me. That means Harry Potter and his gang won't be starting for another 2 years, which is great. At least it will be peaceful for 2 years. When the feast began, with a command from Dumbledore, the table was instantly filled with delicious food from around the world, from fried chicken and steak to char siu barbecue. So fragrant that it made it hard to move. The silly senior next to me, named Pava, was eating so much that she was almost in tears, devouring food like a starving ghost. As I elegantly sliced the venison, I felt a gaze burning into my back. Turning around, lo and behold, Professor Snape was staring at me with his black, hole-like eyes. Come on, did I steal your chicken leg? After a feast, Dumbledore stood up again to talk about school rules like how the Forbidden Forest is dangerous and magic is not allowed in the corridors, blah blah bunch of stuff. Then he grandly introduced the new defense against the dark arts teacher for this term, a professor named Roland who looked very classical, stern, and jingling all over, hiding who knows how many gadgets. Snape snorted cynically beside him, but there was clearly a hint of wariness in his eyes. It seemed this unfortunate newcomer was a tough character. Finally, Dumbledore enthusiastically directed the whole school in a chorus of the school song. Let me tell you, that scene was simply chaotic, a cacophony of noise. Without hesitation, I took out my wand and cast a soundproofing spell on myself, and the world instantly became quiet. On the way back to the dormitory, the fifth-year prefect Margaret kept trying to strike up a conversation with me, talking about whitening potions and magical makeup mirrors. And I was almost annoyed to death. Sister, I'm only 11. Are you really discussing this with me? It was Alira who couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to help me out of the situation. Finally, we arrived at the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. A simple wooden door with an eagle knocker. Want to enter? First, answer its riddle. I have 3 faces. When gentle, I caress the skin. When soft, I embrace the sky. When hard, I split the rocks. What am I? Margaret thought for a long time and answered that it was water. The door opened. The common room was quite impressive, with celestial maps all over the ceiling and a marble statue of the founder in the center. The male prefect quickly arranged us new students. Lying on the soft bed, I pulled little Gwen, who was as small as a caterpillar, over to tuck her in and close my eyes. Good night, Hogwarts. But the next morning, before dawn, I was awakened by noise. Little Gwen was rolling on my face, wrapped in her blanket, mumbling in her sleep. I am the Ravenclaw prefect. The answer is water. I'm the smartest. I called her awake with mixed feelings, and after both of us finished washing up, we followed the crowd to the dining hall. On the way, I witnessed the most outrageous thing at Hogwarts, moving staircases. Let me tell you, this staircase is all about doing whatever you want with no logic at all. The moment you step on it, it might send you in a completely different direction. Just now, I watched a new student who had just greeted me turn around and miss a step, screaming as he fell from the 4th floor straight to the 1st. Of course, he was fine. The school has protective magic, but he had to climb the stairs again. But the funniest part is, as soon as that poor guy reached the 1st floor, I don't know which aisle he stepped on wrong, but he was sent flying back to the top floor by a bunch of rising steps. Poor guy. I was downstairs listening to that guy howling like a ghost. And if I were in his shoes, I would be mad too, making such a scene early in the morning. As for me, I'm not stupid. I observed several unfortunate souls' mistakes and basically figured out the temperament of these stairs. In 3 minutes, I zoomed to the dining hall, focusing on efficiency. Just as I reached the door, I ran into Alira and Pava. That fake boy Pava bumped into me with his shoulder and said, "Hey, I thought you'd be late." What could I say? We had made plans, after all. I casually grabbed some bread and jam, and the 3 of us found a spot at the Ravenclaw long table to sit down. I tell you, Hufflepuff is really lively. A crowd gathered around a handsome guy named Cedric Diggory. The atmosphere was just incredible. Alira said he and I are the leading figures of our respective houses this year. I shook my head at that. No way. I don't want to be any leader. Living up to others' expectations would be exhausting, right? After breakfast, I hurried to the classroom with the top student notes that Alira gave me. Who understand my family? This sister is really thoughtful. Not only did she give me the notes, but she also included a reading list of extracurricular books. Wow. It was densely packed with 70 or 80 titles. Just reading the names almost burned out my CPU. Beside me, Pava looked pale, probably overwhelmed by the reading list, urging me not to look at it, saying it would be a waste of time. But when she turned around and saw me engrossed, her little eyes instantly sharpened. The first class was History of Magic, which can be called the #1 sleep-inducing subject at Hogwarts. But I felt it was okay because the Professor Binns is a ghost. While listening to the lecture, I took the fountain pen my grandfather gave me and started writing furiously, studying the composition of this ghost professor. Next to me, there was a little Slytherin girl whose eyes were almost popping out as she stared at my notebook. At that moment, my little Gwen in my pocket woke up and poked her little head out to stretch. The Slytherin witch looked at her and whispered, "Pretty impressive, but too bad she's not pureblood." But the next second, she gazed at my profile, probably thinking that bloodlines weren't that important after all. As a result, our Ravenclaw sister next to me directly retaliated, saying the soaring eagle in the sky will never associate with the snakes in damp caves. Well, the Academy's discrimination chain just started. The little Slytherin girl wanted to retort, but seeing that there were more of us, she backed down. When she turned around, she found her Slytherin group huddled together, pointing and whispering about me. The leader, named Rommel Yaxley, had dead fish eyes and was holding an old photo. Not sure what he was comparing. Probably my gaze was too sharp, causing him to tremble and drop the photo on the ground. I bent down to pick it up and chuckled. In the photo, there was a blonde-haired, silver-eyed boy who looked remarkably like me. No need to ask. This must be my great-grandfather, Gellert Grindelwald, who stirred up the Second Wizarding War. Al, this person looks a lot like you. Little Gwen wiggled her legs on my shoulder. I smiled and handed the photo back to the guy named Rommel. After all, he was my grandfather's brother, so it was normal to look alike. This dead fish-eyed guy suddenly got nervous and stammered that their pure-blood family had many secrets and wanted to discuss them with me. Sure, who would say no to knowledge? I immediately shook his hand, regardless of whether he was Slytherin or not. Knowledge is power, after all. As soon as the History of Magic class ended, those little wizards rushed out like they were fleeing. I wanted to ask Professor Binns a few questions, but that old guy just walked through the wall upstairs, and no one could stop him. At that moment, a huge figure over 2 meters tall blocked my way, his Slytherin uniform almost bursting at the seams. I thought this guy might be a giant hybrid, but then he exploded first. What are you looking at? That's right. I'm a half-breed of a non-human species. I was about to ask if he was a giant when he burst into wild laughter and said, "A giant? Do you think I'm Hagrid?" After laughing, his face darkened, and his eyes looked like they wanted to eat me. Remember this, I am Beowulf Zayumatero, the child of a giant beast. One day, I will trample all of you wizards underfoot. Wow, that hostility came out of nowhere. Next stop, potions class in the basement. It was gloomy and damp, with all sorts of messy things bubbling on the walls. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a scene from some escape room. Our Ravenclaw classmates were quite enthusiastic, insisting on giving me a front row seat. Just as I sat down, a guy next to me wanted to gossip, saying that the professor for this class was from Slytherin. Before he could finish, Snape, that old bat, floated behind him like a ghost. The guy went pale. Snape, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, told him to continue. I saw this wouldn't do, so I stood up to protect my classmate, saying everyone was just a bit excited about the new life, nothing else. Snape wanted to take issue with class time, so I pulled out the electronic watch my dad gave me and said, "Professor, it's not class time yet." As a result, the old man became unreasonable, claiming that the class had already started the moment I stepped into the classroom. "Fine, you're impressive." He directly deducted 3 points from Ravenclaw. At that moment, little Gwen woke up, rubbing her eyes and poking her little head out. Snape's face darkened, telling me to take care of my pet. I replied, "Professor Snape." The Sorting Hat acknowledged her as a Ravenclaw student, so I thought she would be considered your student too. This left Snape speechless, and he got so mad that he deducted another 5 points from us. Then he began his pressure test, grilling the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students with increasingly difficult questions. Just as it seemed more points were about to be deducted, I spoke up and gave the answer. Snape looked at me with even more displeasure and directly threw a 4th-year potion recipe at me to make things difficult. Sorry, but I really treated the library as home before school started, and I remembered the improved recipe for this thing. I recited it word for word and even pointed out the source. Snape fell silent after hearing it, and after a long pause, he said, "You have a good elder," probably reminded of some sad memories, and he didn't find fault with me again, proceeding with the normal class. As soon as class was over, a bunch of people surrounded me, saying I had directly repelled Snape. It was amazing. I quickly waved my hands, saying not to say that, after all, he was a professor. During lunch, Elira asked me about my confrontation with Snape. While chatting, we realized that Pava was missing. Elira said she got kicked out by Professor McGonagall for not doing her homework, probably hiding somewhere crying. Then the girl popped up, eyes red, still stubbornly claiming she hadn't cried. They then started talking about the defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon, taught by a professor named Roland. Pava said with a mysterious expression that the professor gave her a feeling like that of a demon, not because of strong magic, but because of overwhelming physical strength. It was absolutely abnormal. As they continued talking, Elira and Pava started fighting again, and seeing the situation, I quickly made my escape to my most anticipated class, Defense Against the Dark Arts. I tell you, as soon as Professor Roland started the class, he dropped a bombshell and shouted Voldemort's name right in front of us kids. The whole place went silent, folks, but he didn't care at all and said that the curses Voldemort used in position were much more significant than the fuss over his name. In a word, the Gryffindor Lions went wild, whistling all over the place. Then, even more explosive news came. The first thing Professor Roland said was to throw away that useless self-defense guide. That thing was too outdated. What you need to learn is not this. Goodness, everyone got excited. This sounded way more thrilling than the usual dark arts defense class. Professor Roland cleared his throat and continued. Practical experience always outweighs theory. You can read the textbook knowledge on your own after class. Now, while I suggest that at your age, it's best to turn around and run when you encounter dark creatures, since we're here to learn. Let's be a little irrational. As soon as he finished speaking, I tell you, this guy Roland really knows his stuff. With a wave of his wand, bam, a dozen magical creatures' illusions were right in our faces. Ghouls, werewolves, vampires, what a sight. He pointed at one bandaged fellow and specifically emphasized, "I'm telling you, kids, never mess with a mummy in your lifetime." Anyone worth mentioning had a rough life before. As he said that, he flipped his hair back, and folks, you'll understand, there was a big black hole on his ear that looked creepy. He said it was because he made eye contact with a mummy for less than a second. And the curse came. The first victim was his ear. To save his life, he immediately destroyed that part of his ear and then risked everything to blow up the entire pyramid, which was how he survived. I sat up straight at that moment. This guy was really tough. In the end, he yelled at us. Remember this. When faced with danger, before your mind freezes, think of one thing. Move, and then survive. Let me tell you, in that moment, the whole place exploded, and the applause was like thunder. After this class, Professor Rowland became a legend among our new students, feeling much more real and substantial than a legendary figure like Dumbledore. As soon as the afternoon class ended, I was planning to head back to the lounge to relax. But as soon as I turned the corner, there they were, a bunch of Slytherins causing trouble, surrounding a big guy. I recognized that big guy. His name is Shi-M-T Lu, claiming to be the son of a giant, looking like a little giant himself. Those little Slytherins buzzed around him like flies, saying nonsense like how much money it would take for him to get out of Slytherin. The little girl, Gwen, next to me, still foolishly asked what they were doing, and I simply replied with 2 words, being stupid. As soon as I finished speaking, that little giant couldn't hold back anymore and punched one of the older students across the way, sending him flying through the air, blood gushing out like a broken sack. I thought to myself, how dare these Slytherins provoke him, with an average height difference of half a meter. It's a miracle he didn't kill them on the spot. Yet these fools were still unconvinced, and a few of the older ones pulled out their wands. Stupefy, Petrificus Totalis. Quickly bind him. I tell you, those spells were raining down on them like they were free. 2 fists couldn't fend off 4 hands. That little giant dodged a few times but was still hit by several spells at once, and with a bang, he was slammed down, unable to move. The leader, the unlucky guy who had just been punched away, got up and kicked the down student, still feeling unsatisfied. He pulled out his wand to finish him off, muttering the stinging spell. That thing is truly vicious. It can disfigure a face in an instant. Family, who understands? This was getting dangerous. I couldn't just stand by and watch. Disarm. I flicked my wand, and the guy's wand flew away in an instant. Who are you? Ravenclaw. Mind your own business. Someone recognized me, but those people, relying on their numbers, didn't take it seriously at all. A Slytherin pointed at a nearby vase, and it shot toward me like a cannonball. A first year, still trying to show off? I laughed at that moment. Is Hogwarts really this wild now? I flipped my wrist, cast a freezing spell, and the vase suddenly froze in midair. Immediately after, 2 stunning spells came flying towards my face. To be honest, I've only been learning magic for 2 months, so my reflexes really aren't that quick. So, I could only choose to use my cheat. Static defense. I didn't even wave my wand. With a flash of blue light in my eyes, a half-transparent blue shield suddenly expanded, easily deflecting those 2 spells. This thing is my innate skill, as simple as eating or drinking. The Slytherins across from me were completely stunned. Casting spells without a wand? What joke? Isn't he from a Muggle family? A few clever ones had already started looking for a way to run. These Slytherins truly have a talent for self-preservation. I never said you could leave, though. I quickly dealt with those 6 who started it, putting each of them into a custom-made small room. The blue cover shrank to the smallest size, trapping them inside one by one. Their hands couldn't even stretch out straight. Forget about casting spells. Even moving was a struggle. Now the whole place fell silent. The 3rd grader I had disarmed earlier didn't even dare to pick up his wand, raising his hands and backing away. Afraid I would lock him up too. The fallen Shumitaro also got up, looking at me with a complex expression filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yet he still tried to act tough. Don't meddle in my business. I directly cast a summoning spell to bring his wand back to his hand. Looked at him calmly and said, "Did you get something wrong? Whether I save you or not has nothing to do with you. I simply think that the actions of those idiots need to be stopped. That's all. To put it bluntly, do those without strength have a right to choose to accept or refuse?" After saying that, I turned and left. Professor McGonagall had already arrived, so I left the mess to her. Mainly, little Gwen was already beside me, fussing about wanting to go back to sleep. Anyway, I'd already got my benefits. Achievement completed. Show of force. Reward. Level 1 lottery ticket X1. Useless big stick. This useless big stick, I glanced at the description. It can increase spell power by 10%. A good item. I'll keep it for now. Just as I left, Snape came over with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He saw 6 of his students trapped in a blue bubble like gourd babies, and his face grew even darker. Professor McGonagall coldly stated that I acted heroically and even awarded 20 points to Ravenclaw. Snape probably couldn't bring himself to lose face and wanted to help his students. But guess what? He unleashed a barrage of spells at that bubble, which had no effect. Professor McGonagall probably tried too, and it didn't work. 2 heads of houses, 2 professors, facing a spell casually cast by a first-year student, resulting in ineffective casting. The onlooking students were all buzzing. This was even more exciting than the fight earlier. In the end, it was Dumbledore who came. He also claimed not to recognize the spell. Snape probably felt a bit more balanced in his heart. But old Dumbledore didn't follow the usual script. He didn't dispel the spell. He just waved his wand casually, and those bubbles instantly transformed into butterflies and flew away. I tell you, this move was simply unbelievable. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened. After dealing with those unfortunate Slytherins, Snape angrily deducted 50 points from their house. Then old Dumbledore turned back, looked in the direction I left, and threw out an even more explosive viewpoint. He said that the spell was not something I learned, but something I invented myself. That's why I could use it so smoothly. Casting without a wand was like child's play. I'll tell you, overnight, I became the top star of Hogwarts. The next morning, as soon as I stepped out, that girl Pava stuck to me like a little tail, her eyes full of stars, shouting, "Albert, you're famous." What does that mean? I pretended to be calm. Everyone at school knows about you beating up Slytherin yesterday. And Dumbledore said that super cool spell was invented by you. Is it true? I was just about to brush it off. But then the girl directly hugged my neck from behind, clinging to me like a koala. I had no choice but to activate a static defense and gently push her away. When she saw the barrier, she got even more excited, almost pressing her face against it. We made our way to the cafeteria, and just as we sat down, two identical red-haired boys came over with milk. Fred and George Weasley, the future prank kings of Hogwarts. Partners? I glanced at Pava, who was whistling and pretending to be clueless next to me. "Oh, come on, friend. Don't be so distant." One of the Weasleys casually patted my shoulder, saying, "You single-handedly took down a whole boat of Slytherins yesterday. You're a true hero." The other added, "And you even locked them up in your own spell. Not even Professor McGonagall or Old Bat could do anything about you." These two clowns were entertaining everyone around them, making the Gryffindor students laugh, turning the cafeteria into a party. After a while, they finally got to the point. "We want to ask you to endorse our prank products." To be honest, I wasn't really interested. I didn't need the money, and it could easily offend the professors. I was about to refuse. But guess what? The system chimed and gave me a task. Earn your first bucket of gold at Hogwarts. Requirement. Earn 100 galleons. Reward. Level 2 lottery ticket X1. Pirate treasure chest. Isn't that no-brainer? A level 2 lottery ticket and a treasure chest. Who could resist that? My expression instantly changed. What I was about to say took a complete turn. I have no objections, but what's the profit split? The two brothers sighed in relief when they saw I agreed and immediately said, "How about 50-50? Let's do 37 and 63. You guys cover the R&D costs, and I'll take 30%. I paused for a moment and glanced at Pawa, who looked like she wanted to speak but was hesitant. "You can give Pawa 1% as well. Let her help out. She's quite popular." Hee. Pawa shyly scratched her head and quietly explained to me, "I've been a bit tight on cash lately. I can't even afford materials for practicing summoning. If I don't practice, my grandma will kill me when I get home." This girl is quite a character. I realize she's someone who can't control her mouth or her hands. She blew through her pocket money in just 2 days of school and was now thinking of teaming up with the mischievous twin brothers, Wesley and his brother, to create some prank products to make some money back. I understand clearly, and once the logic chain is unraveled, it all makes sense. Fred and George were also straightforward and made the decision on the spot. Of course, it's a done deal. I said okay, and then I wished us a pleasant collaboration. In a couple of days, I'll whip up the samples for you. Just casually mention that if there are any bottlenecks in our D, I can lend a hand. Goodness. When these two brothers heard that, their eyes lit up. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. With you, the spell genius from Ravenclaw, joining us. Our inspiration is just going to overflow. All right then, this matter is settled, and it's just a little episode in my Hogwarts life. I have to say, what I'm looking forward to the most is Transfiguration class. This subject is way more complex than those straightforward spells. It has depth and is intense. I tried to figure out on my own before school started, but it always felt like something was missing, like I couldn't break through that layer of glass. You can ask my old scholarly grandpa. He doesn't seem to be very good at it either, stammering for ages without coming up with a clear explanation. Well, all my hopes are resting on the teachers at Hogwarts. As soon as I entered the classroom, my fellow Ravenclaw students were incredibly enthusiastic, with a bunch of them calling out to me, "Albert, over here, sit here." I randomly picked a seat in the front row, and when I looked up, I saw a tabby cat lying on the podium. I couldn't help but twitch my lips at that moment, thinking that Professor McGonagall usually looks so serious, but unexpectedly, she knows how to have fun. The little Gwen on my shoulder doesn't know. She placed her mini backpack on the table, pointed at the cat with her small finger, and asked in a baby voice, "Ow, that cat is so strange. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." I stifled a laugh as I watched a few stubborn first-year students actually approach with dried fish to tease the cat. Who understands this, family? The scene was simply too beautiful for me to bear. Sure enough, before they could even get close to petting it, that tabby cat suddenly jumped down from the podium and midair transformed into a serious-looking Professor McGonagall. The few Gryffindor boys were so startled, they plopped down on the floor, their eyes wide as saucers. Everyone sit up straight. Get ready for class. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, and her gaze was sharp, like a knife. The little Gryffindor lions, who had just been so lively, now resembled quails, scurrying back to their seats with their tails tucked between their legs, not daring to make sound. To be fair, our headmaster's intimidation factor is indeed unmatched. Transfiguration is a profound and dangerous subject. Professor McGonagall didn't even mention the earlier fishing incident and jumped straight into the lecture. My classroom does not welcome troublemakers. Remember that. I have a clear mind, just like a mirror. This is definitely Professor McGonagall's teaching method, starting with a little shock to pique your interest. It's truly impressive. When she was lecturing, her gaze lingered on me for a few extra seconds. She must have been curious about how I recognized her from the very beginning. Then she looked at the little Gwendolyn on my shoulder, her eyes filled with inquiry. A brave Ravenclaw student raised their hand and asked, "Was that also transfiguration?" Animagus, one of the most advanced and dangerous forms of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall nodded. Let me tell you, since the 20th century, there have been only 7 registered animagi in the Ministry of Magic. Think about the difficulty of that. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking to myself, come on, you're just trying to fool the kids. How many of them would actively go and register for this? I can't believe someone of Dumbledore's caliber hasn't done any research on it. All right, Animagus is too far-fetched for you guys. Professor McGonagall waved her wand and turned a poor toad into a teapot with a cute toad design on it. It was unbelievable. That little witch was almost in tears, only to have it turn back the next second. Then, Professor McGonagall showed off several more tricks, like a pig with wings and a snake with horns, leaving us little witches and wizards in awe, and the applause just wouldn't stop. Little Gwen whispered fiercely in my ear, once I learn, I'm definitely going to turn that stinky hat into a toad. I rolled my eyes and pressed her little wizard hat with my finger. That's the sorting hat. Do you want to get expelled in your first year? It's just Gryffindor's hat. What's there to be so proud of? The little one was still unconvinced, crossing her arms and huffing. Al, you will definitely be better than Gryffindor in the future. A few Gryffindor students nearby looked like their eyes were about to pop out, probably doubting their ears. But seeing little Gwen being so small and cute, they just laughed it off and moved on. Class is starting. No whispering. Professor McGonagall shot us a glare, and little Gwen immediately covered her mouth with her tiny hand, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. The theory lesson was making people drowsy, but I was quite engrossed, furiously taking notes with my fountain pen, much faster than they were with their quills. All right, that's enough theory. Professor McGonagall noticed that we were all almost falling asleep and managed a rare smile. With a wave of her wand, a bunch of matches flew out of the box, landing precisely on each of our desks. Now, it's time to test your results. Turn the matches into needles. Whoever finishes before class is over will earn points for the house. The classroom erupted in chaos. Transform. Come on, transform. My match grew legs. Guys, it's running away. Boom. One guy's match exploded right in front of him, covering his face in soot. The whole classroom was a scene of chaotic magic. Everyone was just focused on participating. Little Gwen was getting anxious too. Standing on her desk, she held her sewing needle like a wand and poked at the match. Gwen commands you. Transform. But with a crack, she snapped the match in half. Gwen was furious. The little one rolled around on the table, pounding her little fists on the surface, her short legs kicking wildly. Professor McGonagall was amused and walked over to pat her head, then looked at me. It seems you've practiced before coming to school? Yeah. A little bit, I nodded, holding my wand and giving the match a gentle poke. The next second, a shiny silver needle appeared on the table. Yes, you heard that right. It was silver. I gave it a dimensional upgrade. The surrounding classmates were stunned and gathered around to look. It seems your progress is much faster than I expected, Professor McGonagall remarked. I initially thought your talent in transfiguration would be similar to your grandfather's. Was he really that bad? I asked curiously. Not just bad, Professor McGonagall sighed. It was simply dreadful. No wonder you asked him during the holidays. He kept making excuses. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, with a flick of my wand, the silver needle transformed back into a matchstick. At this point, Professor McGonagall was completely flustered, and she led the applause. Excellent transfiguration and restoration. Ravenclaw, 5 points. In the corner, a Slytherin student muttered indignantly, "Humph, what's so great about that?" As a result, the guy next to him, named Rommel Yaxley, shot him a cold glance. Just the fact that he's better than anyone else satisfied? With that, Rommel also raised his wand and conjured a barely formed needle, earning a point for Slytherin as well. After class, Professor McGonagall kept me back for a private talk. Albert, she called me by name directly. Your progress is too fast. First-year classes are a waste of your time. I've suggested to Dumbledore that you attend higher-year classes. What do you think? I have no objections, of course, but after glancing at little Gwen on my shoulder, I still said, I have no problem, Professor. But little Gwen is still in her first year, right? Huh. The little one immediately slumped down, looking utterly disheartened. You should learn to turn matches into needles first before aiming too high. I pinched her little face. When it was time for the charms class, Professor Flitwick, our Ravenclaw head, stood cheerfully on a stack of books, listening to students boast about my achievements in Transfiguration class. Albert, he winked at me. You can't hold back in this class. Show your true skills, or I won't be able to face Minerva. In this class, we practiced the levitation charm. With a simple Wingardium Leviosa, Professor Flitwick made both himself and the books float into the air. Then he handed each of us a feather. Guess what happened? Little Gwen tried twice, and the feather wobbled and floated up. The little one was so excited that her eyes were sparkling. Professor Flitwick immediately announced, Ravenclaw, 1 point. Over at Hufflepuff, a handsome guy named Cedric Diggory also succeeded quickly, earning a point as well. Finally, Professor Flitwick's gaze landed on me. I smiled and waved my wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather flew up with a whoosh, circling around the classroom under my control, and finally landed steadily in the palm of my hand. Beautiful. Ravenclaw, plus 1 point. Professor Flitwick exclaimed happily. A week passed just like that, and I earned the nickname Credit Harvesters. I managed to collect points in every subject until my hands were sore, even in Snape's potions class, where I surprisingly scored a few points. It was simply outrageous. That noon, I was walking in the corridor with Pava and Alira when Pava chattered excitedly. Albert, have you heard? The Quidditch team is making an exception to recruit you. I yawned, completely uninterested. What's so fun about Quidditch? Alira was even more direct, saying it's just a bunch of idiots fighting in the sky on broomsticks. Pava was so angry that her face puffed up. She was about to argue with her, but then remembered how Alira nearly took her out with a joint lock last time and instantly chickened out. I was just starting to wake up a bit from being amused by these two clowns when I was suddenly blocked by someone. It was that Slytherin half-blood, Beowulf Scumitero Grindelwald. His eyes were ablaze, staring at me. What do you want? I asked, looking completely confused. Let's duel. He drew his wand and shouted. I want to be as powerful as you, so let's duel. What kind of logic is that? I felt like this guy's brain was on par with Pava's, and I really didn't want to deal with him, so I tried to walk around him. But then he muttered under his breath, in that case, you should fight back. The next second, he took a big step forward, and his massive fist was aimed at Alira and Pava behind me. Before his fist even reached them, he felt a terrifying surge of magical energy explode from behind him. Do you really want to provoke me that much? My voice was as cold as ice. An invisible force suddenly enveloped Xiemti Lu, lifting him off the ground in his astonished expression, and then smashing him hard onto the ground beside him. Bang! A loud noise. The surrounding students were all dumbfounded. No one casting. Silent casting. Is this a first-year freshman? Xiemti Lu shook his head and surprisingly got up from the ground as if nothing had happened, his face full of excitement. Sure enough, you guys are incredibly strong. At that moment, I had just one thought. Is this guy insane? Without any weapons, I raised my hand and shot a beam of red light at him. What happened next was even more ridiculous. This guy, who was 2 meters tall, actually bent down nimbly and dodged it. Grindelwald! He roared like a beast, charging towards me in 2 steps, and threw a heavy punch from above, aiming straight at my face. I was stunned, man. You're a wizard. Why are you still using your fist to fight? Then, the next second, with a bang, a semi-transparent blue dome exploded right in front of him, firmly blocking that fist as big as a clay pot. Wow. I instantly activated a static defense. But did you think that was it? That crazy guy named Zeomite Luo, like a berserker, didn't he care about anything, and started hammering the dome with both fists like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. Let me tell you, that scene had the whole dome shaking, with cracks all over it, and it looked like it was about to shatter. That guy was still there laughing maniacally, saying, I've won Grindelwald. I thought to myself, it's over. This defense is going to break. And guess what happened? Albert showed no expression on his face, just coldly raised his wand at the nearby Xiomtero. At the very moment the shield shattered with a crack, he uttered a few words, static defense. Launch type. Boom. My mind went blank. Who understands family? He shot that defense shield out like a cannonball. A massive energy ball zoomed out and blasted Xiomtero away. pinning him against the wall like a painting. The energy ball continued to grow, pressing half of his body into the wall, and he passed out on the spot. I tell you, the whole place fell silent, and everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. What is this called? This is called a double whammy of physical magic. By the time the professors arrived, everything was over. Snape was the first to arrive, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. After all, it was one of his students who had been smashed against the wall. He was about to blow up and ask if some destructive spell was used. But the little wizards around him erupted in a buzz, all clamoring to testify that it was Quirrell who started it, hitting like a giant with his fists. Snape's face went from green to white, and in the end, he couldn't say a word. Then our Ravenclaw head, Professor Flitwick, arrived. Don't be fooled by his short stature. His aura was 2 meters tall. He walked straight up to Snape and said firmly, "Severus, this student must be severely punished." Snape's eyes darted around, and in the end, he could only nod. Wow, this was a direct confrontation. Oh right, there was a little interlude. Little Gwen was so angry that she kept kicking the unconscious Quirrell with her short legs until Professor Flitwick used magic to pull her away. It was hilarious. After this incident, Albert became a legend in the school. The new generation of Dumbledore, a walking legend, all kinds of titles came pouring in. During flying class, a bunch of people surrounded him, asking all sorts of questions. Even little Gwen managed to get a custom mini broomstick and was flying around in the air, cuter than ever. However, she quickly became emo when she realized she was still smaller than the quaffle used in Quidditch. Folks, goodbye to my Quidditch dreams. This blow was simply devastating. Then, even more ridiculous things happened. Our Quidditch team, having heard about Albert's flying talent, directly kidnapped him from flying class and forced him to participate in the seeker selection. As soon as he arrived at the pitch, the captain, Mabry, enthusiastically shook his hand. All excited, but I noticed something was off with the captain. He secretly pointed at the Gryffindor team training on the other side and whispered that Charlie Weasley, the strongest seeker in the school. The tone was like a mouse seeing a cat. Albert immediately felt something was wrong and tentatively asked, "Senior, what about our team?" The captain awkwardly cleared his throat. "Ahem, we everyone's theoretical level is quite excellent." "Got it." Them and a bunch of bookworms who were all talk and no action. A senior named Vanessa exploded right then, pointing at the captain and ranting. They work really hard. 2/3 of the time during matches are spent reading and studying tactics, and not one of them thought to go train. No wonder everyone calls us bookworms. Wow, sister, your mouth is sharp. The seniors were so scolded that they couldn't lift their heads. I realized that this senior Vanessa was the real boss of the team. She turned to Albert and said, "These useless people are hopeless. You're our only hope." Just at that awkward moment, little Gwen, wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache without anyone noticing, crossed her legs and, in a serious tone like a gold medal manager, said to Vanessa, "What the senior said is right. We're counting on our Albert, so please be sure to train him hard." I couldn't help but exclaim, "Gwen, are you trying to reform the workplace?" The two of them really hit it off and immediately started flattering each other, leaving Albert and a group of seniors in a daze, looking at one another with a bleak future ahead. The training that followed was nothing short of brutal. Senior Vanessa, harboring long-standing grievances, took the opportunity to push the entire team to their limits with Albert as the scapegoat. Albert came back every day feeling like a dead dog, unable to eat dinner. One day, an owl delivered the Daily Prophet, and the front-page headline was a big news story: Ministry of Magic attacked by unknown individuals. It said that a department called the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures had been breached, with 2 employees left in shambles. The scene was horrific. The Ministry of Magic offered a reward of 1,000 galleons for clues, and Pavna's eyes lit up as she immediately said, "What if the attackers are at our school?" Elira rolled her eyes. A fool is just a fool. Although Quidditch practice was exhausting, Albert still attended flying lessons as usual. As a result, another incident occurred in class. The school's old brooms, which hadn't been replaced in who knows how many years, started to malfunction mid-flight. A handsome Hufflepuff named Cedric leaked some information to us, saying that one of the governors was selling brooms and was deliberately using shoddy products to force us to upgrade our purchases. I couldn't believe how greedy these capitalists were. Just as I finished speaking, a Hufflepuff guy next to me suddenly lost control of his broom. It shot up into the sky like a rocket, maneuvering erratically, and we couldn't catch up. Albert reacted the fastest. With a wave of his wand, one blue protective shield after another appeared in the air, trying to create a cushion for him. But the broom was just too fast, and in the end, with a bang, that poor guy crashed headfirst into the Whomping Willow. We all fell to the ground, watching helplessly as that guy collapsed under the tree. His legs seemed broken, and there was a large pool of blood on the ground. The branches of the attacking willow had already started to stir. This was it. Who would dare to go over? Just when everyone was at a loss, Albert shoved the broom into someone else's arms and walked towards the attacking willow by himself. Mrs. Hooch was so shocked that she wanted to stop him, but we, the Ravenclaw students, held her back, and a senior proudly said, "Don't worry, Mrs. Hooch, that's Albert Grindelwald. I tell you, that scene will stay with me for a lifetime." The branches of the attacking willow whipped towards us like crazy, and Albert just pushed forward under the pressure. With a quick motion, he cast a static defense. The branches hit the shield with a loud bang, shattering it, but a new one instantly formed, seamlessly connecting. The wind pressure from the willow even cut a gash on his face, yet he didn't blink an eye. He braved the storm of attacks, reached the tree, lifted the unconscious classmate, and slowly walked back out. Once he was out of the attack range, the willow stopped striking. I even thought I heard a whimper. Maybe it hurt its branches. The professors arrived late, and Professor Sprout was so moved that she was in tears, awarding Ravenclaw an extra 50 points on the spot. The applause was thunderous. At that moment, Albert was practically a hero to all of us first years. Because of this incident, the school finally agreed to spend money on new brooms, and flying lessons were canceled for a week. Albert must have been overjoyed, finally able to take a break. At that moment, he must have thought that he had earned over 100 points by himself, and the house cup for the year was surely secured, right? Then, a dramatic scene unfolded. As he passed through the hall, he instinctively glanced at our house's giant hourglass for points. You know what? It was completely empty. Not a single gem inside. Albert stood there in shock, took 2 steps back, rubbed his eyes hard, and looked again. That's right, 0 points. Our Ravenclaw had 0 points. I was just about to go ask when Alira appeared next to him like a ghost. Her tone is flat, as if she were talking about the weather. I was just thinking, when are you going to realize? Albert's expression, let me tell you, was as dramatic as if he were constipated. Why? 3 days ago, we were still 130 points ahead of second place. Alira looked at the empty hourglass and continued, but because of some idiot, we were deducted a full 250 points starting from the next day. It's the first time I've known that Academy points can be negative. After she finished speaking, she gently clapped her hands. Bring it up. I turned around and, oh my gosh, Pava had a cloth stuffed in her mouth, her hands and feet tied up, and was being carried in like a roasted pig by 3 senior girls with bamboo poles. Behind them were a few others carrying shovels, looking as if they were going to bury someone. Whoa! Tears were streaming down Pava's face as she struggled desperately. Albert had a face full of black lines, probably scared by the scene too, and weakly suggested, how about giving her a chance to explain? At a glance from Alira, someone immediately yanked the cloth out of Pava's mouth. As soon as Pava opened her mouth, she burst into tears, claiming her innocence, saying she had been having bad luck lately and was failing at everything. I tell you, her will to survive was off the charts, but unfortunately, she had no clever words, just kept repeating the same few lines, making me anxious for her. In the end, Alira wasn't buying any of it. Goodness, her face was cold, like an AI, her neck turning like a puppet as she started listing the charges. Potion class, boom. The classroom was gone. Herbology class, bang. She sent the mandrake flying, leaving the professor and students fainting. Care of magical creatures class, she stuffed carrots and cilantro into a thestral's mouth, breaking the professor's ribs. Then came the most explosive part. This girl was secretly conducting some summoning ritual in the Forbidden Forest, directly creating a hole in Hogwarts' millennium-old protective shield. At this point, I was stunned. This girl knew how to cause chaos. Alira added a final jab, saying that the points deducted were personally done by Dumbledore himself. 100 points. Who understands, folks? This girl made her mark in Hogwarts history, but in the wrong way. Seeing there was no way to fool them, Pava suddenly turned her eyes and started calling for help, claiming she wanted to hire a lawyer. Her uncle had a firm in London. Alira immediately said, drag her away. Bury her. Pava screamed for legal aid in fear. Of course, in the end, they didn't really bury her. It was just Alira and the other senior girls scaring her, and Professor Flitwick even tacitly approved of it, saying to be mindful of the severity, not to go too easy on her, which made me laugh. Afterward, Pava hid behind me, trembling. I grabbed her face and asked what was going on. With a mournful expression, she said she wasn't lying. She was just unlucky. She had a slip-up in potion class, tripped in herbology, and the carrots and cilantro were already in the feeding bowl for the thestral. She spoke with such a pitiful expression, but was secretly glancing at us, trying to gain sympathy. Alira went up and slapped her again. I felt something was off at the time, so I asked her what happened during the Forbidden Forest incident. She tried to play dumb, but after some physical persuasion from Alira, she confessed everything. She said it was a traditional ritual of her family, and to save money, she used materials from the dark creatures that dropped in the dark magic defense class as a makeshift solution, which ended up causing the incident. But here's the kicker. She mentioned that there was a sneaky guy in the nearby woods also conducting a ritual that was even more complicated than hers. The two rituals interfered with each other and caused an explosion. She completely shifted the blame. Elira then asked her why she didn't tell the professor about such an important matter sooner. Under Elira's death glare, this girl, like a thief, pulled something out of her pocket, a severed finger of a corpse. She said she found it at the explosion site. It was very powerful and a treasure. To take advantage of this, she would rather take the fall herself. I was truly speechless at that moment. Her thought process was simply clear stupidity. I asked casually, "So when was the ritual held?" Pava thought for a moment and said, "A week ago on the night of the full moon." My mind buzzed, and I dropped the pen in my hand. I looked at her and asked, "So all these unfortunate events happened after that? Wow, this really adds up." Elira also caught on and said it might be some kind of curse. Without a second thought, I took that broken finger from Pava and told her I would go find the headmaster to make her remember. Then I headed straight to Professor Flitwick's office. And guess what? Someone was actually observing from the shadows. A shadowy figure was hiding in a dark corner, watching as a giant, tentacled, Cthulhu-like mass loomed behind Pava. That thing was illusory, invisible to others, but it existed in reality. It turned out that this shadowy figure was another participant in the ritual that night, and that finger was his relic. He wanted it back, but every time he got close, he was beaten up by that giant monster, causing his own arm to mutate. He then realized that the monster was protecting Pava, but at the cost of consuming her luck. No wonder Pava had been so unlucky. Now that I had taken the finger away, this guy was actually happy, thinking it was easier to deal with a wizard than that monstrous thing. Ever since handing over that finger, Pava's luck turned around. It was like a royal blessing. Every potion class was perfect, and she even pulled 3 globally limited shiny cards of Merlin from a chocolate frog. This stirred up Dumbledore. The old man even happened to run into Pava and asked if she was selling the cards. Pava said she wanted to keep them as family heirlooms. And I swear I saw disappointment written all over the headmaster's face. Anyway, without Pava being such a huge burden, our Ravenclaw point soared, quickly surpassing the long-time bottom-dweller Gryffindor. There's nothing we can do. Those little lions love adventure. Professor McGonagall is strict and impartial, and with Snape constantly watching them to deduct points. Who else would be at the bottom if not them? They deserve it. My life has finally returned to normal, with studying, Quidditch, and sleeping as my 3 main activities. Professor Flitwick has specially approved my access to the restricted section, and I spend every day buried in books, which is incredibly enjoyable. My classmates have given me a nickname, calling me Masterpiece, saying I'm like something created by a god, able to do everything. Even in Quidditch matches, I managed to catch the golden snitch and end the game in 25 minutes. There was no choice. Our Ravenclaw team members lacked stamina, and if we dragged it out, we really couldn't win. Cedric, the Hufflepuff house captain, even came to complain to me, asking for a way out. One day after class, as I was about to leave, a big guy blocked my way. Wow, isn't this the half-giant guy from before Rubius Hagrid? He actually wasn't expelled. He just had a 2-month suspension. He approached me directly and said he wanted my help to become stronger because he wanted revenge. I asked him what he would offer in return, and he boldly said his blood and hair, which are top-notch potion ingredients. As long as I didn't cripple him, he'd give me as much as I wanted. I understood right away that this guy probably got into Hogwarts by making a deal with Snape. He admitted that he was not smart enough to learn my fighting style, so he wanted me to directly help him plan a path to becoming stronger. He said he didn't want dignity or freedom, just power, and suddenly knelt down. I was silent for a long time, but in the end, I used my wand to pull him up and said we should talk somewhere else. I took him to a spare classroom and asked him to give me a vial of blood. He was already prepared, clearly used to dealing with Snape. Right then and there, I used his blood to brew a potion, and the effect doubled, with efficiency increased by 70%. This blood was simply a perfect magical catalyst. I promised to help him on the condition that he would provide me with materials regularly. Of course, I would ensure his safety. Just as we shook hands, a task popped up in front of me called Bloodkin Blood Feud Bloodbath. A few days later, this guy became my sidekick. During dinner, he sat next to me, munching on a pig's bone, even crunching the bone fragments and swallowing them, which startled little Gwen. I let him look at a spell book, and he finished it in 2 days, although he hadn't learned it yet. I told him to keep reading until he mastered it. The Weasley twins came to find me, and when they saw me holding a copy of Detailed Explanation of Ancient Egyptian Language, they were dumbfounded. I had just finished reading it, and my brain hadn't caught up yet, So I greeted them in ancient Egyptian, leaving them both bewildered. They were there to give me my share of the profits. As the prank items I helped them sell had done quite well. Just then, the door was slammed open, and Filch came rolling in, his eyes red as he pointed towards the door and shouted, "Ministry of Magic, Horrors, so many people." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of orderly footsteps came from outside, and a man with a slick-back hairstyle and a grim expression entered, followed by a throng of Horrors in black robes. It was Bartemius Crouch. His son had just been revealed as a Death Eater, and he was on the verge of losing his position. But he still seemed to be able to mobilize people. Dumbledore saw the situation, and his expression darkened. He immediately instructed the prefects to take the students back to the common room. He stood up, and his aura made Crouch feel somewhat hesitant to look up. Under the pressure, Crouch said, "Albus, I'm here this time with an arrest warrant issued by the minister." I was dumbfounded at the time. A warrant? Who were they arresting? Goodness, they went straight for our defense against the dark arts professor, Frank Rowland. That old rascal Barty Crouch, probably eager to make a name for himself now that his son is in, stormed in with people from the ministry. But our Professor Rowland remained so calm, watching them perform with a cold gaze the whole time. When he left, he just told Dumbledore that he would be away for a bit, as if he was just stepping out to buy a bottle of soy sauce. He was definitely wronged. Now, our favorite defense against the dark arts class has come to a halt. In History of Magic class, that kid Roger Davis poked me, sighing and lamenting that our happiness was gone. I put down my quill, waved my wand to make my feather quill write notes by itself, and told him, "Don't worry, the school will find someone to cover the class. You better be mentally prepared." Roger wanted to ask who would be willing to take on this curse mess, and I directly told him some shocking news. Snape, he has dreamed of teaching this class for years. Cedric, who was eavesdropping nearby, turned pale and stammered, "Listen, Snape, is that true?" On my shoulder, the little Gwen in a mini-school uniform stood up with her hands on her hips, gripping my hair to steady herself, and shouted with all her might, "Zundu, Zundu." McGonagall told me that Dumbledore agreed to let him teach for a month. Who understands family? It's like a bolt from the blue. Just having him in charge of potions class is already suffocating enough. And now even defense against the dark arts is going to fall into his hands. In all of Hogwarts, I'm probably the only weirdo who can enjoy learning under Snape's sharp tongue. Sometimes the questions I ask even leave him speechless, and occasionally I can even trick a few extra points out of him, making the people from the four houses look at me like I'm a ghost. But I told them not to panic. With Dumbledore's protective nature and his connections, Professor Rowland will definitely be brought back within a week. That night, I studied until midnight and downed a bottle of my homemade energizing potion. Though Snape's evaluation was that it was a worthless and mediocre concoction, the fact that he didn't throw it away was the highest praise in my eyes, preparing to head to the kitchen for a late-night snack. Night adventures are a piece of cake for me. As I walked down the quiet corridor, pondering what to have the house elf make for me tonight, suddenly, I heard a rummaging sound coming from Professor Flitwick's office up ahead. Goodness, is there a thief? My eyes instantly squinted, and I quickly cast a spell of illusion and a silent spell on myself, swaggering over. Old Furky was just around the corner with a lantern, and he didn't even notice me as he walked past. His cat, however, caught a whiff and was about to meow, but I shot it a friendly glare, and it obediently lowered its head to groom its paws. As soon as I entered the office, I saw a tall figure in a black robe frantically rummaging through things. Without saying a word, I raised my hand, ready to stab him in the back. But guess what? This guy seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Suddenly turning around, although the doorway was empty, he hoarsely uttered 2 words, "Illusion spell?" In the next second, a silent cutting spell came rushing toward my face. I reacted quickly, instantly deploying a static defense. A light blue shield blocked the attack directly, but I was also forced out of my invisibility. When the intruder saw it was me, he actually exclaimed, "It's you? Oh, you know me?" As soon as I finished speaking, he realized he had misspoken and immediately shut up, raising his hand to unleash 3 rapid-fire spells. This guy's spellcasting ability is really impressive, all silent and incredibly fast. I dodged the first shot by turning to the side, then braced myself with 2 layers of shields, taking the last 2 hits head-on. Seeing that I seemed unfazed, he probably got anxious and shouted directly, "Reducto!" The shattering spell. 2 bursts of white light fired off in quick succession. As soon as I saw the situation, I knew I couldn't just go along with it. All right, I won't play by the usual rules anymore. Sweeter tide, the tide rises again. I quickly twisted my wrist with the wand, making a sweeping motion toward him. In the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. The intruder, along with the entire wall behind him, seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand, instantly torn apart by a horrifying twisting force, crumpled into a mass, and transformed into a torrent of bricks and stones, which I hurled away as if throwing it over my shoulder. Bang! That guy blasted the bricks off himself with a blasting spell, coughing as he stood up, his voice trembling. What kind of spell is this? I coldly told him, I've been doing some small research recently, just playing around. Just kidding. This is my amazing skill combining system skills, shoulder throw, and a bunch of spells I've improved. If you get hit, don't even think about dodging. As a result, this guy's next move left me dumbfounded. He spread his hands, revealing a shriveled and twisted finger, the one that Pava had found earlier. Then, right in front of me, he stuffed that finger in his mouth and ate it. Family, I've never seen such an abstract scene in 2025. After finishing, he smacked his lips and said he had regained a bit of power. Then, two pitch-black arms stretched out from under his cloak at his stomach, each holding a ball of magical energy. For hands, man. What is this? Alien versus Predator. He raised all four hands simultaneously and began chanting in a language I couldn't understand. Sandstorm come. In an instant, the walls, ceiling, and floor of the corridor all turned into scalding yellow sand, rushing towards me like a tsunami. Boom! The entire outer wall of the 5th floor of Hogwarts exploded, and I was blasted out, wrapped in yellow sand. I managed to activate static defense 6 times just to avoid being instantly killed, crashing down onto the lawn like a cannonball, creating a large crater. I propped myself up on my knees, gasping for breath, my magical energy almost drained. The yellow sand reformed not far away into the figure of that cloaked man, and he even complimented me. What a terrifying talent, little guy. That last move would have killed an adult wizard. I stood up straight, forcing myself to remain calm. Aren't you going to run? Professor Dumbledore is almost here, and you wouldn't want to run into him, would you? To my surprise, he actually seemed intimidated by me, nodded, and said he really didn't want to face that person. Then his form scattered and turned into yellow sand, slipping away. Honestly, if he had come at me again, I would have been done for today. Before long, the professors and older students all arrived, staring at the castle's outer wall, which looked like it had been torn down, all of them dumbfounded. Professor Flitwick, seeing my drained magical power, nervously asked who I had been fighting. I briefly explained the situation and casually used a repair spell to fill in a large pit on the ground. This skillful maneuver left several professors wide-eyed. I added, by the way, he was using a mix of ancient Egyptian and Hebrew for his spells. Snape, with his usual scowl, leaned in suspiciously and asked, How do you know that? Oh, I recently learned a bit of ancient Egyptian, and I studied Hebrew when I was 8, so I can understand the gist of it. I replied casually. As soon as I said that, Snape was taken aback. At that moment, Dumbledore happened to walk over, clapping his hands and saying, What nice hobby. Then he winked and announced, for Mr. Grindelwald's courage and outstanding performance. Ravenclaw, 50 points. Professor, I thought it would be 100 points, I joked. Dumbledore laughed heartily. That won't do. Otherwise, we would have inflation. The next day was Snape's substitute class on defense against the dark arts. It was torturous, all theory, and with a hypnotic effect. Roger Davies fell asleep and got caught, directly losing 5 points. Then, a clueless Slytherin suddenly stood up to report me. Professor, Grindelwald is reading another book in your class. I can't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. Snape floated directly in front of that Slytherin, his hooked nose nearly poking the person's face, and coldly said, Fool, don't challenge someone you can't possibly handle. Grindelwald, spark spell? I didn't even lift my head. Casually waved my wand without uttering a spell, and a burst of green fireworks instantly formed a soaring eagle in the air. In that moment, the entire class, including those Slytherins, gasped in amazement. Snape scoffed and said to the snitching fool, Now, do you understand? After class, Rommel Yaxley, one of my few Slytherin friends, came over to talk to me, watching me use a silent spell to shrink and neatly store a pile of books filled with envy. He joked, You, my friend, excessive modesty is just arrogance. I turned around and looked at him, slowly correcting, Don't get me wrong, I'm just being arrogant. Rommel was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing, holding his stomach, and said I really should go to Slytherin. In the afternoon, our house was going to play a Quidditch match against Slytherin. By the Black Lake, I gave a little boost to Shumitra and a few others. That traitor from Slytherin, Shumitra, was actually cheering for me, urging me to crush their own house. I stretched, the sunlight shining on my silver hair, and I said to them, Don't worry, I really haven't prepared a hand over victory. Let's aim to finish the match in 10 minutes. Before the match, the Ravenclaw players gathered in front of the hall, surrounded by supporters. Goodness, even over in Slytherin, there were quite a few little witches screaming at me. Cedric and the Weasley twins were especially enthusiastic, surrounding me with a pile of food and drinks, asking if I was warm enough, worried that I hadn't eaten enough to perform well. I tell you, if you didn't know better, you'd think these three were my brothers from Ravenclaw. George directly shoved a chocolate into my mouth, while Fred next to me was mimicking an eagle catching a snake. Goodness, they were just a step away from shouting Grindelwald is the best in the world. As soon as I said that, the Slytherin crowd all turned their eyes towards us, and I felt like the air was about to freeze with their icy glares, as if they were ready to cast Avada Kedavra. But who are the Weasley twins? They are social butterflies with late-stage social anxiety, completely unbothered, continuing to clown around next to me. Honestly, if they dared to make a move, I wouldn't mind physically clearing them out before the match. I'm all about efficiency. Besides, just based on them? Are you kidding? The news of my showdown with the intruders had already spread throughout the school a couple of days ago, and now a bunch of people were guessing whether I had inherited my ancestors' secret dark magic techniques. Otherwise, there is no way to explain how a first-year student like me could be so fierce like a war god. So in the end, the two sides surprisingly ended up peacefully, even skipping the pre-match trash talk session and directly lining up to enter the arena. As soon as we entered, it was a sea of people. Over on our Ravenclaw side, Professor Flitwick personally took charge and set up a massive magical banner, with a majestic eagle soaring back and forth, and the words Ravenclaw will win, shining brightly below. The atmosphere instantly ignited. The Slytherin side wasn't lacking either. As an old prestigious house, their banner was filled with the names of past champions, exuding high status. To be honest, our Ravenclaw's historical performance in Quidditch, well, let us just say we have a stable record at the bottom. The match commentary was done by a Hufflepuff senior named Bryn, and let me tell you, this girl is definitely my #1 fan. She started off by going wild, praising me. Oh, look at our shining new star from Ravenclaw, Albert Grindelwald. Honestly, I think this is Ravenclaw's most promising year because their seeker is incredibly strong. Professor McGonagall nearby couldn't take it anymore and coughed twice to remind her to be neutral. But this girl, instead, accidentally spoke the truth. Professor, I'm just respecting the facts. It's definitely not, because I accepted a bribe from the Grindelwald fan club. Instantly, the crowd erupted in laughter, especially a bunch of little witches who were shaking with giggles. Bryn looked my way and shouted even louder, "Our genius freshman, mister." Grindelwald made a 10 gesture. Does he mean to end the match in 10 minutes? Ha ha ha. I looked up at her and thought, hey, that is quite accurate. Then this girl went completely wild, stood up at the microphone and screamed. He smiled at me. He smiled at me, everyone. Looks like I need to dress up nicely for a date tonight. The little witches below were booing even louder. And I even saw several paper balls flying toward the commentary table due to some jinx. My two lively friends, Pava and Elira, were also in the crowd. Pava, that guy, actually led the charge by throwing 3 paper balls. Goodness, she had figured out how to use the jinx. As soon as the whistle blew, the match officially started. Slytherin was well-equipped and skilled, launching a fierce attack right from the start. But our tactic, let me tell you, was downright dirty. I had the whole team play rugby, with 3 chasers and 2 beaters, completely ignoring the ball, just focusing on man-to-man defense, tangling up that bunch from Slytherin, creating utter chaos on the field. Just when everyone was bewildered, I was already on the move. I saw it, that flash of golden light. It was the golden snitch. Grindelwald dashed forward. Commentator Blind's voice was practically shattered. Slytherin reacted instantly, sending their seeker along with 3 bodyguards charging towards me. Their captain was even more ruthless, trying to knock me down from behind. But it was as if I had eyes on the back of my head. A quick sidestep allowed me to dodge. In that split second, I had already reached for the golden snitch. Stop him! The entire crowd was shouting. I was almost hanging sideways on the broom, flipping over to dodge 2 approaching Slytherin players, and then I suddenly accelerated. When I stopped in midair again, I slowly raised my right hand and opened my palm. The shimmering golden ball lay quietly in my hand. The entire stadium was silent for 3 seconds, and then a roar of applause like a landslide and tsunami nearly lifted the entire arena. Breen stood directly on the table, hoarsely roaring, "Unbelievable." Only 3 minutes into the game, Albert Grindelwald. He caught the golden snitch. The game is over. I have to say, this is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The next day, the entire Hogwarts went crazy, and I could hear people discussing me wherever I went. There were talks about epic speedruns, national team reservations, and someone even came to tell me that his uncle could help me with an internal recommendation at the sports department. I could only politely decline while sipping my porridge. Going pro? Forget it, it's fine as a hobby, but doing this every day would be too boring. My teammate Davis next to me looked at me as if I were wasting a great opportunity. Just then, Alira and Pava came over, saying that senior Penelope from the second year wanted to sponsor a celebration party for me. I understood immediately. This wasn't about throwing a celebration party. This was purely early investment in a blue-chip stock. My reputation for this masterpiece was quickly spreading in the wizarding world. Just as I finished speaking, an owl swooped down like it was dropping a bomb, and a package landed right in front of me with a thud. I hurriedly opened it, and sure enough, it was the microscope I had someone buy for me, and it was broken. I complained that I had already said not to use owls to send precision instruments. Then with a wave of my wand, it was restored to its original state, the glass shards magically piecing themselves back together. Pava looked curiously at me and asked, "What is this thing?" I explained microscopic observation to her for a long time, but she looked completely confused. I could only say, "It's a telescope that makes small things look really big." She finally responded with an "oh" and patted my shoulder, saying, "If you had said it like that earlier, it would have been fine." I couldn't be bothered to argue with her and drag Davis, who still wanted to flirt with Alira, away. If we didn't leave soon, I was afraid he would get knocked down by Alira on the spot. In the morning, we had transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall called on Fred to answer questions about Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. That kid, although mischievous, was truly clever and spoke eloquently. As I listened, I thought of a muggle physicist named Gamp who had a similar theory. I told this as a joke to Alira and the others. But not a single person got my point, and the atmosphere instantly cooled. At that moment, I finally understood the loneliness Dumbledore must feel when telling cold jokes. Next, Professor McGonagall had everyone transform a little white mouse into a teapot. She emphasized that it was strictly forbidden to use it on people because human transfiguration is extremely dangerous. When it was my turn to demonstrate, I was too lazy to take the mouse out of the cage, so I waved my wand, and with one motion, the cage and the mouse transformed into a beautifully carved teapot set with a wooden low table. Professor McGonagall was stunned, her glasses nearly falling off. She said this was not a single transformation, but a highly complex multi-stage transformation completed simultaneously, and my skill had already surpassed that of graduates. Then, she went a bit crazy and added 30 points to my score. The entire Ravenclaw was in an uproar. She even asked if I had any tips. What could I say? I could only seriously tell her, "Professor, as you taught, the foundation of transfiguration is the power of belief. And I never doubt myself." At lunch, Pava slumped over the table and weakly asked me, "Seriously, you must be the reincarnation of Merlin, right?" I ignored her and slowly cut in my lunch. French foie gras paired with red wine-braised wagyu beef. As the aroma wafted out, Pava's eyes widened instantly, and she was nearly drooling. "Why is your lunch this?" I calmly explained, "Oh, I ordered the ingredients from Japan myself and had a little kitchen elf help me prepare them. After all, good food can make the brain work faster." Pava was completely stunned, looking as if to say, "Why is it that everyone else is eating from the same pot, but you're secretly having your own special meal?" I picked up a piece of beef and fed it to little Gwen beside me, and the little guy was so happy that he danced with joy. When I looked up, I found Pava with his mouth open, looking at me with an expression full of anticipation. I sighed and handed her a piece. The next second, she melted, tears in her eyes, mumbling, "Delicious. So delicious. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request. Give me another piece." Even Alira couldn't bear to watch and covered her face. On the way back to the lounge, Pava suddenly had an idea. "Hey, if I mispronounce the levitation spell, won't it summon wild bulls? Can I just farm beef infinitely to make money?" Alira actually started to seriously consider the feasibility of it. I couldn't listen anymore and interrupted her directly. "Stop thinking about it. That thing is fake. It disappears with a touch. It can't turn into food." They both froze and asked me how I knew. I replied nonchalantly, because I tried it when I first learned the levitation spell. In the afternoon potions class, Snape was as ominous and terrifying as ever, targeting a Hufflepuff student with a sharp tongue. But to be honest, what he taught was indeed impressive. Many of the techniques were not in the textbooks. When it was my turn to perform, not only did I perfectly replicate his steps, but I also took the liberty to improve them by cutting off both ends of the porcupine quills before tossing them in. Snape had floated behind me at some point, his hooked nose sniffing at the cauldron, and then he silently walked away. Just when everyone thought I would be deducted points, he turned his back to me and coldly said, "A perfect product. It can be taken to St. Mungo S as a level 1 backup." Additionally, the technique of cutting the porcupine quills is very clever. The reaction speed has increased by 1/5. Avant clau, plus 10 points. I tell you, the air in the entire classroom had solidified. Taking point from Snape was more absurd than winning a Quidditch match in 3 minutes. After class, everyone ran away, leaving only me behind. I pulled out a bunch of strange Muggle instruments from my magically expanded suitcase, including a test tube rack, a Bunsen burner, and a buzzing large machine. To my surprise, Snape didn't leave. He just stood there watching. There was still time before the second class, so I decided to conduct an experiment. I took out a tube of bright red blood and put it into the machine, which still sparkled with flecks of gold. Snape's expression changed instantly. He recognized it. "You seem to have recognized it," I said without looking up, pressing the switch. Yes, it was the blood of a Muggle. "What are you doing?" He stared at the rapidly spinning machine, looking perplexed. "A centrifuge, a piece of cutting-edge technology that can separate different components in a liquid." I explained briefly. Soon, the machine stopped, and I took out the test tube, where the blood had separated into several layers, one of which was a unique amber gold color. Just as I guessed, I looked at that layer of substance. The reason Muggle blood could act as a magical catalyst was that it contained something not belonging to humans. Giant's blood? Snape furrowed his brow. I didn't answer. The small Gwendolyn beside me had already understood and carefully used a dropper to extract that golden liquid, delicately dripping it onto the microscope slide. I'm telling you, what's strange about this matter is right here. Fixing the maze is damn tricky. It's a blood curse, and theoretically, this kind of thing shouldn't turn a person into a giant monster like a magical creature. It's not scientific. Snape's old face changed at that moment, squinting his eyes and asking me, "He even told you this?" I laughed and told him, "Hey, does he even need to tell me? Those Slytherin people have bullied him to the point of absurdity. I wouldn't believe it if there wasn't some explosive gossip behind it." Snape's expression was incredibly complicated. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. At that moment, I thought to myself that this old guy must know something, so I quickly cast a legitimacy spell. Wanted to pry open his mind and take a look. Goodness, his mental barriers were like a welded security door. I couldn't see anything at all. It felt like he was about to explode with anger. He lowered his voice, sounding as if it were laced with poison. "Are you provoking the dignity of a professor?" His hand was already on his wand. As soon as I realized something was off, I immediately backed down, smiling and bowing to apologize. Sorry, Professor. It was purely out of curiosity. I got a bit carried away." Ravenclaw, deduct 50 points. Just like that, I was sent back to before liberation with one sentence. I could only watch helplessly as he stormed out with a dark face. What a shame, this old guy really knows how to keep his mouth shut. Once Gwen quickly packed everything in her small bag with the undetectable extension charm, we bumped into Alira as soon as we stepped outside. She was still lamenting the house points, and before I could finish my sentence, Professor McGonagall appeared out of nowhere, saying Dumbledore was looking for me. I thought to myself, oh no, this old bat is quick to report, isn't she? When we reached the door of the principal's office, that water-dripping gargoyle was standing there like a security guard. The password? Fizzing Whizbee. Old Dumbledore loves that one, I know it well. Once inside, wow, the walls were full of portraits of former headmasters, all seemingly in a video conference, pointing and gesturing at me. The Sorting Hat was there too, and when it saw my Gwen, it looked like it had seen an enemy. Gwen didn't back down either. She took out her small scissors and snipped at it, making the hat tilt in fear. I spotted Dumbledore's Phoenix Fox dozing over there, and I started scheming in my mind, thinking that its feathers are top-notch magical materials. I wondered if I could pluck a few. And guess what happened? That bird seemed to have a mind-reading radar. It turned its head and breathed fire at me. I quickly cast a static defense to block it, feeling quite regretful. At that moment, Dumbledore finally came down from upstairs, trembling, and invited me to sit. I immediately noticed a cup of hot tea on his desk, clearly left by Snape. I was still complaining about Snape reporting me, when Dumbledore said something that left me speechless. He said, Severus isn't reporting you. He's worried you'll go astray and specifically asked me to teach you some proper knowledge. Who understands family? In an instant, I felt like a clown. So, he was actually looking out for me? Fine, I'll remember this favor and later gift him a microscope. We'll be even. Then the old man took advantage of the situation, saying he wanted to teach me ancient runes, specifically picking words like purity and other positive energy vocabulary. I understood in an instant. This was a moral education lesson, worried I might be led astray by forbidden books. All right, a free class. I might as well learn. After chatting with old Dumbledore, I turned around and went to the Black Lake to help the idiot Regulus practice. I taught him stone to sword, but he ended up casting a spell as if he had 2 coins in his mouth. And the thing he summoned was so ugly I wanted to call the police. Meanwhile, that glutton Pavo was over there making sarcastic comments, saying that brute force is useless. I couldn't be bothered with her, so I cast a barrier spell that I created myself. Can you believe it? I directly pulled a huge chunk of water from the Black Lake and suspended it squarely in midair. Then, to make her shut up, I used the barrier to trap her and lift her up. She even dared to complain. "You're just getting back at me for eating your red date and lotus seed porridge this morning. That was an Eastern ingredient I specially sourced." And she treated it like pig slop and even said it had no flavor. Seriously, what a nuisance. I cursed in Chinese, saying a wild boar can't eat fine bran, and couldn't be bothered with her anymore. To show that little pest, I directly conjured a transparent sword over 20 meters long with the barrier, and with one swing, I split the entire lake's surface. That kid's eyes were blazing with fire, more intense than the flames from Fox. The next day in the dark arts defense class, lo and behold, the substitute teacher turned out to be that old bat Snape. As soon as he arrived, he deducted 2 points from both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, then started spilling tea, saying that the previous Professor Roland graduated from Durmstrang, which is the alma mater of my unfortunate great-grandfather Grindelwald. Before class, I even specially greeted him, thanking him for the Dumbledore matter, and promised to arrange a top-of-the-line microscope for him next week. He said it was up to me, but I could tell he was already planning where to put it in his mind. As it turned out, this old guy was coming for me today, directly moving all the desks and chairs aside and calling me up to demonstrate. Fine, I'll accept the challenge. I didn't waste any words. The next second, without any warning, a red light shot out from my sleeve. It knocked him down. He reacted quickly and cast a protective armor spell in return. I countered with a barrier spell to block it. He tried to trip me, conjuring ropes from the ground to bind me. I laughed, and with a thought, the ropes transformed into a flurry of flying petals. Want to play transformation with me? You're still too inexperienced. I directly stepped on a barrier disc and hovered in midair, watching how he would play. I said to him, "Professor, I have learned a lot. Now it's my turn." As soon as I finished speaking, a square compressed barrier directly trapped him. He used spell standstill to break free, which I wasn't surprised by. This move indeed has its flaws. I raised my hand and waved, causing 8 floating barrier spears to materialize around me, all aimed at him. They still needed further improvement. After saying that, the 8 virtual blue barrier spears shot towards him simultaneously. Just then, the old bat faced numerous obstacles, and a green halo exploded, directly sending several spears flying. "I told you, this isn't over yet." He twirled his wand and pointed it at my buddy Albert, chanting, "Dragon out of the cave." To my surprise, 6 pitch-black snakes shot out from the tip of his wand and instantly bound Albert tightly. The snake heads were flicking their tongues right next to his neck, making my skin crawl. Albert, however, was quite straightforward and raised his hands in surrender, sincerely saying, "Professor, you're amazing. I admit defeat." But guess what? The tables turned. Just as Snape was about to recall the snakes, he suddenly found himself unable to move. He looked down and realized that the lower half of his body had somehow been buried under a circle of bricks and dirt. His entire lower body was sealed like it was in concrete. Only then did Albert lazily float over and say, "Oh, sorry, almost forgot." Then with a wave of his wand, the bricks and dirt clattered back into the ground. I tell you, the look Snape gave Albert at that moment was so icy it could freeze me into a popsicle. He was undoubtedly thinking, if that little brat had gone all out just now, I would have been cut in half on the spot. What kind of spell is this? Did he create it himself? Unbelievable. The little wizards nearby were dumbfounded, their eyes burning with admiration as if they were witnessing a deity. They had no idea that Snape hadn't even gone all out. But the old bat felt embarrassed, practically digging his toes into the floor in awkwardness. He randomly gave my buddy a couple of points and then turned around to unleash his anger on the rest of us. For the next half hour, the classroom echoed with our screams as we were hit by disarming spells, a scene of utter misery. After class, my classmate Roger was slumped over his desk, wailing, "Damn old bat, taking out on us. My arms feel like they aren't even mine." Albert couldn't bear to watch and cast a spell to release him. Guess what happened? It turned out that my buddy's own paralysis curse had been bounced back at him by Snape's shield charm, hitting himself. Does anyone understand? I'm in Ravenclaw, known for its wisdom, right? Why does it feel like I'm surrounded by high IQ folks? This incident passed. After class, Albert went to the Ollery to arrange for that microscope as a thank you gift for Snape. He didn't use his own pet because his little buddy, Gwen, was always attacked by owls, leading to a mutual dislike. On the way back, on that moving staircase, a ghostly figure suddenly sprang out from the wall with a whoosh. It was Peeves. This guy usually avoids Albert because my buddy almost captured him with a homemade ghost trap before, leaving him with a psychological scar. Today, however, he actively approached and mischievously dropped a letter. The envelope was half as tall as Gwen, and the little guy struggled to open it. I leaned in to take a look, and wow, It was written in such flowery, elaborate language. The hat of Godric Gryffindor, guardian of a millennium of Hogwarts history, hereby challenge you to a duel of flesh and blood. Little Gwen stared wide-eyed, completely confused. What's that stinky hat writing? I can't understand a word. Albert patiently patted her head and succinctly summarized it in one sentence. It wants to fight you. Now, little Gwen was in full battle mode. While Albert played wizard chess with Alira, she stood nearby in a tiny training outfit, punching a mini sandbag with a headband tied around her forehead for victory. As a punch landed, the sandbag swung back and knocked her away, leaving her teary-eyed. The nearby Pava, ever the jokester, immediately clapped and praised. What an impressive jab. I sensed that in 3 days, it would be a complete massacre. The little one was so thrilled that her smile stretched wide. Then, little Gwen started asking Albert for some power-up. Al, do you have a potion to make me stronger? Albert was speechless. Why not just use a spell? Gwen was quite principled, looking conflicted. That wouldn't be fair. The stinky hat would definitely say I cheated. Albert pointed out sharply. Isn't secretly drinking a potion cheating? Gwen stood her ground defiantly. That's different. Pre-match preparation doesn't count as cheating. Fine. This logic was something else. What could Albert do? He could only indulge her. He arranged for all sorts of potions like Giant S Potion, Earth Mother Potion, and even the Intellect Potion Gwen made up herself. He then went to get materials from Slytherin S. Rommel. Rommel was quite agreeable, not only readily agreeing, but also inviting Albert to their Slytherin Potion seminar, saying he would introduce him to the heiress of a potion family. I realized that strong individuals can obtain passes anywhere. That saying is definitely true. But who would have thought? Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was preparing a whole bunch of bottles for the Sorting Hat. Intellect Potion, Shield Charm Potion, Berserker Potion, even Fortune Potion and Human Transformation Potion. Wow, I couldn't believe it. The Sorting Hat protested. Using magic ISNT cheating? You're insulting the sacred duel. Dumbledore probably rolled his eyes internally. Drinking all those random potions, ISNT cheating? I finally understood. These two were both up to no good. One was popping pills before the match, and the other during the match. The duel hadn't even started, and it was already filled with dirty tactical maneuvers. On the night of the duel, the scene was quite something. The classroom had been set up as a boxing ring. Little Gwen climbed up confidently, but her legs were too short, and after several attempts, she just couldn't get up. In the end, Albert had to use a levitation spell to lift her up, which was hilarious. The Sorting Hat had also taken a potion and grew arms and legs, turning its back to us, exuding an aura of a master. As they stepped onto the stage, they exchanged fierce words, Stinky Hat, Scissor Girl. Then they charged at each other simultaneously, both wearing smug expressions that screamed, I'm definitely going to win. Then with a loud bang, they were both sent flying by each other's punches. One stuck to the eastern wall with a PIA, while the other crashed into the western wall, spilling the colorful potions they had just drunk all over the ground. Well, their power-ups were gone, and it turned into a true chicken fight. They exchanged punches and kicks on the stage for a full hour and a half until they could barely stand. Their hat tips drooping and their eyes bruised. The Sorting Hat gasped, then, let us settle it with the final blow. Little Gwen shouted, Gwen won't lose. Both, dragging their exhausted bodies, threw their final punches, hitting each other square in the face. Then they both fell backward. The Sorting Hat reverted to its original hat form. While little Gwen raised one hand high and, using her last ounce of strength, said Gwen, has burned out, then she fell to the ground with a thud. Fast asleep, snoring softly. Pava and I were both dumbfounded. Albert walked over, picked up the little Gwendolyn, who was sleeping like a pile of snow-white ashes, shook his head, and turned to leave. No one won. He said softly, what a bunch of idiots. You know, after that fight, little Gwendolyn and the Sorting Hat became pen pals, sending letters with Peeves every day. Time flew by, and winter arrived with a heavy snowfall at Hogwarts. Little Gwendolyn jumped out of bed early in the morning, full of energy, changed into a heavy coat and a red scarf, and started circling around Albert, shouting, Snowball fight! Snowball fight! Well, we didn't have any classes in the morning anyway. As soon as we walked out of the dormitory, we saw Pava and Alira. Pava was wearing a devil hat and arrogantly claimed to be the sole winner of last winter's war, the Ice Queen of Hogwarts. Little Gwendolyn was stunned, exclaiming how impressive that was. After a simple breakfast, we headed to the open space outside the castle. Wow, students from all 4 houses had gathered and it was lively. Just then, we bumped into George and Fred, the twin brothers, who were half-heartedly shoveling snow with real brooms at the castle entrance. Even Pava, being the idiot he was, noticed and asked, what are you two up to? George slapped his forehead, looking dejected. Don't mention it. We came up with a brilliant idea that will definitely sell like hotcakes, but it requires some knowledge from the restricted section of the library. Oh, damn Mattapants. I hate cats. Got it, I understood. These two jokers sneaked into the restricted section of the library last night to come up with a new invention that could sell well. But they got caught by the librarian Filch and his cat. And guess what? Fred, looking aggrieved, told me, actually it was our disillusionment charm that failed. Well, his brother George chimed in, betting that it never worked in the first place. After that, they both sighed in unison, which made me laugh. Anyway, their punishment was to clear the snow at the entrance, as apparently there had been over a dozen unfortunate souls slipping there this morning, which became their only source of amusement for the day. After bidding farewell to those two troublemakers, we found a patch of open space, ready for a primal joy between men and women. A snowball fight. Elira originally suggested building a snowman, but both Pava and little Gwendolyn thought it was too childish. Coincidentally, Slytherin S. Rommel and Shumatoro also wandered over. Let me tell you, Shumatoro, this tall guy, while saying it was childish, was quite honest with his actions. With a wave of his wand, he helped little Gwendolyn build a solid snow wall. All right, let us make it 3 against 3. I assigned the strongest, Shumatoro, to the girls' team while I teamed up with Elira and Pava. On the opposite side were little Gwendolyn, Rommel, and Shumatoro. Pava immediately wailed, saying we wouldn't stand a chance. What could I say? I could only comfort her, saying, hey, it's my first time too. Let us just try. Then, while they were busy rolling snowballs, I quickly cast a transformation spell, and suddenly, over 100 neatly stacked snowballs appeared behind me. Pava was dumbfounded, returning to the front line with a blank stare, telling her teammates, we're doomed. As for what happened next, who understands? It was simply a one-sided massacre. I originally wanted to play the novice, but as soon as a snowball flew towards me, I instinctively retaliated. The scene, I can only say, was like a barrage of snowballs raining down, as if I had cheat codes. Pava was so mad that she stood on the snow wall and gave me an international friendly gesture, and the next second, a wave of snow several meters high knocked her down, burying her alive. She was gone, but left in peace, standing up as she walked away. 10 minutes later, in the common room, Pava was wrapped in a blanket, sniffling and sneezing, her hands shaking as she held hot cocoa. She swore she would never have a snowball fight again, unless she was on my team next time. And our little Gwendolyn? She was standing on the table. Wearing the snowball fight champion sash I transformed for her, announcing to everyone, Gwendolyn is this year's Ice Queen. This made Pava so mad that she started biting her thumb. Days grew colder, and Christmas was approaching, with everyone eager to return home. After saying goodbye to Pava and Elira at the entrance to the Great Hall, I boarded the train home. They decided to stay at school for the holidays, complaining about the back-and-forth travel. As soon as I stepped out of Platform 9, I saw my dad. He was a muggle, unable to enter, and standing next to him was my grandfather Campbell. My dad looked like a kid entering Disneyland for the first time, nervous yet excited, holding a camera and looking around. When I saw the look in his eyes, I understood and said, Dad, let us take a picture in front of the train. He paused for a moment, glanced at my grandfather, and said quietly, Didn't they say there's magic here, and we can't take pictures? Indeed, the Ministry of Magic had imposed a strong restriction here to prevent muggles from wandering in. But I just shook my head, took the camera, and said it's okay. I have a way. I pulled the two of them into position, and just when my grandfather was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze, because he sensed that an invisible layer was unfolding around us. Click, click, I took several photos. Albert, is this the static defense you created? My grandfather asked in shock. I smiled and lifted the box. That was the old name. Now it's called Barrier Spell. Inside the barrier, no magic from the outside can affect us. My grandfather stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. What a terrifying spell. You, my child, are even more exceptional than any of us thought. But while we were enjoying our family time, on the other side, Shiomi life was nothing short of hell. He kicked open the door of a dilapidated wooden house and shouted into the dark room, I'm back. From the darkness, heavy footsteps could be heard, and a huge, ugly creature in tattered robes emerged. It was a giant. It seemed to be a female. This giant was his mother. She wanted to talk to Shiomi, but could only produce indistinct mumbling. She tried to give him a hug, but he pushed her away. Don't touch me, monster. Shiomi voice was as cold as ice. He first checked a large metal basin in the corner, which contained only a shallow layer of food. It seemed the wizard he found was somewhat reliable and hadn't let his mother starve. Then, he walked in the bathroom. As he entered, the stench nearly knocked him out. Surrounding the enormous squat toilet was a mountain of accumulated feces. Shiomi Tero's face turned instantly pale. Seconds later, he burst out, kicking the giant in the back and knocking her to the ground. How many times have I told you, do it inside? Are you sick? He grabbed the giant by the neck, his face turning red with rage, roaring madly. The giant shrank back like a child who had done something wrong, mumbling, sorry. Gurgle, sorry. How many times have you said that? Shiomi Tero punched the table like a furious beast. After an unknown amount of time, once he had vented his anger, he slumped down among the wreckage of the furniture, muttering to himself, that person is stronger than the Dark Lord. The bloodline connection is getting stronger. I will find you and tear you apart. My dear father. The next day was Christmas. Rarely did I want to sleep in, but just as dawn broke, little Gwen woke me up, insisting on opening presents. Fine, I went downstairs and saw, good heavens. The living room was piled high with gifts on either side of the Christmas tree. My mom was making breakfast in the kitchen, and my dad was sitting on the sofa. Seeing a pile of heart-decorated envelopes by my feet, he teased me, not bad, son. You have my charm from back in the day. But he was immediately ruthlessly exposed by my mom. Do you not know what kind of person you were back then? I started unwrapping the gifts. Rommel's was the most extravagant, a wooden box the size of a suitcase, filled with rare potion ingredients. And it even came with a photocopy of his dad's potion notes from school. This guy really knows me well. Pava sent a set of ancient books on demon culture. The pages pristine. I estimate she hasn't read a single word. Alira gave me the complete set of the Epic of King Arthur from a wizard's perspective, which is quite interesting. What surprised me the most was that Dumbledore also sent me a gift. It was a very old manuscript filled with notes on the study of runes, written in rare Hebrew calligraphy. This gift was like a timely aid, truly precious. After unwrapping the gifts, I had to head out for a family wizard gathering. My dad, being a mute, wasn't really suited for that kind of occasion, so he didn't come with me. I put on my coat and let little Gwen slip into my collar, casting a concealment charm on her so that outsiders couldn't see her. Just as I got into the limousine waiting for me, a silver-haired girl in a blue suit excitedly jumped on me. Fufu, long time no see. I calmly held her forehead with one hand. This girl is my cousin, Funina, 2 years younger than me. She pouted and sat next to me. Then her little eyes darted quickly and like lightning. She reached for my neck and pulled out a bewildered little Gwen. Little Gwen fluffed up, breaking free and floating in midair, glaring at her warily. Who are you? My cousin, good heavens, her level of Chinibu is off the charts. She patted her flat chest and, with a proud expression, began her self-introduction. Well, I am the guardian of order in London, the epitome of opera and law, the graceful dancer of love and aesthetics, the most talented and intelligent little witch of the Grindelwald family. That's me, Finina. Little Gwen was taken aback, her big eyes filled with confusion. But she seemed to think it was impressive. She wanted a powerful title too, and after a moment of struggle, she put her hands on her hips and shouted, I am the snowball fight champion of Hogwarts, the Ice and Snow Empress. As a result, Finina asked seriously, what is the Ice and Snow Empress? This left little Gwen speechless, her face turning bright red, and she finally darted back into my collar, mumbling, the Ice and Snow Empress. It's just the Ice and Snow Empress. I'm also very impressive. Upon arriving, we found a huge European-style villa. My aunt, Finina's mother, and several uncles were waiting at the door. Everyone greeted each other as we walked into the villa. Just as we entered, at the moment the door closed automatically, 5 figures in black robes appeared silently on the street outside. The leader was holding a green lantern and seemed to be communicating with someone. The Grindelwalds have all entered. We can't break in. There's a loyalty spell inside, and the door still has a key. The amount of money you provided is not enough for me to risk my life. Inside the villa, at a huge round table, my grandfather Campbell, the current head of the Grindelwald family, wearing a monocle, cheerfully asked me, Dear Albert, how do you feel about attending the family wizard gathering for the first time? I looked around and counted, including myself. There were only 6 wizards present. Not much different from before, to be honest, but there were far fewer wizards in the family than I had imagined. My grandfather smiled and began to unveil the biggest secret of our family, the bloodline of Grindelwald, which for certain reasons causes magical abilities to explosively concentrate in certain family members. The price is that a considerable number of family members will become squibs, just like your father. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of Grindelwald's arrogance. But of course, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Considering the advancements in technology today, investing too much energy in the magical world seems particularly lacking in significance. I tell you, some people just can't understand good advice. My Ainthla, the one with the eternally icy expression, suddenly stared at my nephew Albert and asked, "What do you really think of magic?" Wow, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it froze. Let me tell you, Albert's response almost sent my uncle away on the spot. Without a second thought, he calmly replied, "It's a pretty handy tool. My third uncle, Shisa, is the one who works at the Ministry of Magic." He got anxious at the time and said, "Isn't that amazing?" As a result, Albert shot him a look and innocently asked back, "So, is mathematics and physics not amazing?" He said word for word, "Isn't magic just a discipline that hasn't been fully explored yet? Once we break through that layer of mysterious paper, what's the difference between wizards and ordinary people?" My fourth aunt, who is Fanina's mother, slapped her hand on the table and mocked, "It depends on whether the monkey knocks down the dinosaur first, or if the Polish cavalry charges the tank first. The future has always been about who has the stronger fist and has nothing to do with the monkey itself." After hearing this, Albert shook his head, and with a tone that was quite something, he said, "The future only depends on the advantageous side. But this matter itself has nothing to do with the monkey." Well said. My fourth aunt Artemis slapped the table, laughing uncontrollably. I really loved this wild energy. Our Uncle Geller, back in the day, bragged endlessly about wizards above all, and what happened? Even the old wand doesn't T1 him, and nearly half of our family is mute. What supremacy nonsense. Enough. My Uncle G-Water shouted, finally calming the scene. Just then, my grandfather Campbell stood up and said to stop the nonsense, that everyone was called here to discuss serious matters. As he spoke, he took out a golden old pocket watch from his chest. My heart skipped a beat. That thing is the token of our family leader and is usually locked in the safe. Sure enough, Grandpa directly announced, "Albert, from today on, you're the next family leader." My third uncle, Shisai, was the first to raise his hands in surrender. "I agree. I've said it long ago. Albert must be the next one. No discussion." "I second that." Aunt Four lazily raised her hand. "Miju, Miju," Fanina echoed, joining in the commotion. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on my Uncle G-Water. He still had that lifeless expression and said, "I have no objections to his abilities, but is this timing appropriate?" As soon as he finished speaking, that pale right eyeball suddenly glowed with a faint blue light, and the entire eyeball rotated 180 degrees, revealing a mechanical eye full of electronic patterns underneath. In the next second, all the cameras within a 10-kilometer radius centered around our villa were hacked by him. The images of over 20 figures in black robes were directly transmitted to his electronic eye. Let me tell you, my uncle on the surface is the president of a multinational security group and the chief security advisor in the UK. But secretly, the whole of London is his surveillance room. Those sneaky guys at the door came for him. My grandfather sighed, walked over to Albert, and stuffed the pocket watch into his hand. "I am old and can't handle any more turmoil. This watch has the highest level of iron armor spell and ancient magic that can reverse time twice. You take it." My fourth aunt became anxious right away. "He's still a child." My uncle explained for my grandfather. "Exactly because he is a child, it is more appropriate. The head of the family has been attacked. This is the best excuse for a counterattack. Besides, they are in such a hurry to act because they are afraid of Albert's talent growing." At this point, my third uncle, Sisei, pulled out 2 silver-white guns from somewhere and started to load bullets, which were covered in dense runes. He said, "Let Albert go. It's just a test of courage. As long as he holds off the first wave, we can justifiably take care of this bunch of scum." In that moment, except for Fanina, everyone in our family had a gleam of red light in their eyes, and the magical energy in the whole room was so thick that the lights began to flicker. "All right, it's settled." My fourth aunt stood up and said to Albert, "You hold them off for a bit and then run back. We'll take care of the rest." However, my nephew calmly shook his head after hearing this. "There's no need for that. I can handle it. Who understands family?" He said to his little pet at the collar, "Little Gwen, go back and take a nap. I'm going to use my full strength." The little guardian cutie responded with a sound and instantly transformed into a stream of blue magical energy, merging into his body. Crack! The alarm on my grandfather's glasses flashed red wildly, and he suddenly stood up, stunned. We were all stunned. The magical response from Albert had multiplied many times in that instant. The lights in the entire conference hall exploded with a bang. It turned out that he had been giving nearly 2/3 of his magical energy to support that little pet for years. In other words, what we usually saw was just Albert in energy-saving mode. In the darkness, my uncle threw a disc, real-time location of all attackers. Albert caught it, pushed open the door, and his silver hair floated without wind. "So, I'll be back shortly. I tell you, that scene was just like a movie." As soon as he reached the entrance, in the next second, 7 guys in black robes suddenly appeared right in front of him. Without saying a word, 7 beams of green light shot out, all curses aimed to take lives. As a result, Albert didn't even glance at them. He slowly opened his palm and softly recited a spell. Sweetertide. Boom! An enormous, invisible distortion field exploded around him. Those 7 life-taking curses were instantly twisted like they were caught in a washing machine, turning around and dragging those 7 unfortunate assassins up into the air. I watched with my own eyes as they were twisted into a green-black marbled ring above Albert's head, spinning at high speed. But that wasn't the end. Albert clenched his fingers and suddenly waved at the ground. Instantly, a massive, invisible rectangular barrier appeared in the sky, spinning rapidly, and then with a loud bang. It slammed down onto the ground like a giant stamp. The few black-robed wizards still spinning below didn't even have time to scream. They were crushed into a pulp on the spot, and the ground sank several centimeters. Our whole family was standing on the steps, all dumbfounded. My third uncle, Sis, bit his finger, struggling to speak. What the hell is this? This isn't just a barrier spell. My grandfather stroked his beard, looking dazed. There's also a kind of directional twisting force. I used to compare him with Grindelwald. I was completely wrong. This is no genius. We have a Merlin in our family. As he spoke, Albert had already used that twisting force to pull himself into the sky, flying like a cannonball towards the other side of the city. Meanwhile, in a CAF in London, 2 villains were watching real-time battle reports. The younger one, named Maxie, turned pale, shaking like he had Parkinson's, shouting at his boss, Grant, "We have to leave right now. That kid is not right." Grant remained calm. "Haven't you seen Grindelwald at his peak? Can anyone be stronger than him? It's different. Completely different." Maxie was almost in tears. Grindelwald was strong. But I could understand him. But this Albert, his magic, his existence, I can't understand any of it. Those guys were crushed to bits by something invisible just from glance. Look, even the villains can't hold it together. Their CPUs are burning out. Can you imagine that scene? Grant clicked his tongue and said, "Monsters have their own ways of dealing with monsters. Let's send those cannon fodder to wear him out." The cannon fodder he referred to was another group of dark wizards, about 15 of them, all hiding in a warehouse. Just as they were panicking, one wall of the warehouse exploded with a bang, and Albert walked in with his hands in his pockets, expressionless, while the wall behind him automatically repaired itself. He glanced around and counted 1, 2, 3, 15. A bit too many people. I don't need that many alive. Kill him, someone shouted, and several killing curses flew towards him. How uncreative. The invisible twisting force field around Albert deflected the spells and effortlessly took out 3 unlucky ones. Some tried to apparate away, only to find they couldn't move at all. The entire space was locked down by tiny, twisting forces. Then, Albert raised his wand and pointed forward. Instantly, 5 completely transparent spiral drill bits appeared in the air, spinning at high speed. This was his fusion spell. Destructive Spiral. Bang! A dark wizard's chest exploded with a large hole, penetrating the wall behind him. Then 3 more were either decapitated or had half their body shredded. It was a total dimensional strike. Someone realized and shouted, "His spells are invisible." They hurriedly put on protective charms. Albert ignored them, casually grabbing a fat guy who tried to steal his wand with a summoning charm and bound him with ropes formed from the ground, keeping him alive. Then, he stretched his hand above his head, and the barrier above transformed into a massive, razor-sharp disc. He accelerated this thing to the speed of an industrial saw and flung it forward. Fusion spell, Void Wheel. Let me tell you, it was like an invisible frisbee thrown by the Grim Reaper. In less than 3 seconds, it sliced through 4 people at the waist, flew around the area, and returned to his hand smoothly. The last dark wizard, desperate, apparat behind him, raising his wand to stab. Avada Kedavra. Albert didn't even turn around. He grabbed the invisible disc and waved it backhandedly. Bang! That guy, along with his wand, was cut in half on the spot, blood splattering all over the wall behind. In less than a minute, of the 15 people, only 3 were left alive. Next came the interrogation phase. The first guy was tough, but as soon as he lied, he was backfired by the magical contract, exploding into a shower of blood and flesh. The second one was the same. Just as he was about to reveal the mastermind, he inflated into a meatball and exploded with blood that had corrosive properties. Finally, only the bound fat guy was left, terrified and trembling. Fortunately for him, he came from one of the sacred 28 families and hadn't signed that deadly contract, so he spilled everything. Albert took out a small phone still in the experimental stage and called my uncle. The intermediary was Grant, the dark wizard from Iceland. The masterminds were Sparkowski from Poland. Glade from Yugoslavia, and Rockefeller from the United States. On the other end of the line, my uncle G. Water sneered, "Don't worry about those speculative madmen at Rockefeller's. They'll turn over the people themselves afterward. As for the other two, I'll hire someone to retaliate. It's laughable. Yugoslavia is in such chaos. And they still have the guts to provoke us." The Grindelwald family was quite experienced in hiring assassins. They were professionals in that regard. Just as I hung up the phone, ready to use the high-tech tracking device given to me by my uncle to locate that assassin named Grant, I looked down and was dumbfounded. I tell you, the little red dot on the positioning device is damn near me. Look at that location. It's right on the dock outside the warehouse. I was thinking what a joke this was when a chill shot up from the soles of my feet to the crown of my head. Before I could react, there was a burst of flames in front of me, followed by a huge explosion, and then the whole world went dark. I tell you, at that moment, my CPU nearly burned out. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing in a sea of flames, and a layer of black iron armor spell had automatically formed around me. I looked down at the pocket watch in my hand, and to my surprise, the hands had moved from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. The ancient magic, time reversal, activated when I died. In other words, I just died. The system prompt sounded. Ding, achievement unlocked. First death. Who understands this, family? I, Albert Grindelwald, in this life and the last, was killed in an instant for the first time. The feeling of being crushed like a little chick was so overwhelming that it left me stunned. Fear, confusion, and ultimately transformed into one emotion. Anger. Boom. The magic power within me erupted on the spot, sweeping away the surrounding sea of flames like a burst dam. Then I saw, not far away on the dock, a burly man named Guren, looking at me with a surprised expression. It turns out it's not so easy to die, young master of the Grindelwald family. He said this while drawing 2 stone daggers from his waist, rubbing them together to create sparks. His teammate, a guy named Maxie, also raised his wand, and a huge fireball came crashing toward me. I lowered my voice and said to them, "I really have to thank you. Thank you for making me realize how fragile life can be." That guy, Goulant, moved like a demon, flashing to my side and thrusting a dagger at my temple. But with a clang, it was deflected by my invisible barrier. I didn't even bother with him. I raised my wand, and the huge fireball above my head made a sharp turn and splashed into the sea. As a token of gratitude, I slowly turned around to look at Goulant, who was still frantically hacking at my shield, and I thought to myself, "I will cleanly take you down." Just as the words left my mouth, I unleashed my ultimate move, fusion spell, Void Wheel. An invisible giant death wheel swooshed past the spot where he had just been standing, leaving a deep and long scratch on the ground. That guy reacted quickly. He jumped back just as I unleashed my attack, narrowly avoiding being cut in half. That was close. He wiped the sweat from his brow, one of his eyes glowing blue. Turns out he bought a magical eye, which allowed him to see the flow of magical power. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him, so I directly charged my empty will like crazy. The wheel spun faster and grew larger, eventually turning into a super fire wheel with a diameter of 10 meters. The wind pressure generated was enough to blow a person away. With a wave of my hand, the giant wheel roared and flew towards the two of them. When that guy saw he couldn't block it, he dragged his teammate and tried to escape using a teleportation technique. As a result, with a pop, an arm fell to the ground. I had already disrupted this space, so if he forcefully teleported, he had to pay a price, right? Losing an arm to survive. That's ruthless. I flew directly into the air like I was controlling a drone, maneuvering the giant ship below to crash through the containers, shredding them to pieces like cutting tofu, all to force them out. They came out. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a shadow, and, without thinking, I fired a spiral drill that pierced right through. But it was wrong. It was just a tattered robe. Almost simultaneously, a seagull behind me suddenly transformed into a Gulinth. Animagas. It was all about the element of surprise. Got you. It grinned wickedly and stabbed its dagger against the shield on my back, the red light of the embedded wand flaring up as it shouted, "Fiery!" In the next second, a giant flaming wolf descended from the sky and swallowed us both whole. In the sea of fire, we rolled on the ground like wrestlers. He was relying on his strength, pressing down on me tightly. We both cast the water and fire incompatible spell. Although we couldn't withstand the fierce fire, at least we weren't turned to ash on the spot. "Maxie," he shouted to his teammate. The one called Maxie ran over, raised his wand, and was about to cast a killing curse on me. Let me tell you, I had a backup plan. That guy was halfway through the spell when he uttered Avada, and before the big melon could even come out, his expression suddenly twisted, and he fell to the ground, clutching his throat like a fish that had just come ashore. Gillenth looked on in shock with his magical eye. A light blue ball had somehow appeared in Maxie's throat. Before he could react, I made a fist at Maxie from a distance, and with a bang, his head exploded into a splatter of blood. Gillenth lost his composure right there and was kicked away by me. He was tough too, after getting up. He directly slit his throat and forcibly pulled out a similar small ball from inside, then cast a silent spell to stop the bleeding. So you're turning these little things into powder, making us inhale them and then merge, huh? He looked at his teammate's corpse, his eyes turning red. I stared at him expressionlessly. Absolute rationality had regained the high ground. It was time to end this. As a result, that guy saw his teammates were gone and got anxious, directly pulling out a small gold vial from his pocket, and with a crunch, he chewed down the whole bottle along with its contents like he was drinking a powerful potion. In the next second, his eyes turned golden, and he swelled up like he had been inflated. I felt something was off at that moment, so I tentatively cast a few spells at him, but they hit him like a tickle, utterly useless. I even used telekinesis to lift a car and smash it down, and with a loud crash, he charged out of the flames, unharmed but looking a bit disheveled. Magic immunity, physical damage reduction. This is ridiculous. He instantly rushed to my face. His wand pointed with green light right at me, shouting, Avada Kedavra! Just at that critical moment, I smiled. You always place your hopes on the killing curse. The howling wind instantly filled Grant's ears. When he opened his eyes again, he was already thousands of meters in the air. Below him was a rolling sea of clouds, and in the distance was a city the size of a palm. That's right, at the moment he cast the spell, my guardian, little Gwen, had already slapped a door key that I had prepared in advance onto him. A coordinate set at 3,000 meters high. At this height, falling down, even a deity would struggle to save him. Not to mention, there were a bunch of miniature barrier orbs I had quietly placed inside him earlier, causing his magic to become a chaotic mess, unable to even use apparition. I was sitting on a container with Gwen, watching a meteor crash down from the sky, creating a big pit on the ground. I told you to raise the coordinates a bit, but not this high. I rubbed Gwen's head, feeling a bit helpless. Gwen flew for a long time to get here. If you hadn't called me back, I could have flown to the moon. The little one put her hands on her hips, looking very proud. I glanced at the distant sound of sirens and walked over to the still burning pit to recover the body. Today has been really exhausting. I'll deal with the remaining troubles tomorrow. The next day, I woke up in the family villa. As I lifted the blanket, I found Finina tangled around me like an octopus in her pajamas. My head hurt as I pushed her away, covered myself up, and went downstairs. In the hall, my uncle Cisse had just returned, looking worn out. He sat down and said, the people over in Poland are quite efficient. They took out the mastermind last night, which made me rush over to confirm. I frowned. Wiping out the entire family? Isn't that a bit excessive? As a result, Cisse said, that family was already dealt with by my great-uncle Jalit during World War II, leaving only a few surviving members. Now that we've heard that our family has produced another genius, they attempted an assassination out of a desire for mutual destruction. They wouldn't have lasted much longer anyway. It's essentially self-destruction. Aunt Artemis also came down from upstairs and said that over in America, the Rockefeller family had sent over the head of another organizer, along with 3 alchemical works by Nicholas Flamel as compensation. By the end of the night, everything that needed to be gone was gone. Aunt sat next to me, sipping on that bitter, concentrated Americano, and teased me. Did Foo-Foo crawl in your bed again last night? I was cutting the waffles without looking up. You shouldn't have given her the wand in advance. All right. I taught her the unlocking spell step by step, and she begged me for a week. Annie looked very proud. I stopped mid-cut with my fork and knife on the waffle, my mouth twitching uncontrollably. After a long moment, I realized the traitor was you. The few days of vacation passed in a flash, and it was time to return to school again. I dragged the little Gwen, who looked utterly despondent, onto the train back to Hogwarts. Can't we play for a few more days? The little one clung to my arm, swaying back and forth. She had nearly gone wild playing with Finina in London these past few days. If we play for a few more days, do you still want to pass your year-end exams? Gah, there are exams. The little one seemed struck by lightning, petrified on the spot, then rolled around in her seat holding her head, shouting, no exams. Gwen hates exams. I directly put it bluntly. There's no room for discussion. The little guy turned away in anger, crossed his arms and sulked, and before long, he started snoring and fell asleep. After a while, Cedric from Hufflepuff pushed the door open with Roger Davis from Ravenclaw. Cedric asked me with a gossiping expression. The Slytherin prefect just ran out of here like he saw a ghost. What did you do to him? I don't know. Maybe he really has something on his mind, I shrugged. Actually, I took a glance with the legitimacy. That guy heard about me taking down a bunch of dark wizards during the holidays, and his family had been dealt with by my great-grandfather before, so he probably has PTSD. Enough of that, have you heard? Professor Rowland has been acquitted. Davis excitedly pulled out a newspaper. I turned to Cedric, whose dad works at the Ministry of Magic, so he must have some insider information. Cedric immediately put on a show, closing the windows and locking the doors, lowering his voice, making it all seem very serious. I didn't know a bit of information that I wasn't supposed to share, but you guys mustn't tell anyone. Here it comes, the classic gossip segment opening line. As soon as this flag is raised, I feel like the whole world is about to find out. I have to say, looking at Cedric, he seems more eager to spill the beans than anyone else. This guy was whispering conspiratorially, and his eyebrows were nearly flying off his face. He was so excited. He said his dad was having dinner with colleagues from the department, and he was eavesdropping nearby. I wanted to scoff at him for treating this outdated news like a treasure. That guy Davis is also pretty straightforward. He just blurted out what I was thinking. Cedric didn't like that, banging on the table and asking if we still wanted to hear. All right, you're the big shot here. Go ahead, we're all ears. He cleared his throat, looking all serious, and then dropped a bombshell. Why was Professor Rowland released? Simple, because while he was locked up, someone died outside, and the death was exactly the same. Wow. He started vividly describing it, saying there were entrails and eyeballs scattered everywhere, and the body was smashed to bits like Lego. I glanced at him, thinking, aren't you being a bit too detailed with your secondhand gossip? Are you filming Saw 2025 over here? Davis found it disgusting and told him to back off. Anyway, the core logic was that Professor Rowland had a perfect alibi, and with Dumbledore personally vouching for him. The Ministry of Magic quickly let him go. I wasn't really interested in that, so I asked him who was the latest victim. At this, Cedric hesitated. It seemed this was the real secret, but under the death rays of Davis and me, he couldn't hold back, scratching his head and saying, "This really shouldn't get out." The victim was an old acquaintance of ours, Professor Burbage from the Muggle Studies course. Davis looked confused, too. So I had to explain that this was a class we could only take in our third year, and the professor was quite open-minded, advocating for wizards to understand Muggles. She had long been a thorn in the side of pure-blood extremists, so she usually didn't leave Hogwarts. How could this happen? Cedric said nobody knew why. The body was found on a path outside Hogsmeade, and the death was horrific. His dad was at the scene and said he had never seen Dumbledore so angry in his life. The magic was so intense that Hogsmeade nearly froze over, and the elite Aurors didn't dare make a sound. The Minister of Magic, Fudge, went pale on the spot. Dumbledore just said there were traces of ancient magic at the scene. The more he talked, the more excited he got, spitting everywhere, saying it must have been the Death Eaters or an old enemy of Dumbledore's. As he kept going, Davis was jabbing him in the ribs and giving him looks. It finally dawned on him, Albert Grindelwald, was standing right in front of him. The scene was super awkward, and he quickly explained that he wasn't referring to the Saints. I waved my hand and said it was fine, even if it was my granduncle's followers. If it bothered me, I'd still deal with it. However, a thought crossed my mind. Ancient magic. Wasn't he the dark wizard who broke in using spells in ancient Egyptian? This might not be so simple. Anyway, that was about all the gossip I could take. When I returned to the Ravenclaw common room, a little mud monkey suddenly jumped onto my leg. It took me a while to peel this sticky mess off, and when I looked closely, it was Pava, our girl from the summoning department, looking all dusty and with grass stuck in her hair, as if she had just come back from a construction site. Elira impatiently picked her up and said, "If a person has no money, they're always surviving in the wilderness." Pava was devastated. Simply put, she got caught using random junk from home for her summoning practice, and her family cut off her allowance. No money for honeybee sweets, no way to order little demons, and her life suddenly turned gray. This girl was also a weirdo. She had summoned dozens of times since childhood and had never succeeded. Yet she comforted herself by saying maybe she summoned an invisible beast that she just couldn't see. I was comforting her when a sudden scream erupted in the lounge. A cockroach. A palm-sized cockroach flapped its wings and flew over a group of little witches. I was still wondering when Hogwarts had such a large southern species when Elira had already grabbed the neck of the fleeing Pava and gritted her teeth, saying, "It's you, cockroach pile." I knew it. Oh, it turned out to be a chocolate cockroach. I thought it was a good opportunity to try out my new skill. I made a circle with my right thumb and middle finger, aimed at the flying cockroach, and whispered, "Feast." In the next second, the cockroach instantly vanished. This move is called Feast, which I got from an achievement lottery earlier. Simply put, it summons a void creature called Kagas to take a bite. This skill is also growth type, meaning it gets bigger and stronger with each target killed. Unfortunately, after eating that piece of chocolate, I didn't feel any change in my Kagas. It seems it must be a living creature. I greeted Alira and then slipped out of the lounge. I remembered something and needed to find Snape to talk. His office was in the dungeon, dark and damp, perfectly matching his own temperament. I knocked on the door and entered. He was bent over the desk writing something, surrounded by bottles and jars filled with all sorts of disgusting things. When he saw me, his face looked like someone owed him 8 million, and he quickly rolled up the parchment. I wouldn't waste words and directly placed a vial of the golden liquid I extracted from the corpse of that dark wizard on the table, telling him that this stuff could grant temporary immunity to magic. Snape scoffed but instinctively shrank back, fearing I might use legilimency on him. I asked if he knew whether that dark wizardess family, the Mysterio family, had any relatives left, since he was the one who recommended him for admission. Suddenly, the old guy realized I had cast a silencing charm in the office and immediately tried to break my spell. Shouting stupefy, he waved his wand, but my barrier had a distortion field, and his spell just vanished into thin air. The look on his face at that moment was, well, quite something. I laughed and waved my hand to lift the barrier, saying it was just to keep our conversation confidential and not to misunderstand. Seeing him so flustered, I couldn't be bothered to stay any longer and just said good night before leaving. I bet that after I left, he was probably drenched in cold sweat and cursing me as a freak. At the dinner, Professor Roland returned, looking much thinner, as if he had been drained. But it was still a good thing. After the meal, Dumbledore suddenly kept me behind and, in front of all the heads of houses, made a surprising proposal to invite me, a first-year student, to join the professor's nighttime patrol to enhance the school's security. Ravenclaw's headmaster Flitwick exploded on the spot, saying it was ridiculous. I was still a child. Guess who spoke up for me? Snape. He sarcastically said, "You may not know how many dark wizards this student has taken down during the holidays. They've even given him a new nickname outside. Merlin too. Who understands this kind of luck?" Dumbledore nodded, saying my combat ability was no worse than any of the professors present. Naturally, I agreed, on the condition that my energy for daytime classes was guaranteed. Dumbledore readily accepted, instructing Snape to prepare energy potions for me and even giving Ravenclaw an additional 50 points. Thus, I became the youngest night watchman in Hogwarts history. On my first day on the job, I brought along a sidekick, Pava. She had been kicked out of the dorm by Alira for hoarding cockroaches and was homeless, so she had no choice but to stick with me and her jar of cockroaches. I also had little Gwen perched on my shoulder, pretending to sleep. She was trying to avoid final exams and was in the mood for some drama. I couldn't be bothered to expose her, so I let her continue to laze around. My patrol time is from 10 to 1, with a break in between, just enough to do some experiments in the potion classroom. When Pava heard it was an experiment, especially a summoning one, her eyes lit up. I directly shot her down with one sentence. "Don't think about using my summoned creatures to cover for you, and you won't be able to learn this spell anyway. So give up." This girl still wouldn't give up and quietly asked, "What if I get half of the cockroach pile?" Without looking back, I pronounced a word clearly, "Get lost." The patrol was incredibly boring. Pava still wanted to tell ghost stories to lighten the mood. But what she said was even scarier than the tiles under my feet. I shot back at her. "Your storytelling talent is on par with Professor Dumbledore's bad jokes. Both deserve to be tossed into the trash heap of history." Finally, after enduring the shift, we slipped into the underground potions classroom. Coincidentally, Snape was just coming out of his office, and Pava foolishly greeted him. "Professor Snape, can't sleep either?" Snape coldly grunted in response and walked away. Pava continued to mumble softly, saying her aunt told her that old men at this age always have to do something crafty at night. I really couldn't understand her thought process. Once inside the classroom, I told her to watch closely. The holiday lottery not only gave me a feast, but also a book of heraldry. I chose the Void emblem from 4 options. This thing activated its first layer effect, allowing me to summon void creatures. For now, I can only summon something called a void fish. It doesn't sound great, but at least it's a new toy. I concentrated, feeling the magic within me, waved my wand at the empty space, and whispered the spell. "Void summon." I told you. The magic power in my body instantly dropped by 1/9, and the commotion wasn't small. Soon after, a circle of purple outlines appeared on the floor, slowly converging into a palm-sized purple egg. A few seconds later, the eggshell cracked with a snap, and a strangely shaped creature swam out from inside. I'm telling you, this thing is the void fish. It has a body covered in purple armor, sharp bones, and teeth on its head, and its eyes look like a strip of LED lights. Super cool. It seems to have built-in anti-gravity, just hovering steadily in mid-air. Even Newton's coffin lid is about to be unable to hold it down. I can feel a mental connection with it, but it's purely me giving it commands unilaterally. It has no brain and can only understand the simplest instructions like move forward or attack, just a pure puppet on strings. I was frowning in deep thought, while Pava next to me was excitedly bouncing around a fish, chattering away nonstop. Albert, how did you do it? Summoning something out of thin air. By the way, can I keep it? I feel a connection with it. As she spoke, she reached out to touch it, only to almost get bitten by the fish instinctively. But she wasn't scared at all. Instead, she found it even more interesting. Family, who understands? She definitely has a common language with Hagrid. I quickly stopped her. It's best not to touch it. We can't predict what will happen if void creatures come into contact with our world. The game's settings flashed through my mind. Those void overlords, none of them were anything less than world-destroying, right? I definitely didn't want things to go wrong. With that thought, I raised my wand and fired a spiral barrier drill at the fish, hitting its head precisely. I controlled it perfectly, only damaging the brain while keeping the rest of the body intact, making it easier for me to dissect later. I'm so curious. Where does the power of this void creature come from? Huh, it's gone just like that? Pava poked the dead fish that was still floating. By the way, can this thing be eaten? Goodness, I almost couldn't catch my breath. As expected of you, Pava, your thought process is always so unique. I was just asking, can't you use it as summoning material? Her little idea of getting something for free popped up again. Don't even think about it. I firmly refused. Are you kidding? If she summoned something like the Void Terror or the Void Eye, I'd be ready to prepare for reincarnation right away. Let me tell you, even Dumbledore would have to kneel in front of the Void. The one I'm summoning this time is already the lowest power limit. I used a levitation spell to get the corpse onto the table, put on gloves, and with a small knife made from a barrier spell, I began the dissection. The fish skin, good grief, was as tough as the rubber tires of a heavy-duty truck, almost knocking my knife out of my hand. I had to use the reverse flow spell to add a counterforce just to cut through it, and that step alone took me 15 minutes. Pava and little Gwen had already lost patience, playing around with potion making on the side, tossing aside useless materials, which I couldn't be bothered to care about. The dissection results were eye-opening. This fish had no gills, no lungs, no brain, and its heart was made of crystal, covered in circuit-like things. There was a net-like membrane between the skin and muscles, still absorbing some unknown particles from the air, even after death. I'm telling you, this is not biology at all. It's just a portable hard drive. I was instantly excited and quickly took out my notebook to jot down notes. To understand the source of its power, I needed to decipher the encrypted language it used to store information. I could either rely on big data for a brute force solution, or I had to find a legendary universal knowledge spell. This spell had long been lost, capable of translating any unknown information into words I could understand. It was practically a forced identification technique. I only discovered the existence of this spell through the secret language in a forbidden book, which was incredibly mysterious. Well, let's take it one step at a time. At worst, I could spend time tackling it head-on. After all, the reward would definitely be worth it. As time was running out, I stuffed everything on the table into my handbag, which had been enhanced with a spell for seamless expansion. Next to me, Pava and little Gwen were unsurprisingly exhausted, both covered in soot, looking like they had just come out of a coal mine. I used a whirlwind cleanup spell to roll up their pile of dark garbage and activated my fee skill to clear on the spot. I have to say, this skill works quite well for taking out the trash. The next day, before the spell class, Professor Flivy specifically waited for me at the door and kindly asked if I was getting used to things. This dean is genuinely nice. So nice that even someone as cold as me finds it hard to dislike him. I half-jokingly told him, I'm doing well. Professor Snape's energy potion is so effective that I'm considering whether to use it as a daily drink. Professor Flitwick laughed heartily. That would depend on Severus's willingness. High-quality energy potions take a lot of effort for him to make. In class, I was called upon to demonstrate the levitation charm and the vanishing charm, easily earning 5 points for Ravenclaw. Alira was the second to succeed, and guess who the third was? Pava. That girl practiced these 2 spells during the holidays, determined to reclaim the title of Ice and Snow Empress next year. After Charms class was History of Magic, which was so boring that I almost wore out my enchanted wooden fish. I switched to self-study mode, letting my automatic take notes while I calculated magical models in my notebook. As soon as class ended, I immediately blocked Professor Binns, who was about to float away. I even specifically used a barrier charm to seal the classroom, leaving only the door unblocked. I found that my barrier charm could even stop ghosts. I tested it on Peeves in the morning, and it scared him so much that he fled the castle. Professor, do you know the universal knowledge charm? I asked, stopping him. He looked at me drowsily. Are you? Orbert? Albert? Professor? I corrected him with a straight face. Oh, Orbert. Fine. I guess I lose for being pedantic with a ghost. I directly repeated the question. This time he understood, thought for a long time, and surprisingly nodded. Universal knowledge spell. The spoils of the third battle between dragons and witches in the year 427. The last appearance was in 1903. One was traded by the Gunner family to traded, then he got stuck, just like a tape recorder that got tangled. He repeated traded to twice, and then there was no further information, silently drifting towards the door. Huh. I was stunned, quickly sealed the barrier spell completely, and blocked the door. Professor Binns wandered at the door for a long time, realizing he couldn't get out, looking confused. I pretended not to see and slowly walked over. Professor, you just said, who did the Gunner family trade it to? The Gunner family traded to. He got stuck again, and then, like a reboot, he forgot he was talking to me and started drifting towards the door again, only to be blocked once more. I observed it once and instantly understood. I quietly the barrier, and he immediately floated away. Goodness, a forgetting spell, and it's powerful enough to change a ghost's memory. The culprit must be one of the 28 pureblood families. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a mere spell? It seems there are secrets here that I don't know. It's really troublesome. I just want a translator. At night, I went to the potion seminar in Slytherin that Rommel mentioned. These Slytherin folks just love to gather in dark and damp places. I really don't understand why. I stepped in right on time, and Rommel greeted me with a smile. Besides him, there was a tall senior girl with long black straight hair, her expression icy, and the collar of her school uniform was particularly high, covering half of her face. Rommel briefly introduced the gathering, saying it was for exchanging insights and also for making some trades. I chatted a bit with a few girls from my grade, but it turned out to be purely awkward small talk, so I decisively slipped away. Rommel pulled me aside and pointed to the black-haired senior girl, saying, "This is Nick Slughorn, a fourth-year senior. The Slughorn family is a giant that monopolizes half of the potion trade in the UK. I took the initiative to extend my hand, and she graciously shook it. She spoke in a stilted manner, like typing, "Just call me Nix. That'll be fine. You're even more special than the rumors suggest." Her voice had quite a magnetic quality. Then she got straight to the point. Rommel said, "You want the permanent intelligence enhancer and the truth serum." As soon as I heard the keywords, my expression became sincere. "Senior, do you have a way? The truth potion. Impossible. That thing can't be reproduced." She first denied this, but I knew something big was coming. However, the permanent intelligence enhancer, we have a formula. I'm willing to pay the price. My breathing became heavy. No need to rush. Just having the formula isn't enough. She shook her head. The raw materials are too scarce. If you can gather the three main ingredients, the formula will be open to you. We can brew it together and split the potion. This condition is acceptable. I immediately agreed. After all, this potion can only be taken once. Splitting it in half is completely fine. I immediately cast a barrier spell to facilitate our private conversation. Nyx curiously touched the barrier wall and complimented me. 3 main materials: the molted wings of the moonlit butterfly, the immortal roots of the great oak, the rocks at the bottom of the fountain of foresight. As soon as I heard that name, my brows furrowed. I hadn't heard of any of them. I asked her for more details, and she said the formula only had names written on it, and she didn't know what they looked like, only that she knew where the third ingredient was. But I had to find the first 2 before she would tell me. Well, this matter is going to depend on luck. After the seminar, I still didn't find out about the universal knowledge spell. I used my mental scanning ability to take a look around, and they truly didn't know anything. The next morning, I was unusually late. Last night, summoning the void fish had drained too much of my energy, and even little Gwen had lost half of her size. Today she had shrunk a bit more, so I simply let her sleep in my bag. As a result, Professor McGonagall saw me being late but didn't say anything, pretending not to notice. However, a Gryffindor guy next to me, who was only half a minute late, got 2 points deducted, which made him complain to his companion in frustration. Professor McGonagall overheard him and deducted another 5 points, making him stand for the entire class. After class, the way that guy looked at me was full of resentment. Since I had no classes in the morning, I went to Guide Myrtle. That kid skipped his own class just to learn from me. We met by the lake, and he immediately showed me a few spell combos, then proudly carried a large stone sword. I'll just say it directly. With this level, are you here pretending to be Tarzan? Humans are truly easily satisfied creatures. As soon as I finished speaking, I cast a Gale of Earth spell, and a tornado-like mass of dirt hit him in the face. He split through the mud wave and actually tried to rush towards me. Naive. What about the barrier spell I taught you? Don't you have any brains? With a casual wave of my wand, a row of stone pillars erupted from the ground, directly sending him flying. Then, 3 spiral water columns chased after him. He roared as he got up. Don't use that condescending tone. To be fair, when he got angry, his resistance to spells did indeed increase. I felt like I was conducting an experiment, so I used the everything flies away spell to throw a pile of stones at him, testing his physical resistance, and found that it had indeed increased. He finally rushed in front of me and was about to say that I had finally let him win. But before he could finish a sentence, I used a distortion field to press him directly into the ground, leaving him unable to move. You still have a long way to go. At most, you're just a stronger monkey. I threw the parchment with improvement suggestions at his face, and after 3 days, I would check again, hoping that by then he would act like a person. After saying that, I left him half buried in the dirt, and a muffled voice came from the ground. I said, "Can't you pull me out first?" Albert. After a while, he finally realized that I'd already left, and a mournful curse echoed by the lake. Fuck. Afterwards, I wrote a letter to my cheap Uncle Grindelwald, asking him to help me investigate 3 things: the descendants of the Gunner family, those 3 rare materials, and the bloodline issue of the Mysterio family. I tied the letter to the owl's leg and even tried to communicate with it in owl language. As a result, I used a spell to perceive its thoughts. And to my surprise, the owl was mocking me. What kind of terrible accent is this, dude? I was actually looked down upon by a bird. Coming out of the owl's shed, I happened to run into Alira, who was carrying a large wooden box. She said it was a target dummy for the Dark Arts Defense class, made by Professor Roland, and warned me not to use the levitation spell, or the dummy would fight back. As soon as I saw her struggling, I didn't bother with small talk and directly cast another shrink spell, making the large box in her arms as small as a matchbox. The senior students passing by were stunned and whistled. Shrinking it a second time was no ordinary challenge. Alira's eyes were filled with little stars as she exclaimed, "Is there really anything in this world that you can't do?" I shrugged and sincerely replied to her, "I can't say much else, but having kids is definitely not for me." Wow. Alira blinked her eyes, looking at me as if I were joking, and helplessly said, "All right then, your level of bad jokes is indeed far ahead in being terrible." Me? Why does this sound familiar? Whatever. I can't be bothered with her. I just left, and by midnight, I found a spare potion classroom, ready to do some of my own late-night research. I tell you, the scene is very professional. I'm wearing a white lab coat, and next to me is my mini assistant, little Gwen, helping me move dozens of plastic boxes filled with bugs onto the table one by one. Actually, I could have done it all with a floating spell, but this little guy is so eager to participate that she insists on doing it herself. Fine, as long as she's happy. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. I carefully take out a large glass bottle from my bag, filled with a purple viscous liquid, and it even has a small tap on it, adding to the sense of ceremony. Little Gwen tilts her big head and curiously asks, "What is this?" "It's the blood of a void fish, enough from 15 of them. Concentrated essence." I twist the tap, pour half a cup, then use a dropper to suck up a bit, and drop 2 drops onto a white-legged tarantula. The little spider seems to be feeling unwell. Gwen presses her face against the box, her eyes wide open. Of course it can't feel good. I explain to her, this stuff can contaminate other organisms. It's the only way I can think of to indirectly utilize void energy for now. As I speak, I keep my eyes fixed on that spider. It starts to tremble, and lumps begin to form on its skin, changing color from white to deep purple. Seeing this situation, I quickly grab Gwen by her collar and pull her a bit further away. "Oh no, I can't see." The little one pouts in frustration. "Don't look. It's going to explode." Huh. Just as I finish speaking, the spider suddenly expands, and within 2 seconds, it bursts into a cloud of purple energy fireworks. The observation box shatters into pieces instantly, but thankfully, I had set up a barrier in advance. Otherwise, this classroom would be a total wreck. As expected, it failed. I'm not surprised at all. I silently chant feast, and that compressed energy is immediately swallowed by my little cutie Kagas, whom I keep in another space. Who understands? Raising a pet means feeding it too. The good thing about void creatures is that as long as it has void energy, whether dead or alive, they can eat it, and they can grow after eating, emphasizing that they are not picky eaters. I experimented on the remaining bugs one by one, and the result was all bang. Bang, bang. None could withstand it. It seems ordinary creatures won't do. I need to switch to special forces. I turn my head to look out the window, where the dark silhouette of a forest faintly appeared in the distance. The famous Instagram hotspot of Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest. All right, let's take a stroll there. I closed the door and said to Gwen on my shoulder, "Hold on tight." After that, I jumped directly out of the 3rd-floor window. After falling a few meters, an invisible force lifted me up, and I flew towards the Forbidden Forest with a whoosh. Bang! I lost control and crashed into the edge of the forbidden forest, creating a pit. Climbing out of the pit, I realized I seemed to have squashed something underfoot, a pool of blood and flesh that looked like a wolf. Oh no! Before the mission even started, a brother is dead. Rest in peace. Al, are we there yet? Little Gwen was so excited that she was stomping on my hair, curious about this place, having heard that it was full of magical creatures, and that only those who had been to the Forbidden Forest were real warriors. Don't worry. We have a night tour certificate, I said nonchalantly. This is a routine safety inspection, you understand? Oh, so cool. Upon hearing this, the little one lost her worries and became excited again. Just as we were talking, sounds of rustling came from all directions. Wow, this place is quite lively at night. I sneered, swung my wand back sharply, and a blade-like barrier swept through, directly cutting a large tree in half. A colorful, giant python coiled around the tree fell to the ground, its body still wriggling, and another blade came down, splitting its head in half, killing it instantly. Aren't we capturing alive? Little one looked at me as I used a repair spell to restore the tree, a bit confused. There are plenty in the Forbidden Forest. We don't need this one. I patted her little head and said lightly, I don't need idiots who show their fangs. Huh? Did you just want to eat me? The little one was so scared that she darted into my collar like a little squirrel, only daring to peek out with half her head. So you're scared now, Captain Gwen? What happened to your warrior spirit just now? I teased her. Well, I can do that next time. The little one's voice had shrunk. Captain Gwen wasn't prepared today. I'll just be your backup for a day. All right. You decide. I took out my electronic watch, opened the cover, and the compass pointed straight north. This time my target was very clear, the acromantula. There were plenty of them. They were pests, and no one would care how many died. Bruce. I had long extracted the GPS coordinates of their lair from Hagrid's mind, using the legilimency spell. The deeper I went, the more webs there were, and the atmosphere became increasingly eerie. Occasionally, I could see animal corpses wrapped in spider silk hanging in the air like mummies. Al, should we go back? Gwen's voice had a hint of cry. What is there to be afraid of? Just some wild beasts. I comforted her. Don't forget, we are wizards. Besides, they have already come to us. Just as the words left my mouth, a spider the size of a calf slid down from above, its 8 eyes staring intently at me, making eerie, creaking sounds that could drive anyone insane. Umans. Bang. It had just uttered one word when I was already behind it, not even pausing my steps. I continued, walking deeper without looking back, leaving behind a cold remark echoing in the darkness. Thanks for your memory. Now I know the way. So, farewell. Thut. Bang. A fine line of blood appeared on the spider's body. Then its body split in half as if precisely cut, its innards spilling everywhere. Soon, I arrived at the acromantula's lair. A spider the size of a baby elephant rushed into the deepest part of the lair, shouting at a massive web. Aragog. Not good. There are humans. Umans. Goodness, those 2 words seemed to trigger some keyword, and the originally dormant spiders all stood up in excitement. An old voice came from behind. I'm getting old. You should not wake me up casually. A giant, gray-haired old spider slowly crawled out from behind the web. It was the king of the acromantulas, Aragog, whose 8 eyes were clouded over, making it blind. You say humans. What do you mean? It asked, suppressing its anger. Humans, intruding, very dangerous, dead, many, very powerful. The spider that reported back seemed to have a low IQ, spinning in place in a panic, unable to articulate. Just when Aragog was about to lose its patience, I dropped down directly, dispelling my disillusionment charm. I guess it was trying to say I was the one it was referring to. But it didn't seem matter. I had arrived. Is it Hagrid? Aragog sniffed, its tone suddenly turning cold. No, it's a stranger. This human's flesh belongs to you. It was looking out for Hagrid, not attacking me itself, but not stopping its offspring from treating me as dinner. Instantly, a tide of spiders surged towards me. I looked down and saw that Gwen had fainted from the commotion. I shook my head, gripped my wand, and gently waved it. A flare shot into the sky, illuminating the entire lair as bright as day. Nice to meet you all. I even politely bowed, saying, by the way, I consider myself a friend of Hagrid. Just as my words fell, the spiders rushing towards me slammed into an invisible wall. Anyone who stepped within a 3-meter radius of me was cut in half instantly. This bizarre scene stunned all the spiders. I raised my wand again. In return for your enthusiasm, I have to go all out. Fusion spell, void wheel, maximum wheel. An invisible circle with rapidly spinning saw teeth expanded to 10 meters around me, and wherever it passed, blood and flesh flew. Wails filled the air. A good portion of the lair spiders were turned into parts on the spot. Blood splattered all over Aragog, and this old blind spider trembled in the darkness like a leaf. I stepped over the mess and slowly walked up to it. You see, Aragog, because you're also a friend of Hagrid, I have specifically spared you. This guy, despite being much larger than me, was so frightened that it unconsciously lowered its body. What do you want, wizard? It growled, shocked and angry. I was just about to speak when I suddenly stopped, looking up at the shadow of the tree above its head. Is that your mate? In the tree, another slightly smaller female spider was preparing to attack me. No, Aragog realized and shouted in a hurry. Too late. The invisible void will flew out from behind me, cutting the tree and the female spider above in half. The female spider fell, not completely dead, dragging half of its body towards Aragog. I found it annoying and casually cast a barrier pillar that turned it into a puddle of mush. After doing all this, I leisurely turned around, looked at Aragog, and innocently asked, "What were you about to say just now?" Aragog's teeth ground together, but its body instinctively retreated. "I hope to be friends with you, Aragog," I said to myself. After all, only friends help each other, right? What do you want to do? It asked, filled with grief and anger. I thought for a moment, looking at it sincerely. I hope you can regularly provide me with your offspring. That is absolutely impossible. Aragog exploded on the spot. Oh, I'm afraid you have no choice but to comply, my friend. I shook my head and changed the subject. Speaking of which, I don't really understand why you all are so afraid of the basilisk. As soon as the word basilisk came out, all the living spiders were terrified and quickly scurried away from me. I tilted my head slightly, a broad and exaggerated grin spreading across my face, and a massive, evil magical aura instantly enveloped the entire lair. So, you're not afraid of me? Boom! The air in the lair seemed to freeze, and all the spiders were submerged in a tidal wave of fear. Every full moon, I will come once, and you need to provide 50 younglings. I gave the command directly. That's too much, wizardry. Aragog instinctively wanted to protest, but as I stepped forward, it was so frightened that it dropped to the ground. Oh, dear Aragog. I slowly lowered my head to look at it. I'm not bargaining with you. After saying that, I turned around, leaving my back to it, and began to clean up the battlefield. With a wave of my wand, venom flew over, and all the venom from the dead spiders formed a large ball, which I sealed in a containment vessel and shrank it down to fit in my pocket. This stuff is precious material and cannot be wasted. After finishing all this, I turned to Aragog, who had been curled up the whole time. Remember, next full moon, 50 younglings. If there is one less, I will kill half of your kin. After saying that, I rose into the air without looking back, glancing down at the silent group of spiders below, softly murmuring, friends. What a convenient term indeed. Back in the Ravenclaw common room, as soon as I landed, Gwen woke up. Al, you just became so scary. Like a super evil villain. Oh, that. I casually released a bit of that malice, scaring Gwen to dive into my pocket, leaving just her little bottom sticking out. Silly girl. I pulled her out. This is a new spell I learned, Fear Spell. It can amplify the malice in people's hearts. Theoretically, you could use it too, and it would be even more effective than mine. As soon as I said this, the little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. You would want to use this to prank someone, would you? I asked helplessly. Not telling Al he, the little one made a face and quickly dove in her mini blanket, falling asleep in an instant. The next morning, a good show unfolded at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room. Little Gwen dressed up like a vampire and let out a loud shout at Roger Davis, who had just stepped out. Wow. Davis thought she was playing house and humorously replied, I almost got scared to death. Upon hearing this, Gwen cheered and, brimming with confidence, ran off to scare the next person. Later, she really did scare several people with her self-perceived fear spell, successfully extorting some snacks, and even gained a little follower named Pava. The two little fools set their sights on Alira. Pava urged Gwen, Quick, give me that fear spell again. This time I must scare her to death. All right, here it comes. Fear spell. Pava felt empowered, and as soon as Alira approached, the two suddenly jumped out. Wow. Alira indeed stopped in her tracks. Pava, feeling smug, began to spew trash talk around Alira. Do you feel the power of the fear spell? You foolish half-elf. You always scold me. You hit me. Do you know how much it hurts every time I bump my head on your flat surface? Huh. Alira was still a bit confused, but when she heard the word flat surface, the veins on her forehead bulged. However, she pretended to be scared, wanting to see how far this fool could take it. Sorry? If apologies worked, why would we need oars? Pava poked Alira's chest with her finger. Kneel before me, you flat elf. Crack. Alira's reason snapped. Pava was still there poking without realizing it. You only know how to use violence with a chest as barren as Razorback Mountain. Crack. Pava suddenly felt wrong and looked down to find that her poking finger had been broken. It hurts, it hurts. Before she could howl twice, a hand from behind choked her neck, and a very skilled naked choke was applied. Pava desperately pounded the floor, trying to call for help from allies, but all she saw was Gwen's retreating figure. Traitor! Gwen is the bad guy today. Goodbye, Pava. Little Gwen muttered sheepishly before running away at lightning speed. That night, little Gwen dove into my pocket, trembling as she confessed. Woo-woo. Gwen will never be a bad guy again. Alira's anger is too scary. I had just closed the book when I saw Alira dragging a half-dead Pava through the door, which made Gwen shrink back even more. At that moment, the Weasley twins came in. What's wrong? Is the new product development not going well? I asked. No, Fred said the quill sold out, and we brought your share first. With exams coming up, we need to catch up on studying. I was shocked. These two troublemakers actually said they wanted to study. George explained, Professor McGonagall told my mom our grades. If we don't work harder, there will be no holiday. Fred chimed in. It's all because of my several genius brothers. They raised Mom's passing standards too high. After they complained about their brothers for a while, Fred finally remembered the main thing and pulled out a pouch of money to hand it to me. I tell you, when I got my hands on this money bag, hey, it was quite heavy. Fred was still there shouting, saying, good heavens, a full 7 gallons. And that those little witches went crazy trying to buy my signature feather quill, nearly tearing George's collar off. I thought to myself, this business next year, it will be gone by next year, because just now I completed my first bucket of gold task, ding. Reward in hand. A level 2 lottery ticket and a pirate treasure chest. To be honest, I really don't lack money. Just the spider venom I collected last night is enough for me to lie flat. Not to mention, I have the entire Grindelwald family backing me. That night, I took little Gwen up to the rooftop to open the chest. First, let's use the lottery ticket. Wow, I got a skill called Judgment of Death. I took a look at the description. Hey, isn't this that guy's? Fresh hook? But the key point is it says 100 hit and pulls target to you. Now, this is interesting. I feel like I could do some amazing things with it. Next, I opened the treasure chest. Bang, out came a tear of the goddess. Great. Combined with that big stick I had before, doesn't this just perfectly make a big one? Directly synthesizing with a flash of white light. The two pieces of equipment fused together, turning into a shimmering golden staff of the Archangel. I'm telling you, this thing is simply a BUG in battle mode. It adds 5 blue every 5 minutes, and it can stack up to 100. Moreover, once the battle ends, a portion of the temporarily added blue can become permanent. Does anyone understand? Isn't this just a perpetual motion machine? As long as I'm still fighting, my blue bar can expand infinitely. I was in such a good mood at the time that I made myself a cup of vanilla tea that Alira sent me. But after just one sip, I spilled it all over the balcony. This stuff is definitely not meant for people. It's simply outrageous. The next morning, I ran into Pava at the entrance of the restaurant, with her arms still in a sling. We were teasing her about whether she had to kneel again to beg for Alira's forgiveness when a first-year Ravenclaw student rushed over, holding an injured owl, shouting, Albert, your letter. When I saw the owl bleeding on its leg, I quickly took out some white fresh essence to treat it. Then, the key moment came. I cleared my throat and directly asked it in owl language. Hey buddy, who did this? The people around, including Pava, almost dropped their jaws. As a result, the owl tilted its head and replied to me. Humans can speak our language. How disgusting. Wow, I was completely stunned at that moment. Having just saved you. Not wanting to argue with it, I continued to ask, and it mumbled that a little mustache was attacked by a snake. When I unwrapped the package, there was a note inside along with a severed snake body. It was my Uncle Shisa. The letter said they had found a branch of the Gunner family, but the other side spoke in a snake dialect, and they started fighting as soon as they met. Shisa shot the other side in the leg, and now they were at a stalemate. This snake body was the key to the door. Fine, let's go then. I told Pava to help me take a leave, and then casually opened a barrier for myself. In front of everyone, I grabbed the bloody snake body, and in an instant, I felt like I was pixelated and whoosh. I disappeared from the spot. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a valley. Not far away, my Uncle Shisa was chatting with a man and a woman. The woman had long platinum hair, and the man had a beard, both looking pretty cool. When Shisa saw me, he was so proud, introducing me as the current head of the family. But then the woman, named Cecilia, came up and criticized my uncle, saying, You still say your nephew's looks are about the same as yours? He is way more handsome than you. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. However, I could tell at a glance that Cecilia definitely had the bloodline of a seductive girl, coupled with my uncle's evasive little eyes. I sighed directly, Uncle, our family doesn't discriminate against interracial relationships, nor do we discriminate against half-breed seductive girls. The two of them froze at that moment. I followed up with a jab. Besides, She's over 40 years older than you, right? Cecilia's expression was simply amazing. After the small talk, we got down to business. On the other side of the valley, there's a broken house, which is the Gunner family, yes. It's covered by a layer of red magical shield. Shisa tried casting a spell, but it was directly bounced back. They said this turtle shell can't be broken. You either wait or use explosives. I thought to myself, wait? That would be so boring. It's just the right time to try out my new skill. I walked to a spot not far from that broken house, faced a large rock next to me, and directly cast Death Judgment. A dark green hook flew out with a whoosh and snapped around the rock. I realized that this was 100 accurate, not physical, but magical targeting. I made a pulling motion with my hand, and the massive rock was flung up in a big arc, crashing down with a loud boom onto the shield. The rock shattered on the spot, and the shield was completely unharmed. Shisa and the others were dumbfounded, asking me what spell that was. What could I say? I couldn't just say it was a gift from the system. I could only say nonchalantly, oh, I just created it today. Then I suddenly had an incredibly awesome idea. I told them to move back, to get far away, at least 50 meters. I took a deep breath, and my magical power began to surge wildly, with blue light nearly overflowing from my eyes. Then, facing that house, I shouted with all my strength, Death Judgment. A magical chain, several times thicker than before, shot out directly. The chain hit the shield and didn't bounce off. Instead, it instantly exploded into countless points of light, like a huge net, completely enveloping the entire house along with its foundation. The people inside the house were probably stunned in shock. I felt 2/3 of my magic had diminished within me, and with a smirk, I gently said to that house, "Take off." In the next moment, the earth shook. The entire house was forcibly uprooted from the ground and flew into the air. Shisa and the others were left slack-jawed. I looked at the house and the sky. The shield had failed due to the change in spatial coordinates. I swung my arm, holding the wand back violently. The house flew like a piece of discarded trash, and with a loud bang, it crashed behind me, turning into a small mountain. As the dust settled, I created a chair for myself with a barrier spell, crossed my legs, and watched the 5 members of the Gunner family kneeling in a row on the ground. Each of them was dressed in tattered rags, looking like savages from the Middle Ages. When I asked them questions, they could only hiss in snake language. Valen kicked one of them, but they still wouldn't speak human language. I'm losing my patience, so I'll get straight to the point. I'll count to 10, and if you don't start talking sense, I'll personally dive into your memories and turn you all into fools. I'm smiling broadly. 10 seconds. Give me an answer. Monkeys. Well, that eldest son, Patton, immediately knelt down and yelled in English. Sir, it's not my fault. It's these 2 old fools who won't listen. I casually cast a spell to pin the old man who wanted to act against me to the ground and made him continue speaking. The more I listened, the more absurd it got. His parents are siblings. For the sake of pure blood, they've lost their minds. I asked them where the family log was. The old woman was about to lie, but I directly read her mind and, with a flick of magic, lifted her into the air, almost choking her to death. I coldly looked at Patton and said, "Go to the ruins in the protective cabinet in the basement. I saw it in your mother's mind." He was so scared that he ran off. At that moment, the younger daughter, Shizi, stood up, walked in front of me, and expressionlessly asked if I would kill them. This little girl was quite interesting. She looked terrified but showed no emotion on her face. I directly read her mind and found out that she hated her family because she didn't want to marry her older brother Patton, and also because she had a sister who fell in love with a muggle and was tormented to death by their parents. I laughed so hard at that moment. I turned to Uncle Cisse and asked, "Do you know where this information came from?" Then I spilled all the information I had read from their minds. This family is just like a big drama. The youngest daughter wrote a letter for help. The youngest son secretly added a map, and when the eldest son found out, he spent half a bag of gold to give the letter to the Muggle village chief to pass it on to the information dealer. Each member of the family was trying to find a way to have outsiders come and take down their own home. They're all inside agents. When Patton came back, dragging his suitcase, he no longer pretended. His whole demeanor changed, full of laziness. I asked him, "You're clearly stronger than your parents. Why don't you take action yourself?" Guess what he said? He said, "Although I hate them, I don't want to be a beast." After saying that, he took out his wand and with a spell, knocked his father down. I watched this family drama, a bit fascinated, and turned to my uncle and asked, "Hey," I said, "this suitcase hasn't been opened yet?" Sorry, this thing is indeed a bit hard to open." "Forget it. I'll do it myself. I'm telling you." At that moment, Albert shook his head, asked us to step back a bit, and casually set up a barrier around himself and that broken safe. While we were staring at each other in confusion, we heard a click, and good grief, that thing popped open as easily as a can of luncheon meat. The operation was simply incredible. As simple as asking how many steps it takes to put an elephant in a fridge, so straightforward it made you want to curse. The principle was quite brutal. Within his barrier, all magic and restrictions were nullified, so the protective spells of the safe naturally ceased to function. Albert rummaged through that pile of junk for a while and pulled out a thick, ancient book that could probably kill someone if dropped blue off the dust, and started flipping through it. There it was. In 1903, at the Easter Fair, a deal was made with the Axley family. He mumbled in May. The two kids exchanged money and goods at Hogwarts, trading the universal knowledge charm for the formula of multiplying potion. At that moment, I wanted to rush over and slap the leader of the Gaunt family next to me. After all this time, the spell was right in your house, buddy. Albert also looked speechless, but thinking about it, it was over 100 years ago. It was normal for him not to remember. As a result, Albert continued to read, and there was a line of small print that left me dumbfounded. The transaction process was witnessed by the ghost professor, Cuthbert Binns. To keep it secret, White Gaunt erased his relevant memories in 1905. Who understands a family? For a broken, child-rearing secret, you went after a ghost professor at Hogwarts? I finally understood that the Gaunt family had some issues in their heads, inherited. Albert's mouth twitched, and without saying a word, he shrank the diary and stuffed it into his pocket, clearly not planning to return it. After sorting everything out, Albert yawned and signaled us to get ready to leave. As for the fact that he had smashed their old house to bits, I figured those people wouldn't dare to ask him for medical expenses. Just then, the leader of the Gaunt family, Peyton Gaunt, rubbed his hands and approached with a smile, followed by his two expressionless siblings. If you don't mind. He hesitated for a long time and managed to say, "Can the three of us go with you?" Albert tilted his head. "You want to rely on us? I just saw your family crest. It's the Grindelwald family from Germany, right? Oh, your old patriarch is quite a big shot." This guy was really buttering him up. Albert interrupted him on the spot. "What you want to say is Gellert Grindelwald. He kicked the bucket half a century ago. The current patriarch is me." Peyton was so awkward, scratching his head and saying his information was not up to date. Albert wasn't buying it at all and went straight to the point. "So, what use do you have for me? We all speak Parseltongue. Many ancient dark spells can only be activated using Parseltongue. We can help." Peyton started promoting himself by counting on his fingers and then pointed at his siblings, saying they both had great talent and would definitely be good prospects in the future. Of course, if you could send them to Hogwarts for some training, consider it an angel investment. If you're worried, let them sign a contract of servitude. We have no objections. Goodness to cling to a big shot. P.S. even willing to sell his brother and sister. This guy is quite a talent. Albert thought for a moment and nodded. "Fine, I'll take them." Then he gestured to Peyton to leave. "So, you can go now." "Oh?" Peyton's smile froze on the spot as he pointed at his nose. "What about me? The things you just said, having your siblings is enough. What do I need you for?" Albert asked expressionlessly. Peyton broke down and said with a mournful face, "They're still young. Someone needs to take care of them. The Grindelwald family has plenty of nannies. They also need family. You can schedule a visiting day, no family visit." Peyton clicked his tongue, still not giving up. "The Gaunt family has some secrets that only us adults know." "No problem," Albert smiled slightly. "I was just kidding. I already flipped through your memories, and now I know those secrets." At this point, Peyton was completely stunned, and it took him a long time to ask dejectedly, "No joking, brother, I really want to rely on you. What do I have to do for you to accept me? I can kneel if needed. This shamelessness feels a bit familiar, doesn't it?" "Very simple." Albert put away his smile, raised his wand, and proved yourself. "I'm giving you a chance. Come at me with all you've got. Prove to me you're not a monkey." Half an hour later, a pit several meters deep exploded in the middle of the valley. Albert put away his wand and kicked Peyton, who was half dead, to help him roll over so he wouldn't choke on the blood in his throat. You look at Albert. He was clean, not a wrinkle, just like half an hour ago. The fire-making spell was used decently. I'll count you as qualified. Peyton lay on the ground, gasping for air, looking at Albert, who seemed unfazed and felt numb. "Thanks. Are you really not some old monster possessing a body? Monkeys can never understand things beyond their cognition." Albert shook his head and walked towards the edge of the pit. Why did he turn back into a monkey again? Peyton shouted behind him, feeling wronged. Uncle Cisse came over, marveling, saying that Peyton was actually quite formidable. Even he might not win if he went up against him. That fire-making spell was like it cost nothing, and there was even no cooldown for apparition. It was simply a cheat. Unfortunately, he encountered Albert, the biggest cheat of all. Inbreeding. Well, the offspring are either freaks or monsters. It's normal. Albert explained lightly. Then he turned to Peyton's siblings and said, "I hope you can be like him. Don't let me down." The two kids, Heezy and Wise, probably seeing their big brother so powerful for the first time, were stunned. Easy bit her lip and deeply bowed to Albert. "I won't let you down." Wise quickly followed suit and bowed. All of that was irrelevant. Albert took a door key and issued his final ultimatum to the two. "You'll enroll at Hogwarts next semester. Before that, I want to see a complete Parseltongue dictionary." After saying that, he waved his hand without looking back, activated the door key, and disappeared on the spot, returning to school just in time for dinner. Let me tell you, as soon as Albert arrived at the cafeteria door, he saw Pavna charging in like a hungry tiger. Crispy pork belly and German hamburgers. Welcome my lady's presence. He as a result. She just rushed in when she was tripped by the little leg of Elira nearby and fell flat on her face. "You are too petty, right?" Pavna covered her face and got up. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a violent flat fairy." Elira calmly walked past. Look, you're still angry. I said there's nothing. Then, flat fairy? Bang. A few minutes later, Albert leisurely ate his saffron-braised beef bone marrow, watching Pavna next to him, who had a big bump on her head and was gloomily gnawing on a hamburger. She wasn't upset because she got hit, but because the cafeteria's promised crispy pork belly was gone, replaced with mustard honey and blanched broccoli. Just hearing that dish name makes me want to vomit. Did the chef just come back from studying dark cuisine? Is he going for a mental attack? At this moment, Elira suddenly asked, "Have you noticed that Professor Roland hasn't been to school for several days?" Pavna, with her mouth full of hamburger, mumbled, "Let him rest. After all, Snape seems quite happy substituting for him." "No," Albert shook his head. "Dumbledore won't let Snape keep substituting for this class. He knew it well. The defense against the dark arts position was cursed by Voldemort. Whoever took it would be unlucky. Snape was Dumbledore's most important undercover agent. Old Dumbledore wouldn't let him stay in that position for too long. Speaking of which, every year there are brave souls applying for this death position. What are they after?" Albert narrowed his eyes, pondering. "Professor Roland, what are you after?" At the same time, deep in the Forbidden Forest, Shomitaro walked with a grim face towards a stone statue. Atop the statue sat a figure in a black robe, its face obscured. "I thought you wouldn't dare to come," the figure in black said. "How can I not?" Shomitaro lowered his head. "I was so eager to see you." "My father, thinking about how to kill me, huh?" The figure in black jumped down from the statue, his tone full of mockery. Shomitaro threw a scroll of parchment at his feet. When he received it that afternoon, he nearly exploded with rage. But he held back. He knew he couldn't win and had to see this so-called father first to extract information. "Oh, my dear child," the figure in black said in an exaggerated tone. "To be honest, I actually miss you and your mother quite a bit. After all, you are both my precious works. By the way, what was that woman's name again?" "Trash." Shomitaro instantly exploded with rage, conjuring a massive stone sword in his hand and slashing at him. He thought he could hold back, but it turned out he couldn't. You can't expect a dark wizard to remember his little guinea pig after 10 years, can you? The figure in black shrugged and easily dodged. Shomitaro's sword struck nothing but air, but his real lethal move was the two invisible magical fists behind him. Goodness, this guy had a hidden card. Unfortunately, the figure in black simply used a shadowy apparition to reappear several meters away, completely unharmed. "All right, I know you want to kill me." The figure in black waved his wand, and swarms of blue beetles emerged from the ground, instantly overwhelming Shomitaro. "Let me tell you, those bugs are disgusting. Not only can they break armor, but they also drain magic." In just a few seconds, they drained Shomitaro dry, leaving him paralyzed on the ground. "Next, I say you listen." The figure in black put away his nonchalant demeanor. "Don't worry, the plan I'm about to share is a win-win for both you and me." Late at night, Albert was wandering the castle with little Gwen when they unexpectedly encountered Shomitaro around a corner in the basement. "You know, I could deduct points for night wandering," Albert said, holding up a lantern and looking at the tall figure behind the armor. Shomitaro said nothing, pointed at his mouth, and shook his finger. "Interesting. You've been cursed and can't speak secrets?" Albert understood immediately. In the next moment, he raised a barrier that enveloped both of them. "Now you can talk. Here, any restrictions cease to function. Of course, it's temporary, so don't go blabbing outside." Shomitaro finally spoke. "A few hours ago, my father came to find me." "So, you took him down?" Albert asked playfully. "I'm not his match. He didn't harm me. He just wanted me to be his informant at Hogwarts. And you just agreed? He promised to turn my mother back into a human. I couldn't refuse." As soon as Shomitaro finished speaking, Albert scoffed. "If you really thought that way, you wouldn't be so eager to come find me." That look in your eyes could see right through someone. Shomitaro awkwardly lowered his head, finally admitting, maybe you're right. More than saving my mom, I want that bastard to pay in blood. I must stabilize him first and make him think I will obediently comply. I just want to kill him right now. He gritted his teeth, forcing out those words. But Albert didn't share his hatred. He bluntly said, I'm afraid you can't do it. Shiomi Taro immediately knelt on one knee. As long as you help me in my life. Saying the same thing a second time makes it cheap. Albert interrupted him. To put it simply, your life isn't as valuable as you think. I won't make an enemy of an unknown dark wizard for your sake. The reality was harsh. Shiomi Taro remained silent for a long time before suddenly dropping a bombshell. I heard you were looking for the truth potion. Albert's eyes instantly narrowed into slits. That man wanted me to be an informant in order to obtain the materials for the truth potion at Hogwarts. He said there's a secret vault at Hogwarts that contains a philosopher's stone, the only essential material. Goodness. This guy was trying to use me to kill two birds with one stone. He wanted Albert to wait for his father to brew the potion, then strike to steal it while also killing. Aren't you afraid I'll just take the stuff and leave? Albert teased. Would you let a dark wizard with a grudge leave alive? That was indeed the case. Albert nodded in agreement, as he was also quite interested in the knowledge in that guy's head. He clapped his hands and lifted the barrier, then it settled. Give me the information about the vault tomorrow. I can find it myself. Shiomi Taro said, somewhat displeased. Don't get me wrong, it's just for efficiency. Albert said leisurely. Hand behind his back. By the way, you violated school rules by wandering at night. Slytherin House, deduct 10 points. Shiomi Taro's face darkened, letting out a low grunt as he turned to leave. Albert smiled at his back, then jumped out the window, transforming into a streak and flying into the Forbidden Forest. When Albert returned to the castle, it was already an hour and a half later. The whole castle was eerily quiet. Even the portraits on the walls were asleep, snoring. Just then, little Gwen on his shoulder suddenly, excitedly pointed ahead. Found a bad guy. Albert looked and saw Peeves sneaking behind a skeletal specimen. As soon as Peeves saw him, he made a face and attempted to burrow into the floor. Unfortunately, it was too late. Albert raised a barrier, and Peeves crashed into the invisible wall, bouncing back with a twisted face. You little brat, what do you mean by that? Peeves shouted, trying to sound fierce. Chill. Albert made a silencing gesture. Do you want to be locked up in an invisible matchbox again? Peeves instantly wilted, mumbling, what exactly do you want to ask? Just so, I don't know the locations of the other founders' chambers. So, those 3 places do exist, right? Albert raised an eyebrow. FCK. Peeves slapped himself, utterly frustrated. Just as Albert was about to continue asking, Peeves dove to the floor, shouting, Peeves will never be a slave. As a result, half of his body just burrowed in when a green chain bound him, dragging him back and crashing him down at Albert's feet. What did you just say? Albert smiled as he bent down, his smile colder than ice. Esteemed Lord Grindelwald, what would you like to know? Peeves knows everything. Peeves instantly changed his tone. Very good, Albert nodded. Do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? FCK. Peeves exploded again. Why do you keep asking me questions I can't answer? So you can't say it, but you do know about it? Albert raised the barrier again. Within my barrier, any restrictions will temporarily cease to function. Now, you can speak freely. Peeves was about to mock him, but the next second, he realized that the limitation within him had indeed vanished. Whoa, I can really say it. Peeves was so excited. He started ranting into the air, FCKU. Old hag Rowena. FCKU, idiot crow. Albert's expression gradually became dangerous. You might have forgotten, Peeves. I am from Ravenclaw. The little Gwen next to him was also pouting with her hands on her hips. Speaking of the Philosopher's Stone, that's quite something. Peeves, with a strong survival instinct, immediately changed the subject. Do you know why Hogwarts was established in the first place? It wasn't to train little wizards, but to prevent the emergence of the Marauders. He said that the Marauders themselves aren't scary. What is terrifying is what happens after a large-scale outbreak of them. 1,000 years ago, a person appeared, calling himself Over-Control, a transcendent who mastered truth. He was originally friends with Rowena and the others, but one day, he was consumed by the truth he had mastered. Within a week, hundreds of little wizards across Europe lost control of their magic and turned into Marauders. In the end, a gigantic Marauder made entirely of pure despair appeared, with the Over-Control patterns engraved on its chest, indiscriminately attacking all wizards. Peeves spoke with a serious expression, not like he was just rambling. In the end, Rowena and the others teamed up, went through a brutal battle, and managed to tear that guy apart, resealing him back into the little wizards' bodies. But let me tell you, this is just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. That thing isn't even a person. It's just an uncontrollable concept. As long as that little wizard emotional bomb called Marauders exists, that monster can resurrect infinitely, like an invincible cockroach. So, the four founders created Hogwarts, which is essentially a large emotional counseling center, teaching little wizards how to control their powers and not explode at the drop of a hat. As for that Philosopher's Stone, it's just the equipment that dropped after they blew it up back then. Who understands this, my friends? When I heard it, I was completely stunned. I just wanted to brew a truth potion to answer some of my little doubts. And suddenly, it took me to the foundation of the worldview. It feels like I accepted a delivery quest in a beginner's village, and the quest target is to challenge the final boss alone. Is that reasonable? Bruce, I suddenly thought of a terrifying question. Those books say that the truth potion can give you answers, but how does it give them? I originally thought it would be like a moment of enlightenment, but now it seems, good grief. Isn't it just going to pour the thing called truth directly into my brain? What is the difference between me and that monster that got blown up? For the first time in my life, I felt cold sweat on the back of my neck like it was raining. I can accept failure or even death, but to turn into something uncontrollable? No way. Little Gwen saw my expression was off and ran over to tug my sleeve, looking worried. I immediately decided that this awful potion was not worth it. Tomorrow, I'll go find that big idiot Shiomite Luo and tell him to stop it right away. But the problem is that guy is solely focused on revenge, and I doubt he'll listen at all. If it comes to it, I'll have to erase that part of his memory. But then I worry it might alert that so-called father behind him. Ugh, what a hassle. The mischievous spirit was still gloating, saying that the bigger the chaos, the more interesting it would be. I directly withdrew the barrier, and it got scared and quickly covered its mouth to sneak away. Great, now I want to be able to sleep all night. I sighed. My shadow stretched long in the firelight. Fine, if I can't sleep, I might as well deal with today as Hall. A few minutes later, we arrived at the spare potion classroom. I pulled out a briefcase the size of a walnut from my pocket, cast an enlargement spell, and it reverted to its original size. Then I reached inside, and wow, it was just like Doryman pulling out several boxes larger than the briefcase itself. Let me tell you, the seamless expansion spell combined with the shrinking spell is simply a storage wizardry. I opened one of the boxes, and inside were glass jars, each containing a palm-sized baby, eight-eyed giant spider. I unscrewed one, and please welcome our first guest. A little spider tumbled out. Little Gwen curiously leaned in to take a look. As soon as the little creature woke up, its 8 eyes locked onto the tiny Gwen, treating her like a snack. And it pounced in an instant. Gwen, who was already timid, got scared and turned to run, but slipped and fell onto the table with a loud crash. Can I let it succeed? With a wave of the wand, an invisible barrier directly enveloped it. Little Gwen got up, covering her bumped forehead, and pitifully tugged at my sleeve. Don't be afraid. I'll avenge you soon. I patted her head and took out a vial of void fish blood from the side of the box. With a thought, a small opening appeared in the barrier, and I dripped a few drops inside. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. As soon as the spider touched the blood, it shrieked like it was splashed with acid, shrinking back and crashing into an invisible wall. I was taking notes while observing, confirming the reaction of excruciating pain. The erosion of the void is something even magical creatures can't withstand. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, the spider started to convulse. In little Gwen's terrified gaze, purple lumps the size of soybeans suddenly sprouted all over its black shell. Sticky purple-red blood oozed out from the cracks in its exoskeleton, and the air was filled with those strange purple particles. So disgusting. Gwen was so scared, she covered her eyes. I thought it was fine, after all. It was to be expected. This is just an XXXXX level magical creature. Its physical quality is tough enough. A regular one will have exploded by now. And this is just a juvenile. How powerful would an adult be? But that might backfire if we accidentally create an uncontrollable monster. I don't want to be expelled like Hagrid. Just as I was pondering, that thing suddenly froze, its 8 eyes bulging with blood, and its whole body swelled up like a balloon. It seems it still wasn't okay. As soon as I finished speaking, with a bang, the spider exploded from the inside out, purple blood and guts splattering across half of the barrier. Although the experiment failed, in a sense, it was still a success. Because the flesh of the void proliferated, it effectively increased my magic conversion rate. To put it simply, with 1 unit of magic, I created a bigger cake. Although right now, apart from feeding it to my Kargas, it has no other use, but the ideas have opened up, and there will be many ways to realize it in the future. After all the fuss, it was already dawn. Out of the nest of hatchlings I got from the old spider Aragog, only one survived, and it was the smallest one. I couldn't see anything special about it. Anyway, all the other spiders exploded, but this one, after being dripped with the blood of the void fish, showed no adverse reactions at all, looking dazed from start to finish, as if it hadn't woken up. This is the first one that survived the experiment. I need to take good care of it and observe it closely. After downing a bottle of the highest quality energy supplement, I was instantly revived. On my way to the dining hall, I happened to run into Cedric, who was out early for his morning exercise. This guy just joined the Hufflepuff team and trains every day like he's been injected with adrenaline. Unlike Harry, who is purely a talent-based player, he has some talent but relies more on hard work. To be honest, I admire this type of person more, including myself. Even those of us who have cheat-like abilities have to step back a bit. I gave him a quick glance and pointed at the broom in his hand, saying, "You're using that broom too roughly. The enchantment on the handle is worn out. If you don't take care of it, I won't be responsible if it falls from the sky one day." Cedric's mouth dropped open in shock. "No way. Albert, you understand this?" "A little. But I can't fix it." I bluntly shut down the thought he had of asking for my help. No way, if I revealed this skill, I'd have to be a free repairman every day. It's better to stay away from such troublesome matters from the start. By evening, I felt something was off. After searching all day, I still hadn't found Matero. I blocked Rommel at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, and he shrugged. He didn't come back to the dorm yesterday, and today the prefect even asked us about him. My heart sank. Oh no, the worst thing I feared had happened. I quickly took my leave and started asking about the portraits and armor in the castle. Half an hour later, I got news from Hagrid. "Oh, you mean Beowulf?" Hagrid said, scratching his wireball-like beard. "He went into the Forbidden Forest last night, said something fell in there. I wanted to stop him, but he begged me, and he gets along well with the centaurs, so he should be fine." I felt a buzz in my head after hearing that. Without waiting for Hagrid to finish talking to himself, I turned around and ran, jumping straight onto the broomstick, heading towards the Forbidden Forest against the sunset. At this point, I couldn't care less about his safety. What I was more afraid of was that he really found that cursed place, took out the Philosopher's Stone, and handed it over to his dark wizard father. Damn, I'm really stupid. I was only thinking about other things and should have just grabbed him last night and cleared things up. While I was darting through the forest, I was frantically self-reflecting. Suddenly, I heard a noise, and I yanked my broom up sharply. An arrow whizzed past my face. I jumped off the broom and coldly looked toward a nearby hill, where a creature with the upper body of a girl and the lower body of a horse was slowly lowering her bow. She was a centaur girl, and she looked about my age. "Who is that?" Little Gwen was the first to get angry. "Evil wizard, get out of here!" The centaur girl shouted loudly. She looked quite pretty, with 2 long ponytails, but it seemed like centaurs didn't wear clothes. "Leave? Do you think this is your backyard?" I had no mood to waste words with her, waving my wand, death sentence. Dark green chains suddenly shot up from the ground, slithering towards her like snakes. To my surprise, she drew a sword from her waist and sliced my spell apart in one strike. That sword is something, but that was about all she could do. Just as she was about to mock me, the ground next to her suddenly exploded, and 3 chains wrapped around her tightly, throwing her to the ground, looking confused, as if she hadn't figured out what had just happened. "Evil centaur, do you now know the power of Gwen and Al?" Little Gwen flew over and poked her slightly chubby face with her finger. Surprisingly, the 2 of them started arguing about who was the evil one. In the midst of their quarrel, the centaur girl mentioned a name I recognized, Elira. "You know Elira?" I asked. "Of course, Poetry Opera and Elira are the best of friends," she said while struggling, resulting in her getting covered in mud. "Wait, I think I misheard you. What did you say your name was?" "Poetry Opera Sing-Song," she replied. "What? Do you have a problem with my name, Evil Wizard?" She seemed quite proud. Poetry Opera? A picture instantly formed in my mind. With that name and that IQ, it was obvious she was a pure genius. She was quite pleased, saying that the smartest centaurs in the tribe praised her as a once-in-a-century talent and warned her not to flaunt her intelligence outside. I thought to myself, buddy, I can assure you that what he meant and what you understood are definitely not the same thing. Well, since her IQ isn't high, this would be easy. I rolled my eyes, released her chains, and put on a gentle smile. "Oh, it's all a misunderstanding. Elira, Pawa, and I are also good friends." As soon as she heard me mention Pawa, she immediately believed me, even feeling a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head. "Ah, sorry. There was a really bad wizard who hurt a lot of us before, and I thought you were a bad person too, because your magic looked so strong." Goodness. So she's a bit superficial, thinking I was a good person just because I look handsome. Seizing the opportunity, I pretended to look worried. "By the way, I'm looking for Fix Maturo, the big-eye Beowulf you mentioned. He went into the forest yesterday and hasn't come back, and we're all very worried about him." This tactic was indeed effective. Her thoughts were all written on her face. "Oh, the big guy. He came to our tribe yesterday, saying he was looking for something in the Tomb of Courage." She tried to recall, saying the tribe leader originally didn't let him in, but he showed them Godric's token. "Tomb of Courage? Where is it?" I quickly asked. She scratched her head, looking innocent. Poetry opera forgot. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Little Gwen precisely added, "Ow, is she an idiot?" The poetry drama immediately got unhappy and shouted, "The poetry drama is not an idiot. The poetry drama has a map and doesn't need to remember the way." Saying this, she pulled out a piece of parchment from her waist pocket. "Map, Grandpa. Who is the good child that won't get lost?" The next moment, an old man's face appeared on the parchment, and an aged voice echoed, "Poetry drama. Are you lost again?" "Not at all." She pointed at us. "It's them who want to go to the Tomb of Courage." The map turned to face me, and its tone instantly became cold. "Wizards are not welcome here." I smelled an ancient alchemical scent, most likely a product from the era of the Four Giants. I quickly explained that I was here to find a classmate. The map looked me up and down, sighed, and said, "I would like to help, but the creator has set limitations. I cannot tell the wizard the location." "You don't need to tell me." I immediately found a loophole. I pointed to the day's poetic drama beside me and said, "You tell her, and she can relay it to me. Won't that work?" The map mumbled something about how fast the little wizard's mind was and agreed. So, the poetic drama not only told me the location, but also offered to lead us. She ran ahead like a little deer while telling us that due to certain matters, the people in the tribe didn't quite like wizards. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the front of Valley, where a statue stood at the entrance. It depicted a man with a hearty smile, a sword draped over his shoulder, and wearing a wizard's hat. I could tell at a glance that this was Godric. The poetic drama said this was the place left by Godric, protected by their centaurs, and generally no one could enter. Before she finished speaking, I had already pulled little Gwen and dashed into the mist of the valley. "You can't go in." The poetic drama was dumbfounded behind us. Did I cause trouble? As soon as we entered the valley, I felt a spinning sensation, like a phantom shifting. By the time I regained my senses, we had already arrived in a deep grand hall. The ground was a black mirror that reflected the starry sky above, and 30 meters ahead, there was a large door resembling a triumphal arch, through which a swirling magical vortex could be seen. The style looked unmistakably like Ravenclaw's work. I didn't think much and walked straight to the door. Just as I reached the entrance, a half-kneeling shadow began to materialize in front of me, eventually transforming into a suit of medieval armor holding a large sword. "Uninvited. No entry allowed." A muffled voice came from the armor. "Great, an automatic defense program." I tried to ask, "What form does the invitation take?" "Uninvited. No entry allowed." "All right, it seems the intelligence is limited." As I took a step forward, the armored figure raised its large sword and swung it at me without hesitation. "I think I've figured it out. They won't let us pass without a fight." "Fine. I'm not going to endure it any longer." "All right, no more patience. Let's just go for it. Let me tell you, trying to get by with clever tricks is not going to work, so don't blame me. I'm going to hit you with a hardcore challenge." I raised my hand and unleashed a shattering blow, and with a bang, a large part of the Iron Man's chest armor was shattered, causing him to stagger back several steps. His reaction was decent, better than those things in the castle, but in the end, he was still just a lifeless object. I immediately sensed that this cursed place could weaken my spells. But so what? I didn't stop at all. With a wave of my wand, I conjured something big. An invisible spiral drill shot out 3 times, and the Tin Man disintegrated in midair, scattering parts all over the ground. As a result, just when I finished with the small one, the big one showed up. The entire hall lit up with a red glow, as if an alarm had been triggered. The ground bubbled up like the surface of water, and a giant armored figure, about 6 or 7 meters tall and resembling a small mountain, stood up. Its body was covered in incomprehensible blue patterns, and it grabbed a massive dragon spear nearby, sweeping it horizontally across the ground without a word. Damn, what kind of ancient magic is this? With a push of the spiral spell under my feet, I floated backward to dodge the shot. At the same time, I swung my arm back and threw a giant circular saw. Void will maximum will. With a screech, that thing slammed directly into the creature's chest. Sparks exploding in all directions, lighting up the entire hall like fireworks. As a result, this creature was surprisingly tough. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, it shattered my circular saw with one punch. I looked at the gash running from its shoulder to its waist and clicked my tongue, still too shallow. It seemed I had irritated the creature. 2 ghostly flames lit up in its helmet, locking onto me before it threw the dragon spear in its hand. I saw the trajectory. It was off. It was aiming to fly over my head. Just as I was about to dodge, I suddenly felt a violent surge of magic behind me. Damn, are you trying to play a feint? Illusionary movement, huh? Almost fell for your trick. I couldn't be bothered with the long spear flying towards me. In a moment, I turned around My wand erupted with immense magical power, and I uttered 2 words, Judgment of Death. At that instant, the giant armored figure indeed teleported behind me, gripping the dragon spear that had just flown by and thrusting it towards my back. But he was fast, and I was faster. 4 dark green chains shot out from the ceiling and floor, wrapping tightly around its limbs. I asked it with a smile, "Let me ask you a question. If forces from all 4 directions act on an object at the same time, what do you think will happen?" Of course, it couldn't answer me and was just struggling with the chain. I laughed self-deprecatingly, feeling it was pointless to talk to a lump of iron, and I walked towards the portal without looking back. Behind me, I heard a loud crash. Boom! That big guy was directly torn apart by me, shattered into 5 large pieces that fell to the ground. Before entering, I glanced back at the wreckage, and one thought crossed my mind. Is this it? Ancient magic is at this level? Who understands family? This is so underwhelming. Indeed, the strength depends on who is using it. Just after I entered, on the other side, the unfortunate guy, named Zayumitro, also came in cursing. He was covered in wounds, leaning on a broken sword, having cut down several waves of 10 men. He was mumbling about how the Gryffindor relic was useless. Then he plunged into the hall I had just broken through. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. There were no 10 men in front of him, just a huge cave filled with mountains of gold and silver. Gold coins flowed like rivers, and gemstones were everywhere, dazzlingly bright. He took a deep breath, somehow forced himself to calm down, with no greed in his eyes. Just one thought, get the Philosopher's Stone and then get out. He crawled up the mountain of gold like a cripple, complaining that it would be great if there was a sniff right now. To be honest, he was quite the scholar, recognizing several long-lost alchemical tools from the history of magic while he climbed. Soon, he saw a crystal box at the top of the mountain, containing a red stone that flickered with light. His heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be that easy, could it? But he gritted his teeth and rushed over. The next second, the entire mountain of gold came to life. The gold coins spun like quicksand, directly sweeping him down. Immediately afterward, a ferocious red fire dragon emerged from the mountain of gold. What a klitsch plot. Zayumitro cursed and ran. The scorching dragon breath flew over his head, turning the gold coins into molten gold. This guy was tough too. As he was chased and burned by the fire dragon, he countered with a flashing glow, smashing a large light ball directly onto the dragon's face, blinding its eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he climbed back up the mountain of gold, heading straight for the crystal box. But the fire dragon recovered quickly, and before it could chase him, it opened its mouth and released a massive fireball, which boomed and swallowed Zayumitro along with the box. As the flames dissipated, half of Zayumitro's body was scorched, but he rolled down the mountain holding the box, crashing to the ground. However, there was no pain on his face. Instead, he wore a crazy laugh mixed with ecstasy and hatred. Got it. Got it. At that moment, a portal opened not far from him. He hurriedly cast an explosion spell to create a thick smoke and limped toward the door. However, the next second, a silver-haired figure, me, was kicked out of the very door he was about to enter like a cannonball and crashed into him, sending him flying. I steadied my posture, floating in the air, still complaining, why do the monsters get stronger every time I pass a level in this broken place? Looking down, I finally saw the roomette Aro holding a box on the ground. Oh, so you were here. As soon as I finished speaking, a figure made entirely of liquid magic emerged from the door, wearing a small crown on its head. I took a look and thought, wow, even the projection of the 4 heads has come out. Is this the real Ravenclaw? I took back my words. Ancient magic still has some tricks up its sleeve. But I was puzzled. This is clearly Gryffindor's secret chamber. So why is it our Ravenclaw big shot that came out? Watch out behind you. The half-dead Shumitra on the ground still knew to remind me. The fire-breathing dragon behind me was diving towards me, but I couldn't be bothered to turn my head. My eyes fixed firmly on the projection of Ravenclaw. Seeing me so arrogant, the dragon got even angrier and picked up speed, flames starting to erupt from its mouth. Suddenly, boom! An invisible spiral drill came crashing down from the sky, piercing straight through its neck and pinning it firmly to the ground. The fire it hadn't had time to breathe exploded in its head, instantly igniting it. The guy next to me looked like his eyes were about to pop out, probably wondering what kind of divine battle this was. I ignored him, slowly rolled on my sleeves, and revealed my secret weapon, a medical leech attached to my arm, housed in a transparent box. Don't ask, just know it's a combination of technology and hard work. With all the magic fully restored and an additional 100 magic amplification, even when facing your true form, I shouldn't die, right? I raised my wand and aimed at the Ravenclaw projection, which had also raised its hand. So, welcome to the world 1,000 years later. As soon as I finished speaking, a dense swarm of spiral drill bits appeared out of nowhere behind me, raining down and instantly drowning the Ravenclaw projection. When I finally emerged from that hellish place, someone was already waiting for me outside. It was a group of centaurs, along with a mysterious figure cloaked in black, holding the head of an old centaur, blood dripping down. The cloaked figure waved his hand, and all the centaurs froze like statues, unable to make a sound. He muttered to himself, as if speaking to someone, mentioning how he almost had his identity divined by that old thing, and even brought up Forenza. Just then, the spatial rift I had opened began to shake violently. With a loud bang, the Ravenclaw projection bound by my chains was violently thrown out, and right after that, I was dragged out along with the unconscious Schmittro. Indeed, they were waiting for me outside. I cast a cold glance at the cloaked figure, and without saying a word, I unleashed a barrage of attacks at him and the Ravenclaw projection I had just freed. However, the cloaked figure was no pushover. With a single move, he summoned a sandstorm that swallowed my attacks. But I had been prepared. I flew over the sandstorm, pulled out a stone inscribed with runes, which was essentially a key, and activated it right in front of him. The next second, a massive pit leading to the Mariana Trench appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a terrifying whirlpool that directly sucked the Ravenclaw projection in. So, it's your turn. I turned my head, my silver pupils burning with blue light, fixating on the cloaked figure. He clearly panicked, sensing he couldn't win, and immediately tried to flee. But just as I was about to deal with him, something went wrong. My system glitched. Suddenly, I stumbled and fell from the sky. Looking down, I saw the truth stone in my hand glowing with the words, "Over control," and a transparent crack appeared on my face. What a cute doll. A familiar yet strange voice rang in my ear. I looked up sharply, and the whole world turned blood red. In that crimson hue, I saw a dirty little girl in tattered clothes who picked me up. As if she was picking up this doll, she cheerfully said, "If no one wants you, come home with me. From today on, I'm your new master. My name is..." When I woke up again, I was in the school nurse's office. On the chair next to me, the bruised Schmittro was munching on an apple, clearly not planning to share a bite. I propped myself up and asked him how long it had been. He said half a day. It seemed that he had kept everything that happened in the Forbidden Forest a secret. Otherwise, it should be Dumbledore sitting here now. I asked him, "That so-called father of yours, how come he didn't take the chance to kill me?" He scoffed and said, "You should have seen his cowardly face at that moment. When he saw you fall, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He picked up the stone of truth and ran away, more pathetic than a stray dog." I let out a cold laugh. "Then you can't even stop a dog." His face instantly darkened, and in his anger, he crushed the armrest of the chair. But he still held back and told me that his father needed him to participate in the final step of refining the truth potion in 5 days, at the Windmill Flower Valley. Once the task was completed, he would receive the byproduct, water of rationality, to save his mother. At that moment, my system popped up a task, shatter the truth, with a reward of a bloody doll. My pupils trembled in an instant. This reward feels off. When Ziomitro saw me zoning out, he continued, saying that his father was afraid I would cause trouble, so he set up magical protections. As soon as I or someone like Dumbledore stepped in, the anti-apparition barrier would activate, and no one would be able to enter. A spell targeting names? Interesting. I took an apple and magically peeled it while already plotting in my mind. In the following days, Gwen and I started dreaming frequently, and all the dreams were about the little girl who had found me. I was sure this had something to do with the Philosopher's Stone. My lucky charm was probably being interfered with by that thing. Whether it was for myself or for the system, I had decided to seize that stone. 4 days later, early morning, Ziomitro was waiting for me by the Black Lake. As footsteps sounded, he turned around and was instantly dumbfounded. Standing before him was a blonde beauty in a white knitted sweater, draped in a black suit jacket. "That's right, it was me. You." I casually brushed my hair aside and said, "The curse on names, disguise, and complex potions are all ineffective. So I used the gender transformation spell. By the way, my name is now Zhu Isi, so don't get it wrong." The Scamitro people were all stunned, staring blankly at Hogwarts Castle, saying that if I wasn't there, my father would find out. I told them that I had Iris use a compound decoction to turn into my appearance for a few days. Moreover, this broken curse seems to have side effects, as it appears to have affected my personality as well. I crossed my arms, feeling that the scale was quite considerable, and complained, "Thank goodness it only lasts for 2 days. Otherwise, I'd really worry about awakening some strange hobbies." All right, enough chatter. Without warning, I kicked him over and stepped on his back to take the keys from his pocket. "Why are you stepping on me?" he asked, feeling frustrated. I kept smiling and exerted a bit of force under my feet. Oh, it must be due to the gender transformation. I'm feeling a bit S now. In the next moment, our figures twisted and disappeared from the spot. When we reappeared, we were already in a magnificent villa. The old butler Walter looked at me and hesitantly asked, "Young master." "Oh no, should I call you young lady now?" "Whatever," I said while going upstairs, instructing him to take a thorough check to ensure no one had tampered with him. The old butler looked frail, but Schmidt felt a lot of pressure and obediently followed him. On the second floor, my Aunt Artemis, dressed in an evening gown, leaned against the railing with a smile, teasing me that I looked just like my Uncle Gellert did when he was young after becoming a girl. That is when I understood why Headmaster Dumbledore looked like he had lost his soul when he saw me a couple of days ago. However, I couldn't be bothered with the love and hate of these old folks. I directly asked, "Aunt, is everything I requested before prepared?" "Everything as you wish, my dear master," she replied. A few minutes later, in front of the secret vault in the basement of the villa, I aimed my eyes at the iris scanner. Identifying Albert Grindelwald, the door opened with a sound. It seems this gender transformation spell is quite advanced. My biological information hasn't changed at all. Soon, 2 silver gray metal boxes marked number 21 and number 73 were brought out. My right index finger glowed blue, and with a swipe on the boxes, they clicked open simultaneously. With both magic and technology as double insurance, our family has always been this secure. With the equipment ready, it was time to pull off a big job. I'll tell you, the first item I pulled out of the box was a necklace made of 5 green glass beads. It looked unremarkable, but the name was explosive, Blood Battle Pact. As Artemis helped me put it around my neck, she explained that once activated, it could forcibly create a dual barrier. As long as neither party was dead, no one could escape, and it could last for a full 3 days. She mentioned that the last person to use this was my unfortunate uncle, Gellert, who ended up being dealt with by Dumbledore. What a shame. The second item in the box was even more interesting. The hilt of a Western sword, without a blade, but with an old-fashioned trigger. This was called Demon Slayer Trigger, a good item compensated to us by the Rockefeller family. When fully charged, it could unleash 3 small-scale, all-encompassing spells. I picked up the hilt and casually inserted my wand into it with a click. To my surprise, it fit perfectly, and a multitude of metal components instantly swallow my wand, making the hilt larger. Artemis was teasing me, suggesting that this thing felt a bit like a lone commander. I didn't even bother to respond. With a thought, a blade of barrier glowing blue shot out from the hilt. That wasn't all. I applied a little more force, and a ring of eerie blue flames wrapped around the blade. With a casual swing, a flame slash burned through the distant concrete wall. All right, with the barrier spell, the fierce fire spell, and 3 uses of the all-encompassing spell, this equipment was complete. I stylishly twirled the sword hilt and tucked it into my waist, walking away without looking back. The next morning, I woke up to find little Gwen still mumbling in her sleep, saying things like Gwen is the minister of magic. Gwen is the greatest. Goodness, her ambition was something else. I ignored her, took a shower, and quickly went over my plan in my mind. The black-robed man who called himself the father of the one, known as Shomi Teal, had his sights set on the Philosopher's Stone. As for my goal, once he concocted the elixir of truth, I would pull off a black-on-black maneuver, killing him and seizing the treasure, all while playing the righteous executioner. Once prepared, Shomi Teal and I used the door key to fly to Glencoe Valley. We were both dressed in sharp black suits. Shomi Teal complained about it being too tight, but I shot him a look that made him back off. Come on, this was our family-esque combat uniform, equipped with top-notch location spells, safety first. We hadn't walked far when we passed through an invisible magical barrier, and the scenery instantly transformed from desolate to vibrant. Suddenly, we bumped into 2 silver-haired girls, one chasing the other while shouting in French. Upon seeing their faces, I recognized them. Fleur Delacour and her sister Gabrielle, future champions of the Triwizard Tournament. Just as the younger one tripped and fell, I quickly helped her up. I said directly to Fleur, "Beautiful, this place is reserved for us today. For safety's sake, hurry and take your sister away. It might get chaotic." She seemed about to ask why, but with a flick of my finger, I used a spatial transfer to send them back to the entrance of the valley. Clearing the area was necessary to avoid any distractions. Before long, Shomi Teal and I arrived at a valley filled with white windmill flowers. At the end of our line of sight, the familiar black-robed man stood in front of a gigantic cauldron, facing us. "TCH, so you to bring some backup, my dear son." The black-robed man finally took off his hat, revealing a face that looked like a patchwork monster, pieces from all over, making you want to punch it. Shomi Teal shot back. I didn't agree to come alone. The guy didn't seem to mind. Instead, he looked at me with interest and said, "You're from the Grindelwald family, right?" Was the masterpiece sent to you? I smile with my mouth, but not with my eyes. Shouldn't I introduce myself before asking others for their names? That's right, he nodded. I am a mummy that Roland mentioned to you before. You can call me by my real name. I interrupted him directly. Ushamarai, set Penley Ramesses Miamon. Are you Pharaoh Ramesses too? He was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. The Grindelwald family really has an abundance of talent. It was as if he acknowledged it. This old monster actually wasn't completely dead. He then asked for my name, and I casually replied, Julius Grindelwald. He calculated for a moment and said I was using a false name, but it didn't matter, as long as I wasn't Dumbledore or the masterpiece himself. After the preliminaries, it was time to get down to business. He looked at Shumatero and said that he needed 2 of his molars for potion making. Without a second thought, Shumatero reached into his mouth, cracked 2 teeth, and tossed them over. Ramesses too took them and threw them into the cauldron, muttering something about full moon werewolf placentas and the eyeballs of blood-cursed mothers, which made me feel nauseous. Next, the cauldron erupted with golden light, and it looked like it was about to be ready. I exchanged a glance with Shumatero and made my move. I crushed the glass bead of the Blood War Pact, and the entire valley was instantly sealed by a barrier. Can't wait for this? Ramesses too asked with a sinister smile. My potion-making skills are decent. I can tell if it worked or not. I said coldly. Just as I finished speaking, the battle broke out. He turned around, and a circle of ghostly blue flames shot towards my face, but I was faster. A swarm of blue scarab beetles erupted from under his feet, trying to block my fierce fire. How naive! With a wave of the invisible blade in my hand, I cleaved his wall of bugs in half. I charged right up to him, launching a spiraling thrust wrapped in fierce fire. He raised a golden shield to block it. Before he could catch his breath, Shumatero's giant stone sword came soaring from behind, knocking him away like a baseball. By the way, I don't seem to see your second pair of arms? I asked deliberately, while retreating to dodge his silently cast slicing spell. What do you mean? He was clearly taken aback. Nothing much, just trying to trick you a bit. I stepped on a magical chain and soared into the sky, engaging him in battle. Goodness, this old monster could cast a sandstorm spell, conjuring 2 tornadoes to try and ensnare me. A mere trick. I glanced at it, learned it on the spot, and summoned an even larger tornado, transforming it into a giant hand that slapped him down from the sky. You learn my magic just by watching it twice. He crawled out of the sand pile, his face filled with disbelief. Learning, mimicking, then surpassing, is it really that difficult? I mocked him verbally while not stopping my hands, using his earlier slicing spell, and in an instant, struck him down with a series of slashes. Who exactly are you? Behind him, Shumatero's giant stone sword struck down again, forcing him to kneel on one knee. I am Ramesses. He roared in fury, his magic surging, attempting to use the killing curse against me. Finished with your last words? I shook my head, too naive. Facing the incoming green light, I pulled the trigger of my sword's hilt. Click, 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 3 times. That killing curse flickered out like a light bulb that had lost power. Then it was my turn. I fused the barrier's blade with the ghostly blue flames, forming a gigantic spiral drill. Executing the azure spiral, collapsed the skyline, directly piercing through everything in front of me. I sheathed my sword, leaving behind a giant hollow with a diameter of several meters in a mountain wall, allowing a direct view of the blue sky on the other side. As for the so-called Ramses II, he was nothing but dust the moment I drew my sword. And guess what? Just as I finished up here, on the other side, in a medieval-style tavern, the real Ramses II, a muscular man adorned with gold, was playing cards with a short, chubby guy wearing a white mask. Suddenly, a small ceramic jar hanging from his waist exploded with a bang. The chubby guy said, Ramses, I advise you not to get too involved. That masterpiece isn't quite right. Ramses II shrugged it off, saying, it's just a transcender on the verge of awakening. I owe that kid a favor. It turned out that the one I had been battling for so long was just a substitute, conjured from the memories of an unfortunate little employee from the Ministry of Magic, whose dying wish was to become a great wizard, which Ramses fulfilled. It was all about a cyber wish, huh? The white-masked wizard known as Over-Death finally advised him, you will regret this. And then he vanished. Ramses also turned into wind and sand, leaving behind a remark, for the sake of defeating the gods, any sacrifice is worth it. Back to our side. With the potion remaining in the cauldron, Mom was successfully transformed back. Dumbledore, Snape, and the others were present. Professor Roland said the person would need 5 more days to wake up, just in time for the end-of-term banquet. Professor McGonagall suddenly remarked, speaking of which, the exam is tomorrow. With that, the entire Hogwarts fell into wailing. On the day of the theory exam, The atmosphere was incredibly heavy. That guy Pavin even tried to copy my answers, almost moving the desk onto me, only to be caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall, who scared him so much he trembled. Professor McGonagall said, "If you do that again, you can leave the exam room." Guess what Pavin said? Her eyes lit up. "So I don't have to take the exam?" This infuriated McGonagall, who made her stay behind for a makeup exam after everyone else was released for the holiday. After the theory exam was the practical. Professor Flitwick's test for me was to make a paper figure dance across a pair of chopsticks. Too easy. I initially wanted to be low-key, but our dean's little gaze was on me. Who knows, the anticipation was almost overflowing from the screen. Fine, no more pretending. I reveal my hand. With a wave of my wand, 8 paper figures formed a group, doing handstands and flips on the chopsticks, performing a circus version of Swan Lake, and ended with a perfect backflip with 3.5 twists, collectively bowing for an encore. After a brief silence, the whole audience erupted in applause. That applause was for me, I tell you, because I had just put on a big show in Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall asked everyone to turn toads into teapots, while others were still nervously waving their wands. I couldn't even be bothered to move mine. With a snap of my fingers, the toad before me instantly transformed into a teapot with a dynamic map. Goodness, the Hogwarts terrain map was updating in real time, even showing which professor was slacking off where. Just as I was basking in Professor McGonagall's overflowing praise, I caught a glimpse from the corner of my eye. On the teapot map, Professor Rowland's name suddenly flashed and appeared out of thin air in the office on the 3rd floor. Along with him, another name appeared. My heart sank. Something was off. Very off. I was almost writing Mars on my potions exam paper, and I submitted it as fast as I could, then directly made my way to the office door on the 3rd floor. Let me tell you, as soon as I arrived, the noise inside suddenly stopped. Then Rowland, that old fox, spoke up, "Come in." I pushed the door open and pretended to look around, but my eyes were scanning like radar. Rowland was at the window packing his things, with a large suitcase next to him, clearly prepared for a hasty exit with a disillusionment charm. He told me that he had something urgent come up and had to leave today, leaving Snape to substitute for tomorrow's exam. I thought to myself, your escape posture doesn't look like you have something urgent at all. I looked down at the books on his desk, and wow, the Necromancer's Black Book, Bloodborne's Curse. I read them aloud and asked him with a smirk, "Professor, you have quite a wide range of interests, don't you? Your research direction is quite unique." He had his back to me, and his movements clearly stiffened for a moment. After a few seconds, he pretended nothing was wrong and said, "Oh, I was just researching it since I was tricked by a mummy before." I nodded, pretending to understand, then changed the subject, muttering to myself, "By the way, it's exam day, but I haven't seen Zayumite Luo around. Have you seen him?" "I haven't seen him today, either." He slowly turned around, and we locked eyes, then laughed at the same time. In the next second, bang, the outer wall of the office exploded. That old scoundrel Rowland floated out like a ghost, and the box in his hand instantly shrank into his pocket. I stepped onto an invisible staircase, walking down from the hole step by step, and my expression was probably colder than a Siberian ice block. I didn't understand. He frowned and asked me, "Where did you start doubting me?" I couldn't help but laugh. Doubt? Heh, what a coincidence. I used a little magic earlier, and guess what? Your name and Zayumitro's appeared in this office at the same time. If I remember correctly, you can't operate inside Hogwarts, right? He even applauded me, saying that I would surely achieve greatness in the future. Bah! The next second he wanted to bolt, and this guy actually found a way to break through Hogwarts' anti-apparition spell. Even Voldemort couldn't do that. Where do you think you're going? With a wave of my wand, a barrage of drills came rushing over, but they were all blocked by a golden shield. My heart sank. Sure enough, that attacker from that day was just a decoy. The real mastermind was him. I was wondering why I only found the water of reason and never saw any truth potion. Truth potion? That kind of thing has never existed. Roland looked maniacally, summoned 2 gigantic scarab hands to block my chains, and then distortedly vanished like a bad signal. But let me tell you, he can't escape. Almost simultaneously, in a valley in Albania, Roland appeared in a sorry state. As soon as he caught his breath, he enlarged his suitcase and dragged out 2 people. Who understands family? It was the unconscious Zayumitro and his mother. Not far away, a muscular man dressed in black and covered in runes stood like an ancient Egyptian pharaoh in front of 2 stone tablets. Roland tossed the mother and son over, and they were instantly bound by snake-like chains from the tablets. The pharaoh coldly said that Zayumitro was almost complete. All they needed was to stimulate him a bit more to let his bloodline go completely out of control, and then they could extract the truth of the hero. That guy Roland even sighed, saying how cruel he was. I wanted to vomit upon hearing that. Is that called cruelty? That's called being both a perpetrator and a bystander. They were talking about how this little sacrifice was nothing in the face of resisting the gods, aiming to become heroes of humanity. I spit. My fists are clenched for what I've heard. At this moment, Zyamite woke up, his eyes red, screaming Roland's name like a madman. As a result, that old bastard Roland, just a second ago pretending to bow and apologize, the next second pulled out a small knife and carved the words Angelica, Beowulf, and murder into his own face. Permanently, like a disfigurement. He was muttering something about bearing their lives to fight, about becoming a new hero, just when he was at his most pretentious and peak moment. A target mark suddenly appeared on his back. Immediately after, the space behind him ripped open, and a ghostly green chain shot out, tightly wrapping around his waist. A cold voice echoed through the valley. It was mine. I found you. Roland turned sharply, seeing me step out from the spatial rift, his eyes nearly popping out, his face filled with disbelief. I still had the afterimage of the illusionary movement on me. There are still many things you don't understand. I landed, my gaze sweeping over him and that dark-skinned pharaoh. I was able to catch up, all thanks to a new skill from a previous mission reward, Magic Sniper. This thing is incredible, just like Miss Fortune's ultimate in teamfight tactics. As long as I lock onto you, it doesn't matter if you run to the ends of the earth. My next skill can hit you precisely. At that moment, I locked onto Roland and linked my death sentence with the chain. Then, relying on the chain's connection, I executed 3 consecutive phantom shifts, directly airdropping onto his face from across the country. This operation left me in awe. Although it was my first time using it, it felt like a piece of cake. I'll block him. You go complete the ritual. That pharaoh, Ramses II, stepped forward on his own. What a dream. I raised my hand and fired 2 invisible spiral drill shots, only to be intercepted by 2 equally invisible slashes from him. Wow, the real deal is indeed much stronger than that previous imposter. In the next second, our spells clashed like a bullet barrage, nearly flattening the entire valley. Meanwhile, that old bastard Roland started the final ritual. That bitch Shumatero woke up too, crying and begging him to spare her child. Guess what Roland said? He said no. Because the 2,000 years had come, a new god was to come and destroy the world, and Dumbledore couldn't hold it, needing stronger power. So both mother and child must die. In front of Shumatero, he loudly declared that she was not qualified and unworthy of the hero's power. So he would take it upon himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the stone cone in his hand, and, with a thrust, pierced through her chest. I was watching from a distance, my mind buzzing, killing mom in front of my son. Shiomite Luo instantly went mad, golden patterns crawling all over his body, muscles bulging, breaking free from the spell's confinement. That wasn't enough. Roland crushed a piece of crystal, shouting, "Unleash, the last bloodline of Beowulf." Boom! A beam of golden light shot into the sky, and Shiomite Luo transformed into a 4-meter-tall golden monster, his eyes blood red, completely losing his sanity. Then came the most explosive scene. Roland took off his black robe, revealing a body pierced by countless iron chains and spikes, and then recited a spell, Blood of the Sun, Return to the Father. Blood source converge. The rampaging Shiomite Luo slammed down a fist, as if he could smash a mountain. Yet, Roland blocked it with his corpse-like arm. In the next second, the golden patterns on Shiomite Luo, along with all his power, were all sucked away by Roland. As the dust settled, a nearly 5-meter-tall monster, with muscles like marble and covered in golden, over-hero inscriptions, emerged from the pit. That was Roland. He felt the explosive power within him and slowly uttered 2 words, unbreakable. In the sky, Ramses II was dodging my attacks while trying to seduce me, lecturing me on the history of truth and transcendence. He spoke of how 2,000 years ago, humanity defeated the divine civilization, dismembering various truths. Another 2,000 years later, they defeated the divine magic, leading to the emergence of wizards. Now the 3rd divine being is coming, with only 10 years left, which is why they are resorting to any means to enhance their combat strength. I had just one expression, old man on the subway looking at his phone. JPG, why are you telling me this? You're telling this to a cheat-level time traveler? He pointed at the weakened Yamite Luo below, who couldn't even stand upright, and said something about how power can only be controlled by the strong. I watched the scene below as Roland transformed into a muscular giant, raising a massive flaming sword, ready to completely finish off Shiomitero. At that moment, a huge ogre figure suddenly charged forward, standing in front of Shiomitero. It was Angelica. Damn, She actually willingly activated the blood curse to transform back into a giant, using her life to protect her son. That guy Roland was even crying, saying, "What have I done?" Then, in the next second, he swung the giant sword, engulfing that poor mother and son in flames. After defeating the deity, I will immediately commit suicide to atone. He's still putting on a show. Ramses II in the heavens asked me, "So what is your choice?" I lowered my head to glance at the sea of flames, then raised it again, my eyes devoid of any emotion. I thought, it would be better for both of you to die here together. As soon as I finished speaking, I conjured a blue fire spiral sword that pierced the sky and shot it directly at them. Ramses II turned pale with fright, but then Roland's 5-meter-tall figure suddenly teleported over and took the hit with his body, completely unharmed. Goodness, this overhero power is actually immune to magic. After you die, we will make good use of your truth. Ramses II was also enraged, his whole body shining with golden light, revealing the words over rain. Everything is for the future of humanity. The two old madmen shouted in unison. The battle instantly escalated. That guy Roland, immune to magic, his attacks also breaking magic. And his physical defense was absurdly high, punched through my 3 layers of shields as if they were made of paper, sending me flying. Ramses II was even more ruthless, directly summoning a 20-meter-tall sand giant that began to stomp towards me. As soon as I saw it, I realized this was going to be a 2-on-1 situation. I quickly pulled out a key crystal and engraved it on the spot, summoning the seawater from 6,000 meters deep. The terrifying water pressure instantly swept away half of the sandstorm giant. But Roland charged at me again. His speed was so fast that only an afterimage remained. I tried to lock him down with 2 chains, but they shattered upon touching the golden symbols on his body. "Heroes are unstoppable," he shouted. "A mere murderer. How bold of him to say that." I scoffed and activated Kagas's feast skill, swallowing myself into an alternate space to temporarily evade the attack. I hid in Kogas's belly, rapidly analyzing the situation. Roland couldn't use magic for now, but Ramses II could. I had to take one of them down first. I only had 12 seconds. When the time was up, I instantly appeared outside, and without waiting for Roland to turn around, I accelerated and dashed right in front of Ramses II. The old pharaoh was startled and quickly called the remaining sand soldiers to block me, but I cast a shrinking spell and slipped right through their legs. Then returned to my original size. Now's the time. My right eye twitched violently, and the threat of death instantly enveloped Ramses. Not good. He sensed it, and a golden shield burst forth from his body, but a bright red target had already been marked on his belly. Immediately, 4 chains shot out from the void, ignoring all defenses, and firmly linked him. On the other end, the void shattered, revealing Kogas's massive abyssal mouth. It was going to drag him in. That old fox was decisive too. He instantly smashed all the clay pots at his waist, summoning 4 shadowy monsters to share the burden of my target mark. What a shame. I sighed and pulled my arms back forcefully, plan to devour. Inside Kogas's stomach, the 4 shadowy monsters, still confused about the situation, were instantly melted by the endless void energy. "What have you done?" Ramses II, who had narrowly escaped disaster, gasped for breath, while my magical energy was nearly depleted. Just as I was about to buy some time, Roland's fist came crashing from behind. Bang! I was smashed into the mountainside like a cannonball. "Don't give him a chance to breathe," Roland shouted as he charged at me again. I stood up from the ruins, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth. My entire shield was shattered, but at least I wasn't dead. Relying solely on magic really doesn't work. I reached into my pocket with my left hand, grabbed 2 metal bullets, and tossed them in front of me. The shrink spell was, and the 2 bullets instantly expanded into huge pointed shells hovering in front of me. In my silvery pupils, a crimson target mark slowly emerged. Uranium alloy tail, stabilizing armor-piercing rounds, the latest military technology. I whispered as 2 shells began to spin at high speed, igniting with fierce flames due to friction. Initial velocity, 1450 meters per second. Just as the words left my mouth, the 2 rounds vanished. Roland, charging at high speed, only heard a world-ending roar. And then he was blasted away by an invisible force. The pure physical impact tore through his invulnerable skin, and he soared into the sky, spitting blood. Before he could fall, the second armor-piercing round chased after him. Boom! With a thunderous sound, smoke billowed. And let me tell you, the scene was extraordinary. Oh no! The guy who could transform was blown apart like a rag doll, his body charred and bones exposed, shimmering with a golden light. But guess what? The words, over-hero flashed on his body, and the wounds began to heal in a swift motion, returning him to full vitality in less than a minute. Albert watched this scene, speechless, and sighed. What a pain, can't even kill you. Too bad. These days, nuclear weapons aren't allowed to be traded freely. Or else what just hit you wouldn't be shells, but small nuclear bombs. Nearby, Ramses II, the Egyptian pharaoh, shuddered at the mention of fission bombs. He didn't understand what it was, but instinctively felt uneasy. He thought he couldn't give Albert a chance to breathe anymore. He had too many tricks up his sleeve, making him hard to defend against. So, the old pharaoh waved his scepter, and the sand on the ground transformed into a swarm of mummies, crawling out in droves, connected by golden threads, all covered in runes. He originally had 4 formidable subordinates, but they were all taken out by Albert's unknown tricks, leaving him with only a bunch of temporary lackeys to fill the ranks. Albert saw this and thought, all right, while the toughest is still recharging, I'll take out this fragile pharaoh first. He pointed his wand, and the red dot of magic sniper appeared again on Ramses' chest. Again? The old pharaoh was stunned. What kind of absurd ability was this? Without thinking, he scattered into a cloud of yellow sand. But it was useless. The next second, Albert turned and looked at a seemingly ordinary yellow sand mummy in the distance, where the red dot slowly appeared on its chest. Albert gave a thumbs up, and an armor-piercing round appeared out of thin air, spinning as it shot out. Boom! The targeted mummy, along with dozens of its brethren, was instantly reduced to rubble. Damn it! Ramses' voice echoed from all directions. Useless. The mummies here are endless. You can't kill me. Then came a series of explosions, with Albert smashing down one group after another like a whack-a-mole. To be honest, Albert found it a bit tricky. This old pharaoh was like a cockroach. He thought for a moment and decided to retreat. He was someone who preferred to plan before acting, never charging in head first. More importantly, Roland's Kim was about to fully revive, and he wasn't that arrogant to face 2 opponents at once. But just as he wanted to leave, someone wouldn't let him. You think you can escape? Roland, with a thud, landed in front of him, his face marked with burn scars. Albert frowned, abandoning flight and preparing to use a teleport chain to lock onto the Hogwarts beacon to escape. But at that moment, he suddenly felt something was off. He realized he couldn't move. Let me tell you, the sand was crawling out of his 7 orifices and skin pores. Family, who understands? This is a phobia attack on the spot. You're not the only one stalling for time. Ramses leisurely walked over, extending a hand. The sand twisted into runes on Albert's body, then transformed into bandages, wrapping him tightly into a mummy-like form. To infiltrate your body, I spent a full 10 minutes. My mana bar is almost empty, the old pharaoh boasted in front of him. But it was worth it. In the blink of an eye, only the upper half of Albert's face was left exposed, his gaze cold, calmly accepting defeat. He truly didn't expect the opponent's attack could penetrate internally. This loss was not unjust. So, 10 years later, the old pharaoh hadn't finished speaking when suddenly a small blue figure floated out from Albert. It was little Gwen. She angrily waved a sewing needle. Bad guy. Let go of Al. A burst of magic flew towards him, but unfortunately, as cute as she was, the damage was more of a light scratch. The little one also noticed, anxiously pounding her little fists, but it was still ineffective. Guardian spirit? She actually has a soul? Ramses curiously examined her, then disdainfully raised a finger. Annoying little thing. Roland sighed beside them, unable to bear to look. Stop. Just as little Gwen was about to be obliterated, Albert, who had been unresponsive until then, suddenly contorted his expression into one of rage, unleashing all his magic in a desperate explosion. How strange. A person like you actually cares about others. Ramses muttered, completely ignoring him. The next second, a beam of light pierced through little Gwen's body, and she shattered into countless blue light particles, scattering like butterflies. La. Me. C. S. Albert, disheveled, opened his mouth to roar, wanting to unleash a powerful attack, but his face was instantly covered by bandages. Terrifying vibrations came from within the mummy. But ultimately he couldn't break free, and, after a dozen seconds, he fell completely silent. Let's go. Ramses turned. In about half a year, I can completely brainwash him. He will be our sharpest blade against the gods. Roland silently nodded and followed him. But just as they turned around and took 2 steps, bang! A force more terrifying than the previous nuclear explosion, fake, erupted from behind. The 2 turned back sharply, completely dumbfounded. A figure covered in silver-white patterns stood in the surging energy stream, blankly looking up. It was Albert, awakening the truth. At this moment, Ramses felt things were starting to spiral out of control. He fixed his gaze on those patterns, slowly enunciating over reality, surpassing reality. Both inhaled sharply. Was this ability a bit too absurd? However, even more absurd was yet to come. Albert's body suddenly cracked like porcelain and then exploded from a sea of darkness. A taller, thinner humanoid figure stood up. This being had no facial features, and its semi-transparent body was filled with billions of twinkling stars. The runes on its body twisted again. The words over vanished, replaced by dense for and reality. What a joke. This is impossible. Ramses broke down on the spot. It was the kind of collapse that makes you wet your pants. How could such a thing happen? Ridiculous. The next second, that humanoid figure opened a pair of pure white eyes, filled with countless spiral patterns. Buzz. Within a 10-kilometer radius, valleys, forests, the earth, everything began to distort, blur, and dissolve like a TV with poor signal. In the year 1990 of the Earth calendar, the fourth deity, Reality, parachuted to Earth ahead of 2009. Time fast-forwarded, or rather, rewound. Let's take a look at the resume of this Reality guy. He was originally a cosmic civil servant, specifically tasked with cleaning up the universes that the creator had lost bets on. His boss was a chatterbox who chatted with him every day and recommended a novel called Harry Potter. Millions of years later, while on a business trip, Reality was ambushed by two big shots, a bald purple sweet potato essence and a great golden dragon of the starry sky. They attacked him from both sides, and with 2 hits, they directly emptied 73 of his health bar. With no choice, he had to make an emergency landing and randomly dove into a low-level civilization world. When he regained consciousness, he found himself transformed into a tattered, stitched-up rabbit doll lying in a garbage heap. He didn't know how long it had been when a pair of dirty little hands picked him up. It was a little girl with pigtails named Xiaomi, a dirty but always smiling little beggar. Reality initially planned to gradually gather energy on his own. But this situation wasn't bad. The closer he got to the reality of this world, the faster he recovered. This girl was really pitiful. Every day, she scavenged for garbage to exchange for a little money, half of which she spent on bread and half saved up. In the end, she actually used all her money to trade for a worn-out pirated copy of Harry Potter from the scrap station owner who had been touching her. Reality told her, "I can grant you one wish." Xiaomi tilted her head and asked, "Can it be that you won't eat me?" Because Reality needed to consume her life to recover. Reality coldly replied, "No, you will die in a month." That was really cruel. Yet Xiaomi still smiled. Later, she was slapped in the street by her mother, who was a prostitute, and was molested by her mother's clients. She bit someone and ran away, still wearing a calm smile on her face. It seemed she was born unable to feel sadness. Reality couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Make a wish. I can help you kill everyone you hate." Xiaomi shook her head. "Those things aren't meaningful if you don't work hard for them." She pointed to an advertisement for a game called Golden Shovel Battle on a distant building, where a cartoon doll named Little Gwen was featured, and said enviously, "How nice. Everyone likes her." Reality didn't understand. "You are such a strange human." Xiaomi, with a big canvas bag on her back, bounced along the street, dodging malice, happily shouting, "Don't worry, Mr. Rabbit. I'll live healthily until a month later. I will definitely fulfill my friend's wish." Friend. For the first time, Reality felt something unusual. That last night, it was raining coldly. Xiaomi collapsed in an alley with a fruit knife stabbed into her belly, blood flowing everywhere. "I told you long ago, those little ghosts you consider family are not good people." The voice of Reality, inside the rabbit doll, carried a hint of anger he wasn't even aware of. "I thought we were family." Xiaomi's smile turned pale from blood loss. "Previously, when I was sick, they brought me medicine. The medicine was given by that pedophile from the scrap station. They wanted to sell you to him." Xiaomi's smile froze for the first time, but soon it returned. "Hurry, make a wish." Reality panicked. "You don't have time. Making a wish can save you." But Xiaomi didn't listen. With her last bit of strength, she hugged the rabbit doll to her chest and murmured, "I've heard that friends should help each other. I hope you can be happy, Mr. Rabbit. Truly seek your own life instead of living for others." "Are you crazy?" "Yes, that is my wish." Xiaomi's voice grew weaker as she looked at the advertisement above her head, still featuring Little Gwen. "If there is a next life, I want to be like Little Gwen. Liked by everyone, loved by all." Her voice suddenly stopped. Bang! The shell of the rabbit doll shattered, and a radiant figure emerged, quietly standing in front of the girl's cold body. At that moment, Reality finally understood. Xiaomi wasn't incapable of sadness. She used her smile to reject this damned reality. "Fool!" It picked up the girl's body, and the rain curtain of the entire world instantly froze. "Your tenderness was born in the wrong place." This world does not deserve your kindness. With a flash, it appeared in front of the scrap recycling station. Bang! The bald owner exploded into a mist of blood on the spot. In the distance, two little thugs who had just knocked out another girl were instantly compressed into two blood-red meatballs, shooting out and piercing through two other accomplices in a park over 100 kilometers away, ultimately triggering an explosion of the gas tank in the administrator's cabin. With a focus on precision targeting, it was far ahead. Thousands of people were caught up in death and panic along the way, but reality didn't care at all. Just as Xiaomi said, reality is inherently cruel. In the next moment, reality, holding Xiaomi's corpse, appeared in a room of an adult hotel. I tell you, that man and woman in the room are still blissfully rolling in bed, completely unaware that someone has joined them from behind. This guy just took a glance, and his expression seemed to say that they aren't even human, just two beasts. In the next second, he instantly appeared outside the hotel. Then, wow, that 10-meter-tall building didn't make a sound, and with a crash, it shattered into dust like scattering ashes. I tell you, this isn't revenge. It's pure emotional outburst. Indiscriminate venting. He was originally a god, and according to the rules, he shouldn't interfere recklessly. But before Xiaomi died, she told him to live for himself once. Now it's all come full circle. To honor his promise to Xiaomi, he can now disregard his own principles. He stood there, using Xiaomi's body, his eyes swirling with pure white spirals, which made people feel uneasy. Then he lightly said, "This world doesn't need to exist." As soon as he finished speaking, he exploded into countless light particles, merging into Xiaomi's body. Now, Xiaomi's body became his avatar, a vessel for a god. Soon, oh my god, within 10 minutes, the entire Earth was gone, then the solar system, then the Milky Way. In 72 hours, he devoured an entire universe like spicy strips, filling his energy to the max and restoring his full form. After recovering, he remembered that Xiaomi loved Harry Potter and thought about staying in that world. Xiaomi would surely be happy. But halfway there, he was stopped by three gods. Those three gods were probably colleagues, and they immediately asked, "What are you up to?" Reality ignored them and said something incomprehensible, then started fighting. After more than half an hour, the three gods of equal rank were turned into cosmic dust, leaving no trace behind. Just after finishing the fight, the space behind him shattered. A gigantic, translucent whale, unfathomable in size, emerged from the black hole of time. I tell you, this thing is the creator, the boss who shaped this reality. Upon seeing the boss arrive, reality knew he couldn't get past this hurdle today. He quickly condensed part of his emotions and memories, along with Xiaomi's little soul, into a ball of light, telling it to go protect her. And then he threw it out. The giant whale, the creator, didn't even care about the light ball. Instead, it was so excited that its voice trembled, echoing through all time and space. "I'm so high right now, little reality. You're simply my greatest masterpiece. This is how it should be. A masterpiece should surpass the creator. It should stab me in the back to taste better. Family, who understands? The AI you raised awakens and immediately wants to format you. Yet you're there applauding, saying, 'Good son, that's how it should be.' This creator is all about backstabbing in the nurturing process. It's simply outrageous." After speaking, that terrifying energy crashed down like a tsunami. Reality managed to withstand the first wave, but at the cost of half of his body. You have to know that he was completely unharmed when he fought three at once. One can only say that the boss truly deserves to be the boss. "Come on, surpass me. Step over my corpse." The creator, like a madman, unleashed another energy cannon, turning all of space and time into a chaotic mess. When this commotion passed, the creator transformed into human form, sitting in the darkness, looking at reality, who was left with just a breath in his palm, and surprisingly sighed with regret. "Sigh, why can't I kill you? You are my most perfect creation." Reality couldn't be bothered to respond and was just waiting to die. Then the creator suddenly remembered something and became excited. "Right, didn't you just separate a fictional body? The surreal you created using reality might actually work." It cradled reality in its palm like a child with a new toy. "Awesome. As my masterpiece, you also created your own masterpiece. Should I destroy them?" No. Quite the opposite. I want to give a masterpiece every opportunity to grow stronger until it has the courage to stand before me. After saying this, it grabbed reality and tossed him towards the direction where the light ball had escaped, like throwing away garbage. "You go be the test itself. In the worst-case scenario, you'll destroy everything you created with your own hands. Go on, struggle in the whirlpool of fate. I'm tired of writing new stories." "So, is this your story?" Over here, Albert suddenly felt a new consciousness in his body, and a flood of memories rushed in. Goodness, He finally understood that he wasn't some time traveler. He was actually a character created by reality based on a novel. No wonder he couldn't remember anything from his past life. It was all just a setting. You can treat me as a system. A voice of reality echoed in his mind. Once the seal is broken, the tasks will become mandatory, and there will be punishments for failure, so be prepared. Reality, now, just wanted to quickly eliminate the two guys who harmed Xiaomi. As for them fighting against some third god, reality looked down on that, saying that it's a coward who wouldn't even dare to watch from the sidelines. At his peak, he could take them down with just a glance. Let me use your body. Reality didn't give him a choice at all, and in the next second, he took over Albert's body. Albert was really upset. This guy was too domineering. Albert clenched his fists, his pale spiral pupils gazing at the two transcenders, Ramses II and Roland. Split up and run, Ramses shouted, and both of them simultaneously vanished with a shadow shift. But Albert didn't move at all. I asked him, did you just let them run away? They can't escape. A red target mark appeared in his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the solar panels of dozens of civilian satellites in the sky lit up with the same mark. I tell you, that's a cyber death sentence. 5 seconds later, shadows of two people, one in the Arctic and the other in the Sahara Desert, reflected in his pupils. Locking complete. A pitch-black energy barrier instantly appeared in both locations, trapping the people inside. He clenched his right fist and then released it. Bang! 2 black coffins shattered just like that. When the darkness dissipated, there wasn't even a DNA trace left of those two. They were directly erased from the world. Albert regained control of his body, feeling dazed, and looked down at a bloodied rabbit doll slowly appearing at his feet, asking, "Did you not use any other abilities?" The rabbit doll, representing reality, coldly replied, "The same weapon, used by a human and a monkey, has different applications." I hate this guy. For the first time, Albert felt furious. On the other side, outside the valley, a short, plump man wearing a white mask took off the mask. If Albert were there, he would recognize him at a glance as the dark wizard who had tried to steal his wand. Dumbledore was also there. He stared at the short man and shouted his other name, Beyond Death or Despicable Halbo. It turned out Dumbledore sensed something was wrong at Hogwarts and rushed over, only to be intercepted by Halbo. Halbo looked towards the valley and sighed. That child. Ramses didn't die in vain after all. Then he asked Dumbledore, "What do you think of my previous proposal?" Dumbledore hesitated for a long time before asking, "Can your resurrection stone really bring Ariana back?" Just having the stone isn't enough. Halbo's face was covered with countless words, but with my truth, it will be sufficient. He slowly transformed into a hunchbacked figure draped in a gray robe. On the condition that you are willing to die when the time comes and pull those deceased transcenders back from the root of the world. Death is just another great adventure. Dumbledore had a rather open-minded view on this. "You see, this is why I sought you out," Halbo said. "Unlike you, I am quite afraid of death." After taking care of those two, Albert received a task completion notification. It was then he remembered he hadn't come alone. He dug the shimmering golden-skinned Remitro out of the ashes. This kid was lucky because Roland was dead. The power of Beyond Heroes had returned to him, pulling him back from the gates of death, though he was still unconscious. At that moment, he heard a message in his ear. It was from the network monitoring department of his company. "President, 12 satellites have just been hijacked. Should we investigate?" "No need. The alarm is lifted." It was me. After hanging up the communication, Albert wanted to claim his reward, only to find the system was unresponsive. He immediately looked at the rabbit doll in a little suit by his feet. "What did you do to my golden finger?" "Yours? Don't get wrong. This is for little Gwen. You were just holding it for her." I tell you, these two really don't get along. Before they could finish a sentence, they almost started fighting. Just then, with a wah, little Gwen rubbed her eyes and got up from the ground. The two instantly shut their mouths. "Al, are you okay?" Little Gwen circled around Albert, reassured, and then asked, "Where's the bad guy?" Albert squinted at the rabbit doll and understood. It was this guy who erased Gwen's memories. He opened his mouth and said, "It ran away from you, scared and peeing its pants, and even said how scary you were while running." The little one immediately believed him, hands on her hips, looking proud. "Gwen is invincible." Albert casually replied a few words and then turned his gaze back to the rabbit. "The task is complete. Where's the reward?" "What's the rush?" The rabbit clicked its tongue, reached into its mouth, and then, to the shock of both the big and small, pulled out a forging table 5 times its size. "From now on, tasks. No, bounties will be issued by me. It officially starts a year later. That will be the creator's test for you. You won't want to know the consequences of failure." The rabbit said slowly, "So what are you?" Albert snorted. "The supervisor and the executioner. Final boss?" Albert squinted his eyes. "So should I take you down now?" "You can try. The rabbit's eyes also glowed red. The two faced off again, their auras identical, both feeling the other was unnecessary. Hey, a talking rabbit. Little Gwen cheered and directly pounced on the rabbit's head, happily asking, Mr. Rabbit, are you also Ael's guardian? The rabbit shivered all over, its blood-red eyes softened. No. I am your guardian. Little Gwen tilted her head, thinking for a long time, then announced with shock and arrogance. Gwen actually has her own guardian? I knew it. Wooz is a genius. Albert shot her a look that said, What the hell are you doing? The rabbit retorted with its eyes. My matters are none of your concern. Open the reward. The rabbit pointed at the forging table, then at the soon-to-wake fixed mitro. Adding that monkey too, at least it could serve as a meat shield. I don't need you to teach me what to do. Albert snorted coldly and walked to the forging table. This time, the reward was the Aorn artifact, which was a game-breaking equipment. He was about to reach out when he suddenly stopped, turned back to the rabbit. I have a question. Since the reward is the Aorn artifact, then this forging table itself should count too, right? Why aren't you speaking? Albert grinned like a fox. The rabbit's mouth twitched for a long time before squeezing out a sentence from between its teeth. Don't go too far. So it really can, right? I tell you, that kid Albert knows PUA. He directly picked up Little Gwen and said sincerely, just consider it for Little Gwen. The rabbit cursed under his breath, but still took out a dozen silver chips from his pocket and tossed them onto the forging table. These are the fate chips, obtained after changing the world's fate. Since the timeline has changed after you arrived, these chips count as your share. It's only fair to give them to you. This wasn't an explanation. It was clearly a way to justify himself and legitimize this violation. As soon as the chips were thrown, the forging table instantly solidified, transforming from a lottery machine into the true artifact of Aorn itself. Aorn forging table. Collect materials, forge artifacts. Albert couldn't help but play with it, then used a shrinking spell to put it in his pocket. Just as he finished storing it, 3 wizards suddenly appeared in the sky. They were from the Albanian Ministry of Magic. When they saw this seemingly vanishing valley and the only living person, Albert, they were so scared their legs went weak. A young one was about to make a tough remark, but was quickly silenced by an experienced old hand beside him. Albert took the initiative to speak, using fluent Albanian. Are you from the Ministry of Magic? When he introduced himself as Albert Grindelwald, the officials were stunned. You are that masterpiece? The new head of the Grindelwald family. Albert briefly explained that he had a fight with 2 dark wizards, resulting in deaths, and then said, I want to issue a commission through your channels. There's a green giant snake in this forest, a blood-cursed beast. Help me catch it, and the reward is 3,000 galleons. 3,000 galleons. The wizard's eyes widened. Just as Albert was about to leave, he suddenly added, Oh, just a reminder, Voldemort might also be in this forest, although he's just a soul now. You'd better not act alone. Huh? Albert didn't take care how scared they were and directly used apparition to disappear. Back at Hogwarts, it was just in time for dinner. Albert took the injured muggle to the infirmary and ran into Dumbledore, who was hurrying up the stairs. I tell you, when those two exchanged glances, the air was filled with drama. It was high stakes, that feeling of mutual testing, not saying anything but understanding everything. Albert knew that Dumbledore was nearby at that time and was aware of his dealings with those transcenders. He wouldn't naively trust the headmaster like Harry Potter. He only trusted himself. I'm sorry about the situation with Mitterrand and his mother. Dumbledore spoke first. You might as well tell him directly. Albert shook his head, his gaze making Dumbledore a bit evasive. Speaking of which, you should know, right? Those transcenders. There's some internal disagreements among them, but similar things happen again. Dumbledore sighed, looking sincere. It seems they really reached some kind of agreement. I told you. That kid Albert turned around and left without a second thought, leaving old Dung all alone there, looking so desolate and aged from behind. I want to call him back, but I opened my mouth and didn't know what to say. It was just ridiculous. The scene shifted to the year-end banquet. The entire hall was lavishly decorated, with our Ravenclaw sky blue house banners hanging everywhere. Of course, the house cup has to be ours this year. Ever since we fixed that point-deducting terrorist Pava, our house points have shot up like a rocket, and with the Quidditch Championship too, if we don't win this year, I'll eat this table right here. Unless a trio of saviors falls from the sky and Dumbledore gives you an extra 200 points on the spot, nothing will help. I had just sat down when that little girl Pava came over, curiously staring at the blood-stained rabbit doll on Albert's shoulder, wanting to poke it. In the next moment, that rabbit launched an incredibly fast punch, exceeding human limits, with its arms stretching out and directly giving Pava a black eye. Pava crawled out from under the table, covering her eyes, shocked. I actually lost to a doll? Albert didn't even lift his head, leisurely cutting his steak, and said nonchalantly, "Let me make it clear, this guy's combat power is not lower than mine. The steak, let me tell you, you can tell at a glance it's not the school cafeteria food. It's something he smuggled into Hogwarts, specially provided by Grindelwald's house elves." As soon as Pava heard this, she immediately became obedient, shrinking her neck and switching seats with Elira next to her. The little Gwen beside them puffed out her chest, claiming, "Gwen scared away the bad guy." She looked so energetic that Pava was envious, not for any other reason, but because she didn't have to take finals. Who understands the pain of family? After the exams, people are left exhausted. Not long after, Dumbledore arrived, cleared his throat, originally wanting to tell a cold joke to lighten the mood, but when he glanced at Frankie's empty seat on the faculty bench, he instantly lost that mood. Sighing, he dryly started announcing the results. 4th place, Gryffindor, 91 points. "Ha ha, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but this score is too comedic." Professor McGonagall's face turned green, and she was probably ready to hold a criticism meeting, with the Weasley twins definitely on the list. 3rd place, Slytherin, 205 points. 2nd place, Hufflepuff, 251 points. And then, it's us, Ravenclaw, 553 points. More than the total of those 3 houses combined. Our headmaster, Professor Flitwick, was so happy his mouth was almost reaching his ears. Wanted to jump up and dance the tango right there. The long table was filled with cheers, all shouting Albert's name. This guy alone scored 232 points, even Snape. That stingy credit hoarder had over 30 points snatched away by him. Simply a bug. After the banquet, the task prompt on Albert's side for the final winner was completed, and the reward was to collect from that rabbit doll. Good grief, are all future rewards going to come from this violent rabbit? He pulled a face and directly extracted it, resulting in an ultimate perverse 5-star skill. Rewind Fate. In simple terms, it allows 3 people to wear resurrection armor, reviving them with full health 5 seconds after dying, and it even purifies. I gasped at the time. Isn't this a bit too overpowered? The rabbit was still pouring cold water on it, saying time-based abilities are easy to mess up, but who cares? The effect is right there. It's simply invincible. A few days later, the final grades were announced, and Albert again scored full marks across all subjects, taking 1st place in the grade without a doubt. Elira was the top of the 2nd year, and Pava, that guy, barely passed, feeling pained even by a single extra point. As soon as the results came out, everyone in the school immediately ran away. Elira and Pava planned to travel to Iceland, but Albert had something to do and didn't go. He met Rommel at the station and received the universal knowledge spell. He was quite curious and asked Rommel, "Are your elders that easy to talk to?" Guess what Rommel said? He said the old folks in the family wouldn't lend it out. And then he did nothing but record the live video of Albert fighting those 2 ancient wizards and sent it back to the family. Now, he is the new head of the Axley family. Just that simple and straightforward. After bidding farewell to the newly appointed family head, Albert boarded the train. And that Beowulf he had tamed earlier was now like a little brother, helping him carry luggage. There's no helping it. This guy was completely convinced by Albert, having witnessed that kind of despairing strength, now wholeheartedly following the strong. Meanwhile, in a small grove in Albania, our Voldemort, good grief, had already turned into a newly hatched greenish snake. While flicking its tongue, suddenly a mass of yellow sand gathered into a humanoid form. A bald guy, claiming to be a Morton, who started mocking. "Oh, isn't this the one? Voldemort, right? I've heard of you. Must be tough living a life you can't escape from or end." Huh? Voldemort still held his ground, saying he didn't understand the greatness of immortality. The bald guy laughed directly. "Little brat, wait until you've lived long enough to know that not dying is the greatest tragedy." Then he shifted the conversation to collaboration, saying, "Want my ability to shape bodies at will? A year from now, there's a treasure left by a big shot in Hogwarts that will be unsealed, and the good stuff inside can help you recover. I'm afraid of that monster named Albert and don't dare to go. But you're different." And Morton pointed at that little snake, laughing heartily. "You have no choice." The timeline rewinds to the start of the school season. Let me tell you, this year's savior has a slightly off vibe. It's a girl named Harry Potter. When Hagrid went to pick her up, the little girl was wearing an oversized shirt, thin and small, incredibly socially awkward, and was dazed to hear she had an inheritance. The 2 arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, and good grief, a room full of wizards surrounded her, curiously looking at her, making little Harry so scared she hid behind Hagrid. Guess who she bumped into? Quirrell. This guy came up trying to get close, saying he was the new defense against the dark arts teacher, hinting that he wanted to make a good impression on the president of the magical network for a future job change. Harry was dumbfounded. Her only impression of the Magical Network was her fat cousin Dudley crying and shouting to play the League of Legends cartridge, which was published by the Magical Network. She always thought the Magical Network was just a game company. On the train, Harry was having a social anxiety attack, nervously imagining whether Hogwarts would be like her previous school, full of bullying. Just then, the compartment door opened, and a round-faced boy with red hair poked his head in, looking aggrieved and saying he didn't want to be with his two older brothers because they always made fun of him. The two locked eyes, and family members who understands. Confirmed by their gaze, they were kindred spirits. Soon it was time for the sorting ceremony. In that grand hall, thousands of candles floated in the air, and the ceiling was like a starry sky, simply breathtaking. That tattered sorting hat even performed a freestyle rap this year, and Dumbledore led the applause, saying it was creative. Then they started sorting. A little girl named Hannah Abbott was the first to be sorted into Hufflepuff. Then Professor McGonagall read out a name, and the entire hall instantly fell silent. Fiona Grindelwald, followed by a thunderous applause. Harry was dumbfounded and asked Ron next to her who that was. Ron looked at her as if she were a troll. Sister, you don't know the Grindelwald family? Potions, cauldrons, daily necessities. Every industry you can think of in the magical world is backed by their family. Last year, the new head took office, and within a year, their influence surpassed the Ministry of Magic. The silver-haired girl on stage was clearly a direct descendant, and there was no doubt she was sorted into Ravenclaw. I saw with my own eyes at the Ravenclaw long table. Just as Pava was about to say something sarcastic, Elira slapped his head down onto the table with a duong sound. Good grief, a scene of school bullying. Next, a curly-haired girl named Hermione Granger rushed to Gryffindor. Then came Malfoy, a girl with long blonde hair and a ponytail. Harry had an unpleasant encounter with her on the train. The young lady came up mocking Ron's family for being poor, only to be silenced by a passing Slytherin senior. That would be Beowulf, with a single sentence, warning her that her father's previous foolish actions had already delayed the plan. And if there was a next time, the Malfoy family could just roll out. It's clear how deeply Albert's influence has penetrated. Finally, it was Harry's turn. Harry Potter. The sorting hat barely touched her hair before it shouted, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor long table exploded instantly, and the Weasley twins were so excited they jumped around like they had won the lottery. Awesome. We have a Potter now. Percy was fuming beside them, telling them to be quiet and not embarrass the school. Ron was also sorted into Gryffindor, and the family was finally together. Only then did Harry dare to look up at the staff table. Hagrid was grinning like a fool. Quirrell was whispering to the female professor, and there was a greasy, hook-nosed professor, Snape, who was staring at her with an incredibly complex expression. Dumbledore stood up, wearing a flamboyant robe, cleared his throat, and the whole hall went silent, thinking he was about to give a long speech. Instead, he simply said, Cockroach pile. Thank you, everyone, and then sat down. The whole hall was stunned for half a minute before erupting into thunderous applause and whistles. Harry was astonished. This headmaster was so down to earth. Before she could react, the long table in front of her was suddenly piled high with various delicious foods, the aroma wafting through the air. Harry was mesmerized. She had never seen so much delicious food in her life. A few ghosts floated around her, and Fred, one of the Weasley twins, came over holding a greasy turkey leg. By the way, where's Peeves? I haven't seen him today. That guy? He got warned by our school's new heavyweight that if he causes trouble at the start of term feast again, he'll be locked in the Void Tower for a year. So he just decided not to show up out of spite. Two ghostly ladies nearby were gossiping gleefully, saying, you should have seen his expression. It was like they were about to pop open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Fred looked regretful, saying he thought making a big mess at the start of term was a tradition in our school. The meal was devoured in a whirlwind, and when we finally came to our senses, all the leftovers on the table had vanished, the plates so clean they could be used as mirrors. Ron's face fell. I tell you, it looked like the sky had collapsed. He had saved a double cream pudding for the finale, but he was too slow, and the pudding vanished into thin air. Family members wouldn't understand. Losing a dessert that was almost in hand felt worse than losing $50. After eating and drinking to satisfaction and singing that slightly off-key school song, students from all four houses streamed out. Goodness, the corridor was as congested as rush hour. I had just eaten and was feeling drowsy. My eyelids were about to stick together. Just then, something strange happened. Suddenly, the people in front parted like Moses parting the sea, creating a path. I hadn't reacted yet when Percy suddenly pulled me to the wall. I heard the sound of footsteps, and a silver-haired handsome guy, eyes closed, wearing a striking custom white suit walked over. The edges of the suit were embroidered with silver threads and golden patterns, obviously outrageously expensive. I tell you, that aura, that looks... It was as if he had been ripped out of an anime. 2 bodyguards followed him. One was as big as a wall, at least 3 meters tall, with hair as red as fire. The other was the Slytherin senior who had reprimanded Malfoy on the train. Who is this? Such a big deal? I quietly asked Percy. Percy next to me was so excited he was almost out of breath, frantically educating me. Saint Albert Grindelwald, the god of third-year Ravenclaw, president of the European Magical Federation, CEO of MagicNet, head of the Grindelwald family. A real big shot. He also pointed to the 2 bodyguards, saying that the tall one was Sunfire and the Slytherin was Faceless, both right-hand men of the big guy. Just as he finished speaking, that old bat Snape sarcastically confronted him. Oh, Grindelwald, quite a presence, huh? Not even worthy of attending the opening banquet? But the big shot didn't even lift his eyelids, smiling lightly as he replied, Sorry, Professor Snape. The International Magical Federation is in session, and the global ministers of magic are waiting for me. I can't make them change the time just for me. Can I? The Faceless, next to him, added a jab. Headmaster, the meeting is very important. Albert will officially take over from Headmaster Dumbledore in January next year as the new president. Snape was immediately choked. His face turned green, and he muttered in silence. At that moment, I thought, wow, this guy is really showing off. I could give him full marks. Then the big shot named Albert swept his gaze over with his eyes still closed, and I instantly felt as if I had passed through an X-ray, being seen through inside and out. He simply said, Welcome to Hogwarts, nodded, and walked away with his entourage. I looked in the direction they were going, and it didn't seem right. Isn't that the wrong way to Ravenclaw? Percy shook his head with envy and jealousy, saying, They don't even stay in the dorms. They built their own building. Do you see that purple tower in the northwest? That's the Void Tower, his private residence. It said that dangerous creatures are kept inside, and he has to guard them himself. I almost blurted out, Can students really build illegal structures on campus? Illegal? The entire board of trustees is made up of people from the Magic Network. Whatever he wants to build, they let him. In a sense, this guy might have more power at the school than Dumbledore. Early the next morning, while I was still asleep, the big shot was already up to something. Inside his Void Tower, a silver-haired lady in a suit, who was his aunt, asked him what was wrong with his eyes since he kept them closed. Guess what he said? He said he had developed a magical spell and had gone overboard with it. Now, as soon as he opens his eyes, he would devour whatever he sees, so it's better to keep them closed until he has full control. Wow. This ability is like the ultimate upgraded version of staring someone into submission. I was stunned after hearing that. Not long after, the big shot arrived at the top of the tower, where there was a huge circular table, like a meeting of the Avengers. He sat in seat number 1, and holographic projections of 9 others appeared in the other seats. A suit-wearing rabbit doll coldly announced today's mission. Bounty: eliminate the biochemical demon Zack. Reward: additional guardian. Punishment: additional disaster. What the heck? What is all this? Albert tapped his fingers on the table, exuding a powerful aura. Power, wealth, status, fame. I can give you all of that. Now, it's your turn to demonstrate your value. Just as he finished speaking, a woman's voice from the projection, sounding particularly wild, directly said, Boss, this time I'll give it my all. Can you have a child with me? I just spat it out. What kind of wolfish words are these? The big shot calmly refused. No. By the way, the Overlord, saying such things to minors is a crime. The Overlord wasn't angry and changed his request. Then I want Argentina's ranch number 377. Sure, Albert replied immediately. Others started making requests too, wanting supercomputers, wanting the Gryffindor sword. And the big shot negotiated conditions one by one. When it was Lucius Malfoy's turn, he was so scared that his legs went weak and he trembled, begging the big shot to teach his son a trick or two. Albert agreed as well. As soon as the meeting ended, without saying a word, the big shot pointed to a small island in the Pacific and said, Before arrival, let us appropriately weaken the target. At the same time, in the Pacific, a purple monster over 30 meters high had just descended into reality, and before it could catch its breath, the entire island erupted in blinding flames from all directions. The next second, a gigantic mushroom cloud completely wiped that island off the map. 800 tons of thermobaric bombs were fired simultaneously. What a spectacle. 10 minutes later, 12 figures directly parachuted into that sea of fire. The monster was surprisingly still alive, reassembling in the purple waves. The Faceless took out flying potions, one for each person, and off they went. Everyone hovered in midair and then dove down like shooting stars. The scene, let me tell you, was like gods fighting. Malfoy was flailing around like a headless fly, nearly hitting his teammates. The blacksmith, a short fairy, cursed at him while unleashing a flurry of attacks. Dozens of flying swords cutting through the battlefield like a storm. Heavy artillery was even more fierce, blasting away with a rocket launcher. Fire Demon directly conjured a small sun to smash down, but the monster swallowed it whole and became even stronger. But this was just an appetizer. Two tough characters who looked like old men, one wielding wires and the other using fists, instantly tore the monster into pieces, but that thing was recovering even faster. At that moment, a mass of black mechanical clouds blocked their way. It was Sequence 2, Blackwall, who said he wasn't good at fighting and that the battle depended on those two madmen. He was referring to a heavily armored centaur lady on the other side of the island, the Overlord. She looked at the giant monster in the distance and grinned menacingly. In the next second, she kicked off the ground, shattering it, her whole body turning into a beam of black light, charging across the surface of the sea, crossing 2 kilometers in a single step. Facing the 1,000-ton boulders the monster hurled at her, she didn't even look, dodging left and right on the stones, transforming into a black lightning bolt, and finally leaped to nearly 100 meters high. The first kill of a deity is mine. With a furious roar, she descended from the sky like a black comet, crashing down and piercing the dozens of meters tall monster from head to toe. The ground was directly smashed into a massive crater. Too fierce. Really too fierce. But did you think that was the end? Blackwall said softly, not enough. Can't kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, countless purple tentacles erupted from beneath the island's surface. The creature's main body had long since burrowed underground and was multiplying wildly. Sequence 3, Sun, Beowulf, directly activated his ultimate ability, glowing with golden light, forcibly nullifying all magic in the area, temporarily suppressing it. Just then, Albert's calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone, leave the island within 30 seconds. I collected enough data, and I will conduct the final suppression. Without a word, everyone ran faster than rabbits. When they all flew high into the sky and looked down, they gasped in shock. A gigantic abyssal maw, several times larger than the island, was slowly emerging from beneath the sea. High above, Albert raised his hand, gesturing as if taking a photo, then slowly opened his tightly shut left eye. In that eye, let me tell you, there was no pupil, just a vast, deep purple universe. He softly made a sound effect. Boom, the next second, that abyssal maw suddenly snapped shut, swallowing the entire island along with all the monsters. The sea surface was left with a massive void that couldn't heal for a long time. I thought this was the end. Naive. Albert suddenly covered his left eye, and a black hole exploded in front of him with a bang. The biochemically mutated monster that had been swallowed reemerged, full of life, crawling out of the black hole. Let me tell you, this thing not only drilled out, but its eyes are also different now. It's alive, really like a living person. It even scrutinizes Albert. It babbled a bunch of gibberish, and Albert raised his hand to equip a translation plugin for himself. Goodness, guess what it said? Divine being, we don't need to fight. Albert laughed at that moment, and his expression was saying, go on with your act. While he complained that this thing was harder to deal with after regaining its senses, his hands didn't stop moving. I tell you, the next second, the sky suddenly filled with countless red targets, as if the game had been hacked, locking down the entire sky. The biohazard monster Zack realized he was in trouble. His body exploded with a bang, transforming directly into a massive acid mist giant. His body vaporized, and trying to hit it with physical attacks was out of the question. Albert looked at this and laughed. Sure enough, your true form is this mist. After saying that, he raised his magic wand and poured magic power into his eyes, as if it were free. Immediately, the sky started spouting countless black cubes like dumplings, instantly dyeing the 10 kilometers of sky black. I tell you, that scene was simply pitch black. Then, the scariest part came. Crack, crack. The blackened sky began to shatter inch by inch like glass. The 11 big shots watching from behind were wide-eyed, as the entire night was shattered right before them. It became shattered, revealing a void darker than the night. Family, who understands? The sky has collapsed. With one move, Albert shattered the space. The group of big shots behind, one named Regnark, was so scared he couldn't breathe, trembling like a sieve, saying, is this how gods fight? Another named Patton scoffed, saying, he doesn't like being called a god. That's what annoys him the most. Did you think it was over? The shattered space began to repair itself. And that purple acid mist reformed. Although its lower half was gone, the upper half was still there. Just as Albert tilted his head to say something, his expression suddenly changed. The next second, bang, his entire head exploded. exploded. That purple mist instantly used the blood mist from Albert's explosion to complete its lower half. What's even crazier is that Albert's headless body actually started applauding itself. I was dumbfounded, and then a clock-like phantom appeared behind him, 3 seconds, and his head grew back. Time rewind. But that's not all. Just as Albert was about to say something fierce, his body exploded again. The clock lit up again, restoring, exploding, restoring. Each time faster than the last, like hitting fast forward. Finally, Albert's system prompt started alarming. Unknown erosion, incomplete repair, forced anchor point release. Bang, bang, bang like firecrackers. In the end, the main unit was completely scrapped. Albert urgently activated the backup plan, backup body, deployment. Meanwhile, in outer space, a satellite called Mirror of the Trickster turned its lens toward Earth and shot down a torpedo-like iron tube. Minutes later, the iron tube crashed into the sea, and a slick Albert number 2 drilled out of the water, magic swirling around him, and he donned a white suit. Not far away, that biohazard monster Zack was tightly bound by the spell cast by Unit 1 before its demise. Albert no. 2 shrugged and said to Zack, "Your move, acid corrosion, is really impressive. It forced me to restart a new account just to avoid it." Zack was stunned and asked him, "Where's your true form?" I have to tell you, what Albert II said next was simply amazing. He shrugged, looking distressed. "I want to know this too. We replicants are born with a debuff, instinctively wanting to find the original, eliminate him, and then take his place. But the problem is, that old trickster has somehow shielded his coordinates, and we can't find him at all. It's as if this person doesn't exist in the world." He even gave himself a thumbs up. Truly worthy of myself, so ruthless. The scene shifts, and we see a stunning blonde beauty named Julia playing chess with an American general. The general's name is Marshall, and behind him stands a wizard advisor, who is so nervous upon seeing Julia that he nearly grips his wand too tightly. General Marshall is also a crafty old fox. He smiles and says he has checked Julia's background, which is perfect to the point of being fake. Julia just smiles and doesn't refute him. Suddenly, the general claps his hands, and the 4 walls come crashing down, revealing armed special forces with their guns, all aimed at Julia. The general asks her, "What did I slip up?" Julia sighs and replies, "Look at your wizard advisor. He has met me 3 times and is now so scared his legs are weak. Magic has told him that if he attacks me, he will die." Upon hearing this, the general laughs. "Then I have to give it a try." He waves his hand. "Open fire." Guess what happened next? In the next second, all the soldiers' guns swiftly turn around, all aimed at the general himself. The situation flipped instantly. The general was stunned and sighed, saying, "I knew it." He had already guessed it would turn out this way. He just wanted to test it. Julia snapped her fingers, and the general saw countless silvery chains emerging from the soldiers, all connected to Julia's abdomen. He asked what this was, and Julia smiled, saying, "This is a kind of magic you don't know, called human reason manipulation." The general saw that even his wizard advisor was connected by a chain. He was completely convinced and asked, "If you have this ability, why didn't you control me from start?" Julia tilted her head and said, "It's rare to have someone to play with. If I finish it too quickly, it won't be interesting." The general's face darkened, and he asked her if her earlier proposal to collaborate and establish a large enterprise to counter the European magic net giant was a lie. Julia said, "The plan is real, but I didn't tell you one thing." She paused, and then right in front of the general, she transformed into the silver-haired boy's appearance. "I am a president of MagicNet." The general was stunned at that moment and asked, "Are you crazy? Building a company to fight against yourself?" Albert spread his hands, looking completely justified. "Creating conflict, changing fate, this has value for me. I don't care if the process is good or bad." The general remained silent for a long time and said with righteous indignation, "Do you think I would betray my country for such an absurd reason?" I thought to myself, this old man has some backbone. But then he added, "You need to pay more." 3 hours later, Albert was sitting in a speeding car when he received a phone call. On the other end was one of his partners, saying that the core of the biochemical demon had been separated, and if nurtured properly, it could recreate the corrosive truth, needing a name. Without thinking, Albert said, "Let's call it slime." The caller continued, mentioning that there was a large amount of fate chips being generated in the U.S. Albert responded with an aha, glancing at the document in his hand, which bore the name of the new company, Military Technology. After hanging up, he looked out the window and smiled coldly. "If I lose, it's merely a transition from falsehood to nothingness. But if I win, the only counterfeit, how could it not be the real thing?" Now, back to our poor little unlucky Harry. On the first day of school, he got lost in the magical stairs of Hogwarts with Ron. and they rushed into the potions classroom just in time. The one teaching was the black-haired professor, Snape, who had been staring at him during the opening ceremony. Let me tell you, as soon as Snape walked in, his aura had an air-conditioning effect. The entire classroom went silent in an instant, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Calling out names felt like a death sentence, and when he got to Harry, the disdain in his eyes was utterly unmasked. Harry felt so wronged, thinking, I don't even know you. Why do you hate me? Snape also mentioned Albert in class, calling him a genius in potion making, but his tone was so sour, implying that you rookies shouldn't emulate him so arrogantly. Then he started calling on students to answer questions, and the first one he picked was Harry. He asked, what potion is made from dried daffodil root powder combined with wormwood infusion? Harry froze, his mind going blank, unable to answer a single word. He was so anxious that tears were about to fall, and he could only apologize pitifully. I'm sorry, Professor. I don't know. I thought Gryffindor was going to lose points again. Ron just got deducted 3 points for speaking out of turn. Harry also threw caution to the wind and apologized frantically, saying, I'm sorry, Professor, I'll study all night. I'll definitely answer next time. Who would have thought that Snape, after hearing this, would expressionlessly say, for your honesty and willingness to correct your mistakes, Gryffindor gets 3 points. Huh? Harry was completely stunned, and Ron's mouth was agape. Looking very much like this was unfair. After class, Harry was still in shock, saying that Professor Snape was actually a good person. Just as those words left her mouth, a platinum-blonde Slytherin girl, strutting like she owned the place, came over to mock Ron as a clown. This girl was called Draco Malfoy, and the Weasley family was her family's enemy. Ron was so angry that he was about to take action, but a very handsome black-haired Slytherin upperclassman stopped him. This upperclassman was named Ralph Fiennes and looked quite authoritative. That night, Fiennes sneaked into an abandoned classroom, pulled out a double-sided mirror, and drew the Grindelwald family crest on it. Soon, the mirror connected, and it was Albert. Then came a climax. Albert called him Tom. Fiennes, or Tom Riddle, was now a subordinate of Albert. Oh boy, I can't believe it. Voldemort's new body was created from a byproduct of the Philosopher's Stone that Albert used. He asked Albert if Dumbledore knew what he was doing. Albert just smiled lightly, prepared to end the communication, leaving behind one last sentence. Whoever steps onto the stage is an actor. By the time Albert returned to Hogwarts, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. He had finished dealing with matters in America and also studied a new pet called Slime. This time he returned with not only the sleepy little Gwen on his shoulder, but also a small figure carrying twin daggers. The white hair had a few streaks of crimson highlights, and at the hem of the pants, there was a black iron-colored fox mask hanging by a rope. The Patronus, little Young-In. I'll share my memories with you. How about it? Can you integrate them into your techniques? Albert walked slowly across the tranquil lake towards the castle. It would take some time to fully digest, but it was already no problem for combat. Little Young-In coolly pressed a hand to his forehead. Unlike the completely mascot-like little Gwen, little Young-In possessed strong combat abilities. After integrating the skills and magic that Albert mastered, this trait was unprecedentedly enhanced. Even though it had only been a few days since its birth, its combat power had already firmly surpassed the last 7 seats in the Magic Network's 12 seats. Even able to briefly match Overlord Good Opera, who ranked first in destructive power within the group, without falling behind. Very well, you will be responsible for suppressing that group of vampires. Don't worry about casualties. After all, in the end, the only ones who truly matter are those few blood masters. Understood. As they spoke, Albert had already crossed the Black Lake and arrived at the entrance of the castle. Hagrid was talking to the new Professor Quirrell when he noticed Albert's arrival and greeted him together. You're already invisible at the start of the new school year, Albert. Hagrid's deep voice, as always, rubbed the big head of little Gwen with his large fingers. There have been a lot of things lately. This must be Professor Quirrell, right? It's an honor to teach everyone, and I also hope to exchange insights with you when possible. Quirinus Quirrell shook hands with Albert without being servile or overbearing, saying, what a coincidence. The textbook I chose this semester is also Magic Network, 100 Universal Protective Spells. The spells in it are quite practical, but I personally suggest not following the order in the book. Some spells have quite high entry difficulties and aren't very suitable for freshmen. Albert smiled and shook his head. I've communicated with the publisher under me. Their order is entirely based on the spellcasting gestures. It might not be a big problem for experienced wizards, but it's not suitable as an introductory book. It will be uniformly revised into a new version next year. That would be great. However, I won't be teaching that many spells this year. Mastering a few spells proficiently is far more meaningful than just accumulating numbers. Professor Quirrell nodded in agreement. Compared to the original work, Quirrell was now much more graceful and clever, which might have been how he was originally meant to be. Being chosen by Dumbledore to teach defense against the dark arts naturally meant that Quirrell had his own merits. Not everyone is like Lockhart, who was deliberately picked to be a bad example. In most cases, both Dumbledore and Hogwarts always hoped that the new professors could impart useful knowledge and experience to the students. I completely agree with your point. Let's wait and see. During the lunch break in Gryffindor's common room, a group of little lions were boringly playing wizard chess while chatting about recent school life. Damn old bat. Did Gryffindor dig up his ancestral grave, or something? Why is he deducting our points every day? Seamus was cursing Snape incessantly, looking extremely furious. Harry, who was in a fierce match with Ron, said a bit shyly, I think. Professor Snape isn't as bad as the rumors say, right? As soon as those words were spoken, the surrounding area fell silent. Almost everyone stared at Harry with an exceptionally strange look. That's just for you, Harry. Ron's brother Fred happened to pass by and couldn't help but tease. Do you know what nickname other houses have given you recently? Slytherin's heir. Otherwise, it would be impossible to understand why Snape treats you so well. Lee Jordan also chimed in. Although the technique is a bit rough, the fundamentals are solid. Gryffindor gets 10 points. Even though the answer is wrong, the thought process is correct. Gryffindor gets 5 points. Listen to that. Can those words really come out of the old bat's mouth? Harry's face turned red. She also felt that the point deduction was somewhat inexplicable. Although Snape usually had double standards, he wouldn't be so blatantly dishonest. At least he was quite rigorous about point deductions. Ron swept Harry's king off the chessboard with his piece, propping his chubby cheek with one hand. At this rate, one day you will get points from Snape for entering for the right foot. I'm not joking. There's no way it's that exaggerated. Have you heard? Snape unusually gave Gryffindor's Harry points. Later, in the Ravenclaw common room, Pava surrounded Albert, who was quietly reading, chattering away. Although he no longer lived in the common room, Albert still enjoyed the atmosphere here. At least in most cases, it was quiet and peaceful. Speaking of which, can Pava, this big mouth, quiet down for a bit? I really feel like using the silencing charm. Are Snape and Harry's parents friends? Elira, sitting nearby, focused on the key point and cast a probing look at Albert. Although not omniscient, she was quite sure that there was probably nothing in the mundane realm that this friend didn't know. The title of Saint wasn't just because of the enterprises and vast influence he established. At least not entirely. That's half right. He is friend with Harry's mother. This has also become a regret of his life. They're friends, yet it's still a regret? Pava was somewhat confused. Albert snapped the book shut and said meaningfully, although we are friends, we are just friends. There's nothing more regrettable than this. Chapter 123. Miss Delacour doesn't shed tears. Perhaps it was the irresistible force of fate, or perhaps the inevitable conflict caused by the opposing personalities, but Harry Potter and Delacour Malfoy quarreled again during flying class. However, before the latter could pick up the crystal ball that belonged to Neville and attempt to stir up trouble, a small figure stopped them. No fighting. Little Gwen flew over on her tiny broom, leisurely approaching from not far away, wearing the Aegean-style crystal wizard hat that Albert had just customized for her. The material was the most expensive magical crystal, crafted by 16 top magical artifact artisans, permanently embedding 7 mental spells, including the Joy spell and Focus spell. To be honest, counting the wasted materials, the total cost could almost buy 7/7 of Hogwarts Castle. But Albert wasn't short on money anyway. Recently, the Black Wall had hijacked the databases of all medium to large real estate development companies in the continental countries. Relying on those top-secret core information, the magical network dismantled the existing real estate monopoly system in a very short time and obtained countless natural mineral extraction rights through cooperation with multiple governments. The term wealthy enough to rival nations truly wasn't a metaphor for Albert these days. After a while, he planned to reverse the operation and let the European Union system collapse. An unpredictable fate was what he truly needed for the future. Captain Gwen, a few passing Ravenclaw students greeted her enthusiastically. Are they also students of Hogwarts? Harry looked at the small, cute Gwen, her gaze lingering on the beautifully dreamy wizard hat. Gwen, a third-year student from Ravenclaw, had an unclear background, but she was someone no one dared to provoke throughout Hogwarts. The gossiping Ron quietly explained. Huh, why? Harry was a bit surprised. I think Senior Gwen seems quite nice. She's the beloved of that Saint Senior who would dare to make her unhappy. So that's the reason. You gave me a scare, Harry said speechlessly. Gee Gwen, my lady. Delacour was also startled and jumped off her broom without thinking, quickly tossing the crystal ball to her arch-nemesis, Harry Potter, as if fleeing disaster. Once we're in school, just call me Senior, Lil Gwen said, hands on her hips. looking around at the little wizards. Aren't first-year students supposed to fly today? I wanted to find some good prospects, but why are they all Gryffindors and Slytherins? Captain Gwen, you got the timing wrong. The flying class for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff is the next period. A few little witch students from Ravenclaw poked their heads out from the rooftop windows, some of them holding thick history of magic textbooks. Winky face, little Gwen tilted her head, pondering for a long time, her little face gradually turning red. That annoying Pawa, spreading false information again. I'll tell Alira where she hides her cockroach stash. After a bout of self-talk, little Gwen flew away dejectedly. The next morning, little Gwen and Pawa were playfully tussling as they arrived at the bottom floor of the castle. They found that the place was packed with spectators. Dee, my gossip antenna, tells me there's fun to watch. Pawa's mouth stretched into a comical curve as she nudged little Gwen's soft body with her head, pushing through the crowd. Soon, she saw the hourglasses of the four houses. One of them was completely empty. Pawa and little Gwen skillfully pulled out chips of various sizes from their waste bags and started eating in sync. Chips go best with watching the drama. Delacour. What did you do? A tall Slytherin prefect grabbed Delacour Malfoy's collar, his eyes almost spitting fire. As a fellow pureblood, he wasn't afraid of the Malfoy family, especially since they had recently suffered a major blow and might not recover for the next 10 years. During this time, many goblins from Gringotts had been moving things out of Malfoy Manor, and many people knew about it. It was said to be related to a major shareholder from Gringotts. A few nearby noticed the situation was dire and quickly stepped in to separate the two. Yes, it was different from the original fate. This time, the one that was cleared was Slytherin's point hourglass. However, Gryffindor's wasn't doing much better, with just a shallow layer of jewels, looking particularly bleak. But those little lions seemed to not care much about it. On the contrary, they looked as happy as if it were New Year's. As long as they could see the annoying little snakes in trouble, they didn't mind taking a hit themselves, especially since there was a rare, noticeable difference in the penalties this time. I always said these two houses should be locked out. What a great CP. It's all Potter's fault. Delacour turned her head fiercely, glaring at the frail girl with glasses not far away. The latter retaliated with a glare. There was no need for Pawa and the others to inquire. Soon, a busybody stepped forward to explain what had happened. The savior Miss Harry Potter and Delacour Malfoy met up in the Forbidden Forest on the 4th floor at night to duel. It seems both tried to outsmart each other, wanted to set a trap for the other. Then, the long-simmering Peeves suddenly intervened, leading the caretaker Filch to capture the two little witches on the spot. And then they called the heads of the two houses. However, a dramatic scene seemed to unfold afterward, before the furious true Lion King Professor McGonagall could act. Snape cleared the points for his own house first. That bizarre scene left even Professor McGonagall momentarily stunned, allowing Gryffindor's hourglass to escape a disaster, even if someone takes your place. Your father managed to survive, preserving the privilege of pure blood. Your actions are an affront to the honor earned through blood. Snape's words were heavy, and Malfoy rarely broke down in tears. This was the first time everyone saw this proud and even arrogant girl cry like a helpless puppy. However, since then, it seemed that Delacour and Harry had completely become adversaries. But all in all, after this incident, Slytherin House basically declared itself out of the running for the championship cup. It should be noted that, in the absence of St. Albert Grindelwald from school for many years, other houses still had a chance to lift the cup. What a fool. Pawa commented frankly. It was as if the credit black hole that had almost been dubbed by Alira and the others last semester wasn't her own. Chapter 124. The first meeting of two generations of Grindelwald. That's how it went. In short, both Gryffindor and Slytherin were preparing to regain points through the Quidditch Championship. And the situation this year was very severe. At lunchtime, little Gwen banged on the table, trying to get the attention of Albert, who was looking down at a newspaper across from her. On either side of little Gwen, Alira elegantly sipped her freshly brewed English breakfast tea, occasionally taking a bite of the macarons in front of her, while Pawa, as usual, was devouring a large piece of German roasted pork knuckle, as if she were a starving ghost. On the other side of the table, Rommel was leisurely dissecting the boiled celery in front of him with a knife and fork. Beowulf was out on a mission and hadn't returned to school yet. Their dining place was on the grass outside Hogwarts Castle, with tables and benches casually transformed by Albert using transfiguration. The food was prepared on-site by chefs from the French Hell's Kitchen and magically delivered by other wizards. The ingredients were mostly extraordinarily expensive, far from comparable to the daily meals provided by the school. Al, do we have any impressive newcomers in our academy this year? Our team seriously lacks immediate combat power. I guess so. You should go find a Chinese girl named Qiu Zhang. She might be a good seeker, Albert said. putting down the World Economic Journal and squinting with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, little Gwen became excited and tugged at Albert's sleeve. Is she as good as you? Take it step by step. I will help when necessary, Albert replied, not directly answering the question. He gently flicked little Gwen's forehead with his finger. You are now the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Little Gwen, you need to learn to solve problems yourself. Woo-woo. Gwen finds it so hard. Little Gwen plopped down on the table, shaking her big head, her little face full of melancholy. If I had known managing a team was this troublesome, I might as well have continued being a gold medal coach. Although Albert no longer played, at least Elira and Pava were willing to help. Especially Pava, who, although her flying skills were terrible, was an expert in various fouls and taunting techniques. Any beater facing her could hardly perform normally throughout the match. Her methods were incredibly dirty, primarily based on a mutual destruction strategy of, if I can't play well, neither will you. After lunch, little Gwen followed Elira and the others to their first class of the afternoon. Albert watched them leave, his figure becoming distorted and blurry in the blink of an eye until he completely vanished from the spot. The next moment, as the scenery before him gradually solidified, Albert had crossed over half of Europe and arrived at his predetermined destination, a somewhat dilapidated, old fortress resembling Hogwarts, with a towering, slightly tilted tower that looked weathered by wind and sun. This is not a good place for retirement, Albert muttered to himself as an elderly bald man emerged slowly from a nearby low house, pushed aside from the road. He held no wand and showed no signs of magical power. Leaning on a wooden cane, he approached with a limp, his half-blind, misty white eyes slowly lifting. This is Nurmengard. Outsiders are not welcome. Nurmengard, once infamous alongside Azkaban, was known for imprisoning hundreds of wizards. In a sense, I am not exactly an outsider, Albert said. Let me see. For the greater good. Albert slowly read the engraved words at the base of the tower, his tone devoid of any respect. Looking around, the walls, long abandoned, had crumbled and cracked, covered thickly by wild grass and vines that somewhat concealed the originally gloomy and cruel atmosphere. You know the person in prison here is a wizard supremacist madman, right? Albert asked, lowering his head slightly, a hint of mockery in his voice. I wasn't always mute. The old man attempted to explain something, but his voice trailed off, and he silently stepped aside. As a former follower of Gellert Grindelwald, he understood better than anyone what that person's ideology was. Any further justification was merely a futile self-deception. The complexity of human nature has always been so fascinating. Albert stepped inside, wielding his silver civilization wand, casually sweeping aside the obstructing vines, spreading a large area of bright, dazzling silver light. At this moment, he resembled a sightseeing tourist more than a visitor with any intent, simply wandering and observing the castle. The numerous traces remaining on the ground and walls still held a lingering magical aura, even though more than 50 years had passed since that great battle. The power of belief had never been so firmly victorious over the erosion of time. Oh, perhaps there is still a bit of love mixed in here. Not much, but enough to be pure. By the way, the anti-disapparition wards of Nurmengard should still be operational, with the surrounding space firmly locked. Any thought of disapparition would make one feel as if trapped in concrete. Of course, that was only true for ordinary wizards. In front of Albert, whether concrete or steel, it was all just crumbling debris at a touch. Even ancient magical protective arrays would be ineffective against him as long as they still adhered to the truth known as magic, existing as reality. Mortal chains can ultimately bind only mortals. Finally, Albert began to feel a bit bored, so he took a step forward, twirling his wand and gently tapping it on the ground before him. The surroundings warped and misted, and he stepped out to the top floor of the tower in Nurmengard. Unlike the exterior, this place had been somewhat renovated, with an old carpet on the floor, and it even had a restroom and tables and chairs. There was also a copy of the Prophets spread out on the table and a bowl of steaming oatmeal. Most of the glass windows around the tower were shattered, covered by a layer of dust or something else, blocking everything related to light and warmth from entering. Isolated, narrow, dark, devoid of life and hope. Albert slowly turned around to look at the hardwood bed behind him. There sat the only prisoner, or rather the master of Nurmengard, Gellert Grindelwald. Nice to meet you, esteemed former master. Albert slowly bent down, his right hand brushing over his chest, and lightly bowed. Chapter 125. The person playing the Dark Lord on stage need not be the second generation. I don't know if it's due to age or simply neglecting his appearance, but Gellert Grindelwald looked no better than a beggar on the streets of London. His messy gray hair was haphazardly draped on both sides of his face. barely concealing the lines of age. His sunken eyes were shadowed, and he seemed to have not slept normally for a long time. For a legendary wizard with profound magical power, not sleeping was not a significant issue. Albert could do it himself. In fact, it was even more exaggerated. Eating wasn't necessary for him. I've seen rumors about you in the newspaper, but you're far more exaggerated than I expected. Gellert Grindelwald's voice was extremely hoarse, like dust squeezed from between stones, dry and dull. Yet even so, his gaze remained sharp like that of a hawk, carrying an inexplicable weight. Campbell, how'd you been all these years? As far as I know, your grandfather sneaks in to see you every year. You're not really asking about him, are you? Albert's mouth curled up slowly, squinting and smiling. What a pesky little brat, just like I was when I was young, full of unfounded arrogance and disdain. Gellert Grindelwald chuckled self-deprecatingly. You have aged far more severely than Dumbledore. Just look at your magic. Albert waved his civilization wand, forcibly transforming a large mass of air into a chair and sat down casually. This terrifying mastery of transfiguration genuinely surprised even Gellert Grindelwald, who couldn't help but widen his eyes. This kind of thing is not to say that others can't do it, but it has long since exceeded the understanding of normal people. At least neither he nor Dumbledore could have imagined that air could be transformed. A combination of technology and magic? Campbell has a good grandson, Gellert Grindelwald murmured. It is evident that this once formidable Dark Lord has a relatively friendly attitude towards him. After all, they are blood relatives, which is not beyond Albert's expectations. Of course, even if they really had to fight, that would be fine. Taming the beast in the cage is something Albert is good at. You shouldn't be looking for me for no reason, Albert. Can I call you that? Of course, you are the elder, so you can choose whatever titles you like. Albert made a gesture of invitation, still squinting. Gellert Grindelwald coughed a few times, struggling to pick up a medicine jar from the bedside, and took 2 pills from it. The bottle had faint writing that resembled blood pressure medication, but given the signs of corrosion on the surface, it was hard not to doubt whether the medicine was expired. Don't worry, this medicine is newly prepared. I just prefer the old packaging, so I poured the pills into this bottle. Noticing Albert's gaze, Gellert Grindelwald quietly explained, when one gets old, one tends to reminisce about the past. He slowly propped himself up on his knees, barely lifting his eyelids, and continued if possible. I wouldn't want to meet you until I'm carried into the grave, but after today, I'm going to be released, right? This topic came quite abruptly, but for 2 powerful wizards with great wisdom, it seemed entirely expected. To be precise, the entire Nurmengard would cease to exist. Your prophetic talent seems to be even more impressive than what your grandfather described. Albert generously praised him, clapping his hands. Compared to that, which you inherited Cassandra Trelawney's gift, my prophetic ability is nothing, at most just a bit more controllable. Still, it cannot escape. True destiny. When saying this, Gellert Grindelwald stared intently at Albert, his expression serious and earnest. He was not someone who liked to beat around the bush and did not lack the courage to face fate and choices. Even if he had been defeated by weakness in several confrontations with Dumbledore, the ultimate loser was not necessarily him in essence. At least the one tormented by pain and regret throughout his life was never him. The one who had nothing and was imprisoned in the tower. For some reason, I am prepared to replace the original actor on stage to gain gifts from destiny. Of course, his role will not disappear. It will just be transferred to another person. That person is me. Of course. Albert joyfully shook his chair. The second Dark Lord. The first Dark Lord? Both are Dark Lords, equally terrifying, but completely diverging from the originally established trajectory. I need more shocking changes. But I also don't want the direction of the world to exceed my control. So secretly replacing the actors of those important pieces becomes particularly valuable. Albert's words seemed a bit mad, to be honest. Even Gellert Grindelwald found it somewhat difficult to understand. But he was a person of great wisdom. And with that wonderful prophetic talent, he quickly sensed the truth of certain matters. A terrifying guy, even playing with destiny at will? Why not? I'm just repeating what the creator once did. Albert laughed heartily, and the walls and even the buildings around them began to silently dissolve and disappear, turning into fine smoke that rose into the air. In less than a minute, the entire Nurmengard was completely erased from a map, leaving only the 2 Grindelwalds quietly floating in midair, looking down at the bare ground below. You're completely giving me no choice, but Gellert Grindelwald raised his head and looked seriously at the other. Why should I cooperate with you? This remark was somewhat impolite, but given the previous actions, Albert could completely tolerate it. After all, his style of doing things was actually more reckless. I heard that you and Dumbledore, when you were young, sought the Deathly Hallows. Albert stroked his chin, smiling slightly as he said, "The death in that story made a deal with Dumbledore. Our esteemed headmaster went to the realm of the deceased, sacrificing himself to summon back those past souls. In exchange, the souls would bring the person he missed the most back to the present world." Upon hearing this, Gellert Grindelwald's eyes widened, and he uncontrollably roared, "Foolish choice. Albus that fool. Yes, indeed foolish. Of course, from my standpoint, I wouldn't want to see so many pieces that have already exited the game return to the board." Albert waved his wand, which had transformed back from the civilized wand, and it fell to the ground alongside Gellert Grindelwald. "After you have completed your role, I will tell you the coordinates of the death. Kill him, become the new death, or be killed by him. I can't guarantee the outcome, but I'm willing to give you a chance to choose," Albert whispered. "Deal." Chapter 126. Spidey is Gwen's good child. For most of the new students at Hogwarts, the novelty and joy of entering a magical school seems to have become a memory from a past life. A few weeks have passed, and compared to the overly heavy coursework, as well as the occasional pranks from Peeves and the castle itself, they have gradually begun to feel weary of studying. Of course, needing to wake up early is also one source of that pain and sadness, but by no means the only one. Fortunately, there are many Wester holidays, and after enduring for about a month, all the teachers and students at Hogwarts welcomed another year's Halloween. Both the Great Hall and the corridors were adorned with magical pumpkins of varying sizes by the house elves. Most of them were solid pumpkins, but a small portion had been hollowed out, decorated inside with various nearly permanently burning magical candles, making those oddly shaped pumpkins even more whimsical. As for the smaller pumpkins, let alone the special varieties that are about the size of a person, basically all came from Hagrid's cultivation. God knows how many kinds of forbidden little spells he used in the process. Of course, for Hagrid, who was strictly forbidden from using wands and casting spells, all magic counted as a violation of the Ministry of Magic's regulations. But, the little wizards didn't care about that. They only knew that the pumpkins contributed by Hagrid were indeed very interesting, and that was enough. This year it seems there are no blue flames? Pava was looking around the castle's decorations in the corridor, poking her good friend with her elbow. Since the opening ceremony dinner, no one had seen Headmaster Dumbledore again, and the decorative flames in previous years were all arranged by him. Elira habitually opened the former's arm and spoke with a hint of regret. No little witch would dislike that kind of romantic and mystical blue light. Even she, a Ravenclaw academic achiever, felt the same. That flame magic seemed to have been specially developed by Dumbledore to mimic the spell appearance of a certain friend. Apart from him, she had never heard of any other wizard using similar spells. It is at least far from reaching the kind of persistence that lasts for more than a week. She had no doubt that Albert himself could replicate it, but as everyone knows, that friend who had long surpassed the understanding of normal wizards would not waste even a minute of energy on such meaningless trivialities. Unless little Gwen was being cute and charming, no one else would be of any use. Ah, surprise, moterfker. The idle poltergeist suddenly sprang out from a lantern near the corner. Its gray-white body, combined with that constantly twisting and expanding terrifying face, scared most of the passing little wizards into falling backward, followed by the poltergeist's unabashed and sharp ridicule. Such behavior was certainly not worth advocating. Thus, after receiving several complaints from the younger Ravenclaw students, Pava and Ilya quickly pinpointed the poltergeist's location. "Poltergeist, it's about time to stop. Don't wait until Albert locks you in a black box before you regret it." Ilya waved her wand, using a crimson magical mark to find the poltergeist hiding in a pumpkin lantern. "Damn it, how did you find me?" The pale ghost grumbled as it floated out from the ugly mouth of the pumpkin lantern. The locking spell created by Albert, which basically all the upper-level Ravenclaws know, and you didn't know? Ilya was a bit surprised. "Those little brats tricked me into thinking it was a ghost-catching potion, damn it. All right, I'm not interested in your tragic situation." Ilya murmured a spell, and a mass of vines grew from the ground, easily binding the poltergeist that should have been unbound. "This spell can also force me to transform into a physical form?" The poltergeist was taken aback, and for the first time, its expression turned a bit flustered. But its mouth was still as hard as iron. Hey, you can't do this to me. I'm your senior. Don't flatter yourself, poltergeist." Pava, chewing on the newly bought spicy honey candy, leaned in. "Aren't you just a mischievous spirit? Albert mentioned that you are merely a byproduct of those little wizards' adolescent emotions." The poltergeist blinked. "I'm doomed. I can't even understand the words of those little brats. Just kill me. Hey, my temper." A few minutes later, Pava had a constantly shaking black wooden box in her hand as she walked outside the castle, blowing bubblegum with Ilya. Before Halloween ended, the poltergeist will be forcibly confined. This was the instruction from Professor Flitwick, the headmaster, supposedly to avoid unnecessary disturbances during Dumbledore's absence due to some unforeseen circumstances. To be honest, Pava didn't quite understand what was there to worry about in the current peaceful magical world, but who was she to question her own headmaster? She might as well listen. Anyway, she had long been displeased with that damn ghost. When she first entered school, due to its foul mouth, she had fought with the poltergeist many times, each time being teased because her spells were ineffective. But now, she was no longer the same. A mere poltergeist could be easily dealt with. Beep beep outside the castle. Little Gwen sat on a round, chubby, Q-version purple spider, hovering in mid-air, continuously blowing a whistle. In front of her, 7 little wizards in Ravenclaw robes were doing push-ups while shouting slogans. You can't even do a few of these before you're out of strength? You were the worst batch, led by Captain Gwen. Little Gwen was dressed in a refreshing mini-sports outfit today, holding a small folding fan, and repeatedly tapped the little wizards on the head. Her tone was full of disappointment and regret. Gwen's mom is right. Foolish humans, too weak. The little spider blinked its round, big eyes in agreement, its voice resembling a soft, sweet tone of a little girl. To be honest, combined with that adorable appearance, it was indeed somewhat cute. Of course, the new student Ron might not think so. Spiders, I've said it many times, Gwen is not your mom. You are an 8-eyed giant spider. Ilia helplessly held her forehead, trying to correct the little spider's mistaken title. Damn humans, don't try to fool spiders. 8-eyed giant spiders are so ugly. Spiders are not an 8-eyed giant spider. Spiders are Gwen's mom's good child. Seeing the little spider's indignant expression, combined with little Gwen's guilty avoidance of eye contact, yet refusing to clarify, Ilia sighed, too lazy to deal with this nonsense. Little Gwen probably just enjoyed feeling like someone else's elder. Chapter 127, Trolls and their children. Oh, this is really. Pava did not participate in the meaningless exchange, just looking back and forth at her Quidditch team members. Ever since the main players from the last season focused on preparing for their OWLS exams, the strength of the Ravenclaw team has been unprecedentedly diminished, to the point where they couldn't even gather a single beater who could control the quaffle, even though their defensive efficiency ranked first among the 4 houses. What use is it to rely solely on defense? Can you win the Quidditch championship like that? You recruited new members, little Gwen? She pointed at a girl with an obviously Asian face, curiously asking. Xiao Zhang, a lovely second-year student. Coach Gwen has high hopes for her to be the seeker for the team this semester. Little Gwen floated to the top of Xiao Zhang's head, first complimenting her, then continuing to lightly tap her shoulder with the paper fan. Don't stop. Only with a good physique can you last through a whole game. Oh, little Gwen is in devil coach mode today, and tomorrow too. Hearing Xiao Zhang's name, Ilia, who was nearby, thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand. She seemed to have heard from younger girls that the Hufflepuff Quidditch team's star setter Diggory had been asking around about her preferences, likely with romantic intentions. If Xiao Zhang's talent was indeed good, that would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just then, a fierce argument suddenly erupted in the corridor behind them. You always do this, always. So self-righteous, always showing off. Even your dorm roommates don't want to be with you. In the end, it's just me and Harry. Do you think I care about being with you? A curly-haired Gryffindor girl pushed past a boy in front of her, covering her face and running away. A bespectacled girl beside her reached out to try to stop her, but was ultimately a beat too late. By the time she grabbed the other's arm, the former had already completely disappeared. An exceptionally awkward atmosphere lingered in the entire corridor. Students from all houses stopped to look. You shouldn't have said those things, Ron. Harry lowered her head, elbowing the boy next to her. Ron, feeling somewhat regretful, blushed and stammered for a long time before finally giving up and hanging his head, sighing. I'm just a bit upset. We are clearly her friends. All right. I know I shouldn't have said those things. Ron rubbed his red hair, speaking softly. Seeing Ron not being as stubborn as usual, Harry also somewhat relaxed and nodded vigorously. Let's go find Hermione after the feast. She should have calmed down by then. Maybe. Bam! Outside the Hogwarts castle, accompanied by a sudden expansion of space, a massive red-haired figure slowly appeared. Half of his cheek was adorned with shimmering golden patterns, and he casually dragged a deep black bag behind him with one hand, the bag bulging with unknown contents. Is it Halloween already? Beowulf Shimitaro slightly raised his head, glancing at the castle's outer wall, dotted with some pumpkin lanterns, and yawned slowly. The 3-meter-tall figure cast a large shadow as he leisurely walked towards the castle. The heavy footsteps stirred up faint tremors in the pitch-black night. Walking down the quiet corridor, Beowulf suddenly stopped as if sensing something. His nose twitched slightly, and a strange expression began to form on his face. Almost simultaneously, from around the corner, A colossal creature, taller than him by a head, suddenly emerged. A foul stench, like a dust storm, enveloped him, carrying a terrible acidic odor that could rot flowers and plants. The familiar smell from his memory. Exactly the same, due to its lowered head. Beowulf's first sight was a gigantic foot, its rock-like, stiff gray-green skin covered in twisted and grotesque patches. Soon, the creature, with its bulging belly and truck-like waist, swayed into full view. Its disproportionately deformed, small head slowly surveyed the striking red-haired boy in front of it, dragging a thick wooden stick that scraped against the floor, producing a jarring noise that made one's scalp tingle. Giants, XXXX-level magical creatures, terrifying beings usually found only in primeval forests or secluded wildernesses. They typically stand at least 12 feet tall and weigh over a ton, perpetually exuding an unbearable acidic stench. Beowulf's mother had maintained a form of a giant for many years due to a blood curse. Compared to the ugly giant form she briefly returned to at the end of her life, Beowulf was even more familiar with that grotesque appearance. It was truly sad and ironic. No matter who you are, you've successfully angered me. Beowulf didn't even glance at the giant, coldly scanning his surroundings. He remained expressionless throughout. Perhaps provoked by this dismissive contempt, the underdeveloped giant roared and suddenly raised a still solid massive wooden stick in its hand, poised to crush Beowulf's head. Get lost. In the next moment, Beowulf raised his wand in his left hand, and an invisible spiral drill, shimmering with dense golden patterns, pierced through the giant's chest, suspending the overturned creature in midair. Or rather, a corpse, dirty, bloody, and foul-smelling blood splattered across the floor, pooling into puddles of blood. Come out. Having effortlessly dealt with the giant in front of him, Beowulf turned his gaze to a short distance away. The old door of the girls' bathroom slowly creaked open, revealing a small witch's face, tear-streaked like a pear blossom. An unfamiliar student, her uniform suggesting she was a Gryffindor freshman. Beowulf lifted a foot and kicked the giant's corpse aside, sending it flying over a meter and smashing against the wall, creating a large splash of blood. Is it dead? Hermione instinctively looked at the bloodstains on the floor, timidly asking, "What do you think?" Beowulf's gaze didn't linger on her, merely continuing to wave his wand, casting bursts of magical light. Trace reveal. With the incantation, a long green trace faintly appeared in the corridor. It was a tracking spell aimed at specific control-type curses, capable of tracing back the caster of spells like the Confundus Charm and the Puppet Curse. Unfortunately, the trace extended halfway, as if obstructed by something, and broke off completely in the middle. Did you notice? Quick reaction. Beowulf muttered as he lowered his wand, abandoning the continued casting. At the same time, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from all directions. Chapter 128. You split your soul into 7 parts. You'll go mad, oh Merlin's beard. What on earth is going on? Professor McGonagall rushed in, looking at the bloodstains all over the corridor and the walls riddled with dents, unable to help but exclaim, "Minerva, look over there. Is that a giant?" Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, had sharp eyes, spotting the giant's corpse in the corner immediately. How did this thing end up in the castle without triggering alarms and defenses? Flitwick's expression was exceptionally grim. Snape's expression was equally unpleasant. He first cast a shrinking charm with his wand, shrinking the giant's corpse and placing it into a wooden box, then quickly walked over to the trembling Hermione. "I think our nosy Miss Granger might be able to answer this question." Hermione appeared flustered, helplessly glancing at Beowulf on the other side. The latter remained expressionless, showing no intention to help, and turned to leave. "Is our Scimitero not going to say anything?" Snape's tone carried a hint of mockery. Even though the student before him was from Slytherin, Scimitero stopped, his massive body slowly turning to face Snape, looking down at him. The golden patterns on his face suddenly brightened several degrees. Almost simultaneously, the lights and torches in the corridor flickered as if experiencing a malfunction. Snape felt his magical flow within him becoming obstructed, cold sweat breaking out on the back of his neck. Damn it, are all of Albert's subordinates monsters? The one who should be providing answers is you, Professor Snape. Scimitero slowly lowered his head, casting a massive shadow that enveloped Snape entirely. As a board member of Hogwarts, I am eager to know where the funds we invest in school security each year are being spent. Scimitero spoke slowly, each word piercing the heart. Perhaps it would be a more correct choice to have an ironclad barrier intervene and implement military management thoroughly. Don't even think about it. Snape suddenly raised his head, almost shouting from his throat. Then do what you're supposed to do. Shimatero turned and stepped out, completely vanishing from the spot. As one of the 3 board members with special authorization, he could freely use apparition in specific areas within the castle, holding nearly the same authority as Dumbledore. It was you. You released that giant. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of Hogwarts, in an abandoned classroom, the pale-faced Professor Quirrell slowly raised his wand, pointing it at the black-haired boy standing by the window, facing away. The boy gave him a very strange and dissonant feeling, like a ghost draped in human skin, cold and dark. Yet, he was extraordinarily powerful. He remembered this student, or at least thought he did. Ralph Fiennes, a clever and quick-witted Slytherin genius, had performed an exceptionally impressive banishing charm in front of him last class, instantly defeating a red cap. For a first-year student, that was already quite remarkable. It should be noted that even adult wizards would be killed if they were unprepared when encountering a red cap. But clearly, he was much stronger than Quirrell had imagined. Just now, Professor Quirrell saw a green giant ghost being pulled back from the end of the corridor. Combined with the earlier commotion from students shouting about a giant invading the castle, it's not hard to guess who the mastermind behind these events is. There aren't that many coincidental occurrences in this world. Professor Quirrell, no need to be so nervous. I mean no harm to you or Hogwarts. Ralph Fiennes, no, Voldemort. Slowly turned around, casually putting away his wand. He even raised both hands to indicate he had no intention of fighting. Do you think I'm a giant? Fiennes? Now, put your wand on the floor and kick it over here. I'll count to 3. Quirrell shouted louder, his nerves tightening. TSK, what a hassle, Voldemort smirked, casually pointing at Quirrell. Almost simultaneously, 2 giant pythons emerged from the floor by Quirrell's feet, binding him tightly in place. You, all right, be quiet and listen to me. Quirrell lost his balance and fell to the ground, then realized Voldemort was sitting in front of him in a chair, looking rather disinterested. It seemed he really had no intention of killing him. This whole situation is a bit complicated, so I'll summarize it simply. Due to the orders of a certain mischievous jerk, I need to create some chaos in the next few days to attract the attention of the global magical community. Honestly, today I just wanted to experiment with new magic to warm up for tomorrow's actions, but running into you might be a stroke of luck? What nonsense are you talking about? Quirrell grumbled as he looked up. Oh, come on. My legitimacy has read your thoughts. You've already guessed I'm Voldemort, right? Also, you've learned quite a bit of dark magic. What is that saying? The curiosity of Ravenclaw is an endless abyss. As soon as those words were spoken, Quirrell's expression turned pale. Only dark wizards truly understand dark wizards. If you want to become powerful, even great, that's not an extraordinary wish. I had it once too. Voldemort waved his hand, releasing the bindings on Quirrell. The latter rolled over to pick up his wand from the ground, but didn't he immediately pointed at Voldemort. Instead, he stood uncertainly in a corner of the classroom. You don't seem as crazy and evil as the rumors say. You'd go mad if you split your soul into 7 pieces, wouldn't you? Do you believe it? Voldemort rested his chin on one hand and said slowly, honestly, I was indeed narrow-minded in the past, although I am now limited in freedom, with the personality and memories of a cat implanted in my mind. Damn it, why have I never heard of a cat named Tom? And who is Jerry? A mouse? What nonsense memories has that jerk filled me with? Voldemort muttered to himself for a long time, his expression shifting between ferocity and calm. But thinking carefully, as long as you can work, you can gain the desired rewards. This mode isn't bad either. Who are you working for? Could it be? Quirrell seemed to think of something, and his eyes widened. No, no, no. Don't say that name out loud if you don't want to encounter misfortune. Voldemort raised a finger, making a shushing gesture. In any case, I do need manpower right now. Your moral compass seems quite low, so why not help me out? I will teach you the skills of dark magic. How much you learn depends on you. If you do well, maybe you'll even gain his appreciation. That mischievous guy is currently in need of useful pawns. Quirrell stood in place, his mind racing, a look of hesitation on his face. Come on, I heard that old Gellert Grindelwald has recently been released too. Let us all make some noise together. Dark magic is about venting emotions anytime and anywhere to last in the long run. Chapter 129, New Bounty Countdown, The Battle of Kyoto begins. In the depths of the mist, above an immense and vast lake, Albert sat cross-legged on a giant cherry blossom tree. The trunk twisted and spiraled, sinking into the lake, interrupted from extending further by the pure and deep waters, which instead spread endless pink ripples across the surface. Opposite him, a tall figure cloaked in black, with its face obscured, was examining a meditation basin floating half in front of them. Remarkable creation. The wizard's imaginative ideas are always fascinating, no matter the era. A hoarse voice floated out from beneath the cloak. marked by the resilience and roughness of wind and sand. Albert, sitting across from him, shook his head non-committally. It begins with magic and ends with magic. Wizards have their limitations. After all, everything a wizard does is rooted in the truth called magic. Sometimes, power comes too easily, which may not be a good thing. I deeply resonate with that, the cloaked figure sighed. As they spoke, a white owl flew in from the distant mist, landing on the treetop beside Albert. Taking the latest issue of the Daily Prophet from its feet, Albert began to flip through it casually. The front cover was completely occupied by an animated photo. From a high vantage point, an elderly man with white hair was walking down the street, surrounded by swirling, burning azure flames. With panicked crowds and the screams of horrors turning the entire scene into utter chaos and confusion. The animated photo ended with the old man looking up, plunging the image into darkness. Below it was a lengthy text. That man has returned. Gellert Grindelwald escapes from Nurmengard, launching a surprise attack on the streets of Paris with indiscriminate violence. The French Ministry of Magic's elite aurors have suffered heavy casualties, urgently activating the alert protocol. Multiple countries' ministries of magic have also urgently increased personnel to ensure the continued operation of the secrecy laws. We need Dumbledore. Where is he? The older generation is indeed quite proactive, Albert commented briefly. Although the cloaked figure sat across from him, he seemed to have seen the contents of the newspaper through some means, curiously asking, "Your Highness, it seems you are intentionally causing chaos?" The emergence of new things always accompanies the collapse of the old order. This is just the beginning. Just as he finished speaking, another owl flew in from a mist. This time, it was a French magical newspaper called the Wizard's Eye. Breaking news: the mysterious one returns. The mysterious dark wizard and his accomplices stormed the British Ministry of Magic, injuring numerous ministry employees and elite aurors, claiming to be the mysterious one. As of now, Minister Cornelius Fudge has not officially appeared, with only the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Barty Crouch, handling subsequent matters on site and refusing to comment on the incident. It is reported that there are many indelible dark marks left at the scene, and several former Death Eaters have expressed feeling a certain summons after the event. These two newspapers are quite interesting, mutually reporting events from their respective regions. However, it seems reasonable as both newspapers' headquarters are likely busy seeking refuge and escaping, leaving only the offices stationed in other regions with the energy to publish normally. If you need it, my children can serve you. The cloaked figure respectfully bowed. Almost simultaneously, one after another, huge dragon heads emerged from the misty waters of the lake, revealing their strong upper bodies and spike backs. The dark dragon wings spread wide, instantly making the already large lake feel crowded. "I need ordered chaos, Galahad." Albert slowly stood up, his deep purple pupils seemingly reflecting the stars and the universe. "If you're truly free, there's a troublesome guy in Atlantis for you to handle. Remember, don't make eye contact with the other party. If necessary, blinding yourself is an option. I will set out now." The figure in the black robe responded and gradually faded away. Almost simultaneously, the surface of the lake beneath Albert suddenly surged. Accompanied by the cherry blossom tree rising into the air, a giant dragon, covered in pale scales and over 20 meters tall even when crouching, emerged from the lake's depths. The cherry blossom tree got stuck between its coral-like double horns. Notably, a large hole remained in the dragon's chest, filled with unknown green plants, but there was no trace of a heart. "I look forward to your performance, the newly appointed Sequence 12, Dragon Lich Galahad." Albert had completely disappeared at some point, leaving only a figure drifting above the lake. "Master, we have arrived." The crew has activated the hovering mode. Slowly opening his eyes, Albert sat up from the front seat of the private plane and looked at his well-dressed butler, Walter. As usual, he wore white gloves, and the lenses glinted with sharp reflections. "Then let's go." Albert nodded and stood up from his seat. Walter tapped his ear communicator and said leisurely, "The side door of the cabin is open." Just as he finished speaking, the adjacent aircraft door opened in response. A violent airflow rushed in but calmed down before blowing away the contents inside. Albert walked to the cabin door, gazing at the blurred ground buildings below. "Kyoto. The coordinates of the new bounty are actually here. I suppose many people will die, right? Let's go." Albert called out and jumped out the cabin door with Walter, accelerating toward the ground over 2,000 meters below, like free fall. Bang! The soaring mud and sand surged into the sky as Albert and Walter emerged from the massive pit. They landed in a forest behind Shrine, where the distant blurred vermilion torii gate could still be seen. Not far away, An elderly man in a kimono with brown sunglasses was quietly waiting nearby, leaning on a cane. Standing beside him was a young man with slick back hair, dressed in a suit, looking gloomy. However, the way Albert and the others made their entrance was so shocking that both of them were momentarily speechless, failing to deliver their prepared, welcoming words until Albert approached them. Apologies for the sudden visit, Mr. Arasaka. Albert, you are too polite, President Grindelwald. If you don't mind, just call me Saburo. The old man adopted a very humble posture, and the young man beside him followed suit and bent slightly. This is my son, Kei. Saburo Arasaka introduced. Albert nodded and then inquired about another matter. So, have the preparations been completed? Chapter 130, Over Reality, True Liberation of Ein, will lock system Heavenly People, as per your instructions, in the underground of the Kyoto area. All the main cable relays have been equipped with void cores. The boundary markers in 8 directions have also been replaced with the type of stone tablets you provided. Of course, all of this was done as a nighttime covert operation, without alerting the domestic shrines. Saburo Arasaka's voice was a bit hoarse, and he occasionally coughed. Yet he persistently reported that he had completed the entire task. Whether it caused a stir or not, it didn't really matter. The shamans in Japan, those you refer to as onmyoji and sorcerers, even if they sensed abnormalities, wouldn't he be able to comprehend the function of those things? Walter adjusted his glasses beside him and chuckled softly. Every action leaves a trace. Albert raised his hand, pretending to grasp the sky. In that moment, everyone present felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Boss, why did you just arrive now? A girl with a ponytail, dressed in a hoodie, approached from a distance, her long boots making crisp clacking sounds. Oh, what a great opera. Albert smiled and waved. I heard Walter say you arrived 2 days early. You even drank the compound decoction. Weren't you the one who hated it the most? I still hate it, but I endured it to watch the horse race. The girl squatted down affectionately beside Albert and high-fived him. Even in her human form, she towered over Albert by a good 2 heads, attracting the attention of passers-by on the streets of Japan almost constantly. However, she herself didn't seem to care much about such trivial matters. I also bought a little horse. Name it the same as me. It's a talented little guy, just doesn't like having a rider on it. I plan to find some fool of a human to be appended. As long as you're happy. Albert shrugged and glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. There are about 5 minutes until 12. Then, let's get started. Good opera. After the lockdown begins, you and Adam, Walter, and the others will be responsible for clearing the area. Everything according to plan. What if those spirits and sorcerers cause trouble? The girl suddenly raised her hand and asked, resembling a middle school student asking a teacher. Then we'll send them on their way. It's better than becoming corrupted nourishment. Albert said softly, nodding to the Arasaka father and son nearby. Then, Mr. Arasaka, I must excuse myself for now. After everything is over, let's discuss the cooperation you proposed. I will await your summons. Saburo Arasaka laughed heartily, watching Albert step out and disappear from sight. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 1,500 meters above Kyoto, Albert stood in the void, beside him a blood-stained rabbit plush toy. It's coming. The rabbit plush toy's expression was serious. This bounty target is very tricky. Bounty. Eliminate the Darkborn Sword Demon Aatrox reward. Additional skill Great Annihilation. Additional emblem Darkborn Punishment. Additional disaster corruption almost simultaneously. A large number of dense spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the space beneath their feet, accompanied by a soul-shaking sound. The entire area exploded. A massive humanoid creature wielding a blood-red giant sword and sprouting wings stood up, roaring from the pitch-black void. Allow me to say, welcome. Albert lightly tapped in front of him with his wand. An indescribable force field enveloped the entire sky. In that instant, whether it was the monster's body, the air, or matter and space, all began to twist and rotate under the compelling laws that could not be defied, until they transformed into an endless spiral of destruction. Over reality, true liberation annihilation spiral. The Darkborn Sword Demon, which had just manifested in reality, was completely obliterated without any resistance. But both the plush rabbit and Albert knew very well that today's battle was far from over. The simple destruction of material structures was far from enough to kill a god-level opponent. Almost at the moment the Darkborn Sword Demon was killed, somewhere on the streets of Kyoto, a young mother pushing a stroller suddenly stopped. The reflection in the glass window beside her began to distort and blur. The woman released the stroller, pulled out lipstick from her small bag, and was about to draw something on the ground when her crimson eyes suddenly looked up. Albert appeared at the top of the traffic light, quietly watching her. In the moment they locked eyes, a deep blue flame descended from the sky. engulfing the woman and burning her to ashes. Throughout, she didn't let out a single scream. The indiscriminate possession of Fallen was truly troublesome. If he couldn't find the other party quickly, it would allow them to return to their complete divine form. As Albert spoke, his figure vanished again, appearing at the ticket booth of a temple in Kyoto. The elderly gatekeeper, with red eyes, had just pulled a magic sword out of thin air when he was bisected and shattered by a too divine edge without shadow spells. The efficiency was too low. It was better to stick to the original plan. Albert sighed and shifted again, appearing in the sky above Kyoto. His originally squinted eyes slowly opened, revealing a deep purple within. At the same time, in the void world, a colossal beast comparable to a continent suddenly opened its eyes. On its back stood a massive mechanical tower. The surface of the tower shimmered with dense purple light, forming a powerful suction in all directions, endlessly beginning to collect the void energy that was ubiquitous in this world. Simultaneously, the void tower outside Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest also began to emit purple light, with void energy from the void world surging out of a massive spherical key and, subsequently, conducting into a purple cube at the top of the tower. The surface of the cube lit up with dense characters, all representing the same meaning. Albert Grindelwald, the sole vessel completed through the slaughter of gods. Integrating void energy into the body. It's impressive that you could think of such a method. Above Kyoto, the doll rabbit felt a strange sense of emotion. Even standing in the position of the former first-tier deity, Albert was a bit too insane. His thoughts seemed to never be limited by conventional concepts. The power of the void was too strong and had a strong contaminating nature. This was the most efficient way I could think of to utilize it. Albert looked down at the city beneath him, feeling the endless void energy surging within him, and slowly pointed his wand toward the sky. At that moment, over 1 million residents in Kyoto were astonished to discover 8 purple beams rising simultaneously from the outskirts, quickly converging into an unprecedentedly huge, deep purple dome, completely enclosing the entire city within. Over reality, true liberation, absolute boundary walk. A massive magic array invisible to the naked eye spread across the sky in an instant. And in the blink of an eye, a bud wrapped in countless huge white arms condensed at the center of the array. As the bud gradually opened, a torrent of silver chains shot out, transforming into millions of fine threads flying toward every corner of Kyoto. Over reality, true liberation, divine intent, locking the celestial people. In the city, panicked people seemed unable to see these threads, being linked one by one at their foreheads. The originally diverse and complex expressions unified into a moment of calm. The entire city fell into a terrifying silence at that moment. Then, everyone spoke in the same frequency and tone. I found you. Chapter 131. Rewards like these must be taken by oneself to be meaningful. What the hell? What happened? In a shrine, the old priest, who had been drinking tea with his head down, suddenly stood up, looking fearfully at the shattered statue of the gods behind him. The magical power that had been relatively abundant within him now inexplicably fell into silence, as if it had never existed. Many others in Kyoto had similar reactions, mostly special individuals with powers akin to those of wizards. Of course, this also included some beings that could no longer be called human. They, or rather it, because of their extraordinary nature, were not controlled by the invisible chains summoned by Albert like ordinary humans. Gods, humans, cannot comprehend. In a pitch-black dry well, a strange figure with long hair slowly crawled out, its dark eyes looking at the purple-filled sky above. Then, in the next second, it was swept away by a massive, heavy halberd, its entire body torn into shattered remnants by the violent magical power. What the hell? The centaur girl, having regained her original form, walked past with her hooves, glancing back at the dry well. She seemed to have unconsciously eliminated something, but due to being a bit distracted, she hadn't clearly seen what it was. But it didn't matter. It was all trivial stuff anyway. A deep voice gradually echoed from the earphone-like communication device on one side of her head. Boss, those spirits are too strong. Please take care of them. The remaining Onmyoji and sorcerers will be suppressed by our armed personnel in areas. Mr. Walter, please stay on standby and provide support if necessary. I have no problem. Walter said in the channel. Then let's proceed. Send me the coordinates of those spirits. Good Opera yawned and transformed into a shadow, dashing through the silent streets filled with pedestrians. It's already been sent. Among the spirits, there are 2 more troublesome individuals, Onakiri and SHT. Please ensure they are prioritized for elimination. In a certain university in Kyoto, a man in heavy power armor gestured while speaking. Magic Network, Sequence 9, Heavy Artillery, Adam Kungunier. More than a dozen combat personnel dressed in full-cover combat suits and closed helmets blasted open the door with shotguns, throwing in large amounts of hypnotic gas grenades. Half a minute later, more than a dozen oddly dressed high school students were carried out one by one, most of them in a coma. A white-haired youth wearing a black eye patch did not completely lose consciousness and was about to launch a sneak attack when he was knocked out by Adam's gunstock. These wizards are all the same. Once their magic is sealed, they're like fish on a cutting board. Adam and their movements were quite fast. In a shopping mall, a young female clerk in a luxury store suddenly muttered to herself. In the floor-to-ceiling mirror in front of her, her figure began to gradually blur. Faintly, two bright red lights could be seen on her face. The female clerk casually picked up a pair of scissors used for cutting tags from a counter and stabbed them through her eye socket. The lifeless body thudded to the ground, and a faint, angry, and helpless roar echoed in the air. At the same time, on a bridge 3 kilometers away, a girl in a black school uniform had her eyes turn red. Immediately after, expressionless. She was about to jump off the side of the bridge when her chest suddenly burst open with a large hole. A shower of blood sprayed into the air as the dark-skinned sword demon slowly emerged from the body. A circle of indifferent men and women had gathered around her without her noticing. "I'm very sorry, but Mr. Atrox, I must inform you of one thing." Just before the dark-skinned sword demon swung its magic sword, the crowded people from all directions embraced its entire body. A calm, overlapping voice rose and fell, carrying a chilling echo. "Whether you like it or not, hell is a life sentence." Boom! As the body shattered, a vast amount of void energy converged into a destructive giant sphere of light, completely annihilating both the dark-skinned sword demon Atrox and the entire bridge. The shockwave from the explosion even reached the road and buildings over 100 meters away, shattering large glass windows into a shimmering fine rain. Humanity! The scene shifted to a male pedestrian. Atokos roared as he swung his magic sword, only to be embraced from behind in the next moment. It was the wife of the possessed. The boundary between life and death is starkly clear. Your struggle is futile, and your existence is meaningless. The woman gently whispered in Atoko's ear, "Why not return to nothingness?" A speeding truck came crashing towards the couple, sending them flying, and the driver then opened the door and stepped out. Before his eyes turned completely red, he used a fruit knife from his waist to slit his own throat. Thud! Damn humanity! The shadow, sword demon, forced to reincarnate for the umpteenth time, roared towards the sky above. The male officer possessed, however, was shot dead by his colleagues in the next moment, his body riddled with bullet holes. Almost identical yet completely different death scenes occurred every minute and second in various corners of the city. No matter where the shadow, sword demon reincarnated, or where he fled, the host he possessed would always commit suicide within 10 seconds or be killed by other controlled citizens. Even if he miraculously escaped the encirclement, he would be directly vaporized by a descending purple beam. Whoosh! A blinding red light rose from a corpse, instantly piercing through the layers of clouds, reaching heights over 1,000 meters. The shadow, sword demon raised his magic sword, and behind him, an infinitely expanding crimson cross shadow erupted. Almost simultaneously, Albert, hovering 100 meters away, waved his wand, pointing at the shadow, sword demon Atokos. The sky behind him was instantly shrouded in endless darkness. Fallen liberation, great annihilation. Over reality, true liberation, great darkness. The shattered red light unleashed an unstoppable sweeping impact, colliding with the encroaching darkness. After a brief stalemate, an unfathomable pure white exploded from the center, dragging the entire world into a silent and pale hell. Boom! It was unknown how long had passed. Half of the shadow, sword demon's body had completely vanished, shrinking to the size of an ordinary human as he fell from the sky. The heavy, blood-red magic sword landed on Albert's head, blocked by a semi-transparent spherical shield. Their heads were almost touching, staring at each other up close. "You shouldn't be this close to me, human." The shadow, sword demon's eyes suddenly gleamed, and Albert's chest was instantly occupied by a deep crimson, assimilating most of his body in the blink of an eye. "Give me your body and soul." "That's not possible." Before he could finish, a pale arm suddenly emerged from Albert's chest, swiftly piercing through the shadow, sword demon's torso. You." Albert didn't have time to turn back. The familiar magical wave completely shattered his body. With golden hair trailing behind, the female form of Zui slowly raised her arm, lifting the shadow, sword demon Atokos into the air. His essence has been destroyed, Now's the time to kill him and obtain the skills Great Annihilation and Shadow Emblem. The manifestation requirements for these two items are terrifying. The creator has paid a significant price. The puppet rabbit reality jumped out from the void, hurriedly reminding. Did you misunderstand something? However, Zui directly turned her head, looking at it with a half-smile. Rewards like this must be taken by oneself. That's what makes it meaningful in the former's day's gaze. Zui tore apart the body of the sword demon, stuffing countless fate chips into its body. Unfazed by the shadow sword demon's heartbreaking screams, a bloody stone was forcibly extracted by Zui. Got it, the complete Truth Fallen. Chapter 132. Wishing you a happy time at Hogwarts. Professor Akato. Somewhere in Europe, within a dilapidated castle that could not be observed by any ordinary person. The once eerie and crumbling hall was now filled with piles of corpses and large patches of blood. Among the fallen stones and pillars, groups of wizards in black uniforms waved their wands, using levitation spells to transport the bodies outside. At the deepest part of the throne, a tall, thin man in a red robe was pierced through the body by a blood-red long knife, firmly nailed to the stone thrown behind him. However, despite such severe injuries, the man's expression remained terrifyingly calm, and not a single drop of blood flowed from him, as if there were no blood in his body at all. Akato, the Vampire King, you truly are an unadulterated monster. In front of the throne, a figure composed entirely of binary symbols observed him, while a white-haired middle-aged man in an old military uniform stood behind. Notably, a mini-humanoid wearing a red mask stood on the man's shoulder, with a knife sheath of varying lengths at each side of his waist, holding a knife. Likewise, you're not in a much better position, young human. The Vampire King Akato glanced at the long knife in his chest, his gaze slowly rising to the small, unclear figure. You must be a retainer of that world king, right? He asked leisurely. As an ancient relic just awakened from slumber, your absorption of external information is surprisingly high. The small Yongin took off the mask and casually hung it at his waist, commenting seriously. According to intelligence, this Vampire King should have awakened from near eternal slumber just half a month ago. Yet whether in battle or now, he seemed quite familiar with the attack patterns and methods of his side, even deducing quite a bit of information. Indeed, one cannot underestimate these ancient monsters who have lived for thousands of years. Each one is terrifyingly powerful. In any era, information and adaptability are essential for survival. Akato gripped the long knife in his chest with both hands, struggling to push it out, but halfway through, as if his strength had been exhausted. He began to gasp heavily. So he raised his head and smiled at the three in front of him. Excuse me, could you help me take the knife out? It's a bit uncomfortable to converse like this. Anyway, I've already received your warning, haven't I? Before he could finish, the leader of this operation, Magic Network Sequence 2, Blackwall, Lachi Bartmos began to laugh heartily, clutching his stomach. How interesting, you guy. Haha, let go of your restraints, little Yongin. It's alright, this one is much more knowledgeable and perceptive than I imagined. Lachi Bartmos' judgment was not doubted by the small Yongin, who casually gestured. At his summon, the long knife in Akato's chest flew back, shrinking several times before landing in small Yongin's hand, which was slowly sheathed at his waist. Ah, thank you, thank you. Akato let out a long sigh of relief, and his entire emaciated body transformed into a torrent of snow and black smoke, coalescing into a blood vortex that shot straight up to the dome. Despite the terrifying scene, neither Bartmos' small Yongin, nor the ever-silent Sequence 6, Captain Bell Bluff, showed any change in expression. They simply watched calmly. In this era, nothing would exceed their control. If there were, only the unfortunate would be on the receiving end. That would mean God would personally intervene to correct the mistake. Before long, the blood-red tornado gradually dissipated, and a girl with long black hair appeared in its place. She was dressed in a simple white military uniform, the hem of which almost touched the ground. The girl's appearance was striking, with sharp features and eyes as red as blood. You have quite a similar taste to the president, Akato. Since the other party chose to comply, or rather join, Bartmos immediately changed his address and called her by name. The Vampire King, who had transformed into the form of a girl, nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and casually took the parchment handed to him by the nearby lieutenant, glancing at it with curiosity. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Defense Against the Dark Arts class. A letter of appointment? You should be aware of wizards and a magical world, right? Bartmos asked leisurely. Of course, although the methods we use are different, our powers essentially come from magic. Akato nodded and added a few more words. Back during the Holy Wars, Those wizards wanted to collaborate with me to deal with the fanatics in the Vatican, but I refused. But that was a long time ago. The school probably hadn't even been established then. Well, you can learn about the specifics later. In any case, according to the president's arrangement, you will go to Hogwarts in half a year to become their defense against the dark arts professor for that year. Bartimaeus clapped his hands, and two soldiers wearing full-face helmets walked in behind him. They opened the boxes they carried and took out a blood-red wooden wand. The wand itself had a spiral design, with faint golden patterns shimmering on its surface. I prepared a wand for you, made from the branches of the blood-cursed Quran tree, paired with the first heartstring of the saint's heart. We have already obtained enough DNA information from your blood, so there shouldn't be any rejection reaction. Akado took the wand and casually waved it a few times. In the next moment, a series of black wolf heads appeared in the air, devouring a stone wall over 10 meters tall. When the wolf heads dissipated, the sound of stones being crushed still echoed in the air. Impressive craftsmanship. By the way, what does the defense against the dark arts class teach? Akado asked, satisfied as he tucked the wand into his pocket. Resisting dark magic, and Bartimaeus' lips curled into a playful arc as he spoke slowly. Killing dark creatures. Undoubtedly, vampires are among the most typical of dark creatures. Akado tilted his head, showing no sign of embarrassment, but rather becoming increasingly intrigued. That sounds interesting. I like this whimsical dark humor. That's wonderful. Bartimaeus extended his hand, shaking hands with the gloved hand of the other party. I wish you a happy time at Hogwarts. Professor Akado. Chapter 133. Darkborn Mark. And Quidditch, is that so? That vampire king really is easy to talk to. All right, let's do as you say, Bartimaeus. The magic web sequence has expanded to 13, and the new member, Blood River Akado, he is qualified to join us. Also, Adam's lifespan is running out. Prepare for the next batch. Your previous idea of full-body cyberization was quite interesting. Why not take this opportunity to experiment? I'll be looking forward to it. After hanging up the phone, Albert, who had transformed back into his male form, casually crushed the satellite phone he had created from air manipulation in his hand. The crystalline transparent shards flew everywhere, and when he opened his fist again, nothing remained. Opposite him, the crownless king of the underground world of Kyoto, an old man with a completely bald head, bowed respectfully, showing a humble attitude as if he were a guest at the mercy of his host. Anyone who had witnessed Albert's terrifying power to control millions of people in an entire city with a mere wave of his hand would involuntarily feel a shiver and immediately develop a strong desire to submit. Although Arasaka Saburo had previously gathered information about the powerful wizard Albert Grindelwald through various secret channels, it wasn't until today that he truly realized what the so-called God meant in the mouths of those information brokers. This was no realm that humanity could reach. Perhaps only the high heaven of the neon myth could make this lord before him take a second glance. Mr. Arasaka, just call me Saburo, your majesty. Arasaka Saburo lowered his body again and hurriedly said, to rise from a military officer during World War II to control a significant part of Neon as a top tycoon was indeed quite impressive. Albert smiled slightly, but said no more, casually taking the hot tea that his butler handed him. The tea was at just the right temperature, with a perfect warmth. I have established a military-industrial enterprise in America in cooperation with the local military. You will set up a branch there and compete with them. Detailed information will be sent to you later. Understood. Arasaka Saburo answered without hesitation. Aren't you going to ask why? Albert looked at the old man with a half-smile. In his deep purple eyes, there were faint shadows that were hard to discern. The latter shook his head and said softly, if you want me to know, I will naturally know. I don't dislike this self-awareness. Albert slowly stood up and raised his hand to cast a spell of purple light. A purple-red mark resembling an eye, with a triangular border, quickly appeared on Arasaka Saburo's neck. Arasaka Saburo was clearly not an ordinary person. He immediately noticed this and looked up at Albert. Your Majesty, this is loyalty needs to be rewarded. Albert squinted his eyes and explained slowly. Darkborn Mark allows your soul and memories to be transferred into a designated target's body after your physical death. The transmission process will incur some information loss, and, in principle, blood relatives are the most suitable carriers. How to do this is up to you. Looking at Albert's enigmatic expression, Arasaka Saburo instinctively lowered his head. This reward must hide something behind it. However, no one would give up a second life, especially for someone like him who had spent his life yearning for immortality and power. Therefore, Arasaka directly knelt on the ground, as if worshipping a deity, pressing his forehead to the ground, and said softly, I will cherish this reward, your Majesty. despite the considerable unrest happening around the world. For the young wizards at Hogwarts, everything seemed irrelevant. They were more concerned about when the next holiday would be, or what magical spells they would learn in class the next day, and what magical creatures they would encounter. The world of children is always exceptionally simple, and they're always focused on keeping their attention on themselves. As the year-end approached, the weather in England became particularly cold. The sky above the castle was perpetually gray, and the distant mountains were covered with a thick layer of snow of varying depths. The surface of the Black Lake was firmly sealed by indistinct solid ice, cold and hard. Even a large creature like Hagrid would not cause any instability when bouncing on it, although they missed the giant octopus in the lake somewhat. The young wizards quickly found joy in skating on the lake surface. Miss Pavasatania from Ravenclaw even skipped class multiple times, openly wandering out during lesson time, although she repeatedly argued, after being caught, that it was to help Hagrid. Considering that the school's keeper of keys had been helping Professor Kettleburn prepare props for the care of magical creatures class for the past week, this lie clearly fell apart. To this day, the name Pavasatania still seems out of place with the wisdom symbolized by Ravenclaw House. As a result, Pawa successfully took on the task of snow shoveling in the courtyard for an entire month, even though she was quite unhappy about it. The house elf who was inexplicably robbed of the job was even angrier. "Oh, Harry, long time no see. You know, I've been busy lately." Of course. And Ron and Hermione. Outside the Quidditch pitch, Hagrid cheerfully reached out to pat Harry's hair, his face beaming with joy. Ron and Hermione nearby also greeted him. Professor Kettleburn has not been feeling well lately and needs someone knowledgeable in magical creatures to help. He might retire next semester or the semester after that. I'm not saying I can definitely become a professor or anything, but who knows, right? Hagrid kept talking in a way that the others didn't quite understand. As always, he was wrapped in a coat made from an unknown creature's skin, and on his feet were a pair of old beaver fur boots. Although they looked shabby and worn, considering the unicorn tail hair mats in Hagrid's home, he might surprisingly be a wealthy man. By the way, why are you all gathered here? Hagrid scratched his head in confusion as he watched the crowd ambling toward them in the distance. Today is the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and you said you would come cheer for Harry. Hermione, who never understood subtlety, tugged at Hagrid's coat in annoyance. "Oh, sorry, I've been so busy lately," Hagrid said, blushing and quickly apologizing. Harry didn't really care about such trivial matters. He was just curious about the Ravenclaw students coming from another direction. Compared to the disorganized entrance of Gryffindor, their team appeared much more orderly. Leading the way was the adorable senior Gwen, followed by a silver-haired girl dressed in Quidditch robes. Harry remembered that she was also a first-year student like him, Fanina Grindelwald. She was actually chosen to represent the house team. Chapter 134, Quidditch Superfan, Gellert Grindelwald. What spell is that? Harry pointed to the opposite side. In the arena, the little Gwen held her tiny sewing needle, spun around a few times, and cast a large amount of magical light. White smoke rose and dissipated, transforming into a human-sized little Gwen, who stood with her hands on her hips, swinging her two big braids in response to the cheering crowd. Is that so? Hermione also noticed little Gwen and, after thinking for a long time, felt embarrassed to admit she didn't know. So she looked to Ron for help, and then to Hagrid behind them. Joking. Ron can't even pronounce a levitation spell correctly. How could he know what that magic is? It seems to be a human transformation spell, developed by Albert, Hagrid said, stroking his beard uncertainly. Although he knew quite a few spells, not being allowed to use a wand over time made him less confident in judging spells. This spell can turn magical creatures and even magical objects into human form. It's a high-level transfiguration spell, extremely difficult. I've only seen Minerva use it before. So can we learn it? As soon as Hermione heard the words high level, her eyes lit up. This child was always competitive and wouldn't miss any opportunity to prove herself. Most of the time, it was a virtue, but sometimes it put her friends in a difficult position. "Oh, I'm afraid not." Shaking his head vigorously, Hagrid directly dismissed Hermione's idea. While he recognized this little witch's intelligence, some things couldn't be solved just by effort and talent. This spell was placed under a certain restriction by Rumi Tro, the tall red-haired senior you met before. Only creatures that obtain Albert's permission can master it. Can spells do that? Ron blinked, somewhat doubting his identity as a wizard. He had never heard of such spells. Well, ever since Albert entered the magical world, spells have become increasingly omnipotent. As he spoke, Madame Hooch blew her whistle forcefully, and 15 flying broomsticks shot up into the sky like hawks. Magical flames coalesced into lions and eagles, tumbling and leaping on either side of the audience, instantly entangled. Truly a spectacular show. As the commentator, Lee began to loudly describe the match. The match begins. Oh, an excellent steal. As soon as the match started, Ravenclaw's quaffle was snatched by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson. Not to say, only our Gryffindor can produce such adventurous chasers. Of course, I'm not saying Ravenclaw is bad. Hi. Actually, that's exactly what I mean. Lee Jordan, full of enthusiasm, was immediately reprimanded by Professor McGonagall beside him, although he hoped to see his house team win. Professor McGonagall cared more about fairness and reputation and absolutely would not allow biased commentary to occur. Jordan, my fault, Professor. Damn. The ball was snatched back by Ravenclaw's Fanina Grindelwald. Jordan, the lack of neutral commentary immediately sparked discontent among the other houses in the audience. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the commentary booth changed personnel. Sorry, there was a little chaos in the commentary. Now I, the great Satania, will comment. Oh, well done. I knew that Gryffindor's foolish lions couldn't resist this militarized cooperation. Speed up the attack now. Don't give them a chance to turn the tide. With that first sentence, Pawa started to self-destruct, and in an instant, she was pulled away from the commentary booth. Not a single trustworthy one. Professor McGonagall sighed and decided to leave the commentary booth empty for today. Without the irritatingly biased commentary, the little wizards finally focused their attention back on the field. The strengths of the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw teams were very close, but their styles were completely different. Therefore, the score remained very close, preventing any disastrous magical realism score of 0-7. Damn, the ball just can't be passed out. All the attacking lanes are blocked. Gryffindor's captain, Charlie Weasley, was pulling at his hair in frustration, his chubby cheeks covered in sweat. Unlike Slytherin, who excelled in foul tactics, Ravenclaw's offense and defense were like a swarm of bees. Every action surged forward in unison, completely under the command of their queen, Fanina Grindelwald. Yes, the core of Ravenclaw was not little Gwen, but Fanina, who had only recently joined the team. Should I say that she truly deserves to be that senior's relative, completely dominating the game? Harry, don't mind us. Find a way to catch the golden snitch. Harry, hovering at the edge of the field, nodded and threw himself into the search, trying to spot the golden snitch in the unclear vision. This was a race against time. Not everyone could blend into a team like Fanina did right after joining. All Harry could do now was to try to utilize his flying talent to catch the snitch before the score gap widened, thus ending the match. But just then, Harry suddenly discovered something incredibly shocking. My own flying broom. Why is it flying lower and lower? No, im fudding. What is Harry doing? Hagrid put down the telescope, his big face full of confusion. Could it be that they found the golden snitch? Have you ever seen someone fall straight down? Hermione exclaimed and stood up. At this moment, even the slowest person realized that Harry's broom was indeed malfunctioning. I knew it. That batch of brooms from Gryffindor was bound to have problems sooner or later. Those kids are too rowdy. Hagrid fumbled, trying to get through the crowd to rescue on the pitch. Impossible. The flying brooms have protective charms placed on them. They don't malfunction that easily. Ron mumbled, suddenly panicking. You can't expect a little boy who just left home to react correctly in such an emergency, unless he was affected by some curse. Picking up the telescope that Hagrid had left on his seat, Hermione began to scan the chaotic crowd. In her line of sight were two suspicious figures. One was Professor Quirrell, hiding behind a wall, watching the pitch while speaking to a figure in a black cloak. The other was Gellert Grindelwald. Hermione was so shocked that the telescope fell to her feet, and she collapsed on the ground. The old man, with a cheerful face and a white beard, sitting unbothered in the center of the stands. She had just seen him in the Daily Prophet a while ago. Why is this terrifying dark wizard from a generation ago here? Chapter 135. I want to play a game with you. Gellert Grindelwald's presence quickly caught the attention of all the wizards present. Of course, he might have actively dispelled the concealment charm, an ancient spell that allows one to hide their existence at will, undetected by others. The Muggle-repelling charm that is widely used today is a modified version of this. The match is stopped. Heads of houses, protect your young wizards. With Dumbledore not at school, Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, became the pillar of support for all the wizards. It's been a long time since I've been here, and it's still just as boring. Gellert Grindelwald, wrapped in an old wool scarf, scanned the anxious crowd with sharp hawk-like eyes hidden beneath his gray-white hair. Although he was alone, it felt as if all the students and teachers of Hogwarts were surrounded by him. That sense of horror made people believe even more in the tales of the Dark Wizard. What are you doing here, Grindelwald? When mentioning that surname, Professor McGonagall felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, they had often spoken of this name in recent years, but the person they referred to was that more talented student. Albus is indeed not here. Gellert Grindelwald slowly withdrew his magical perception, wearing an expression that was neither regretful nor relieved. If that dear friend were here, he would surely fight to the death with him just to protect these trivial mundane beings. He didn't mind dueling, but he absolutely refused to perform like an actor in front of others. Still because of that boring and absurd reason. Speaking of actors, Gellert Grindelwald seemed to sense something. His attention gradually focused on a little girl protected by a levitation charm, slowly descending among the Slytherin team. In an instant, Snape pulled out his wand and stood up. The truth named love? Such a thing. Murmuring softly, Gellert Grindelwald slowly stood up from the now empty stands. Several professors from different houses immediately became alert. A troublesome fellow has arrived. Gellert Grindelwald seemed to sense something, and a barrier made of blue fire suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! A gigantic stone sword crashed down in front of the barrier, and the surging shock wave blew the audience outside the barrier into disarray. A hand that appeared out of nowhere grabbed the massive stone sword and hoisted it in front of him. Beowulf Schummeter, standing a height of 3 meters, looked down at the old wizard before him with an expressionless face. Do you know whose territory this is? Gellert Grindelwald quietly examined the opponent, vaguely sensing a familiar horror from that powerful body comparable to a giant. That strength he had just personally experienced not long ago. My terrible junior really has created an incredible monster. It seems you have no intention of leaving. Beowulf's body shimmered with golden patterns, and in an instant, it seemed to ignite with golden flames. For a great wizard who could be compared to Dumbledore, he decided to take it a bit more seriously. The runes spelling, Over Hero, converged into thousands of chains that surged up from the ground in all directions. Within the area covered by the chains, all the wizards were horrified to discover that they could no longer sense the magic within their bodies and had lost their proud ability to cast spells. Over Hero Truth, Reversal Extraordinary Inhibition. By reversing the power of Over Hero, it negates all things beyond reason and gradually strips away supernatural elements. Undoubtedly, magic is the most typical form of the extraordinary. Theoretically, no wizard should be able to withstand this move. Of course, that's just theory. I can hardly sense my magic anymore. Fortunately, you still haven't touched my soul. A semi-transparent, youthful face vaguely appeared on Gellert Grindelwald's face, resembling him by about 70 to 80%. That was his always proud and unruly solitary soul. No matter how long he stayed in Nurmengard, he was still the same as he was back then. An ancient magic you've never seen? It actually managed to break free from my confinement. Beowulf snorted coldly, showing no intention of giving Grindelwald time to cast spells, lightly tapping his wand on the ground. Spiral Shadowless, a dense swarm of transparent spiral drills tore through the ground and instantly penetrated Grindelwald's body. But strangely, even in this battered state, Grindelwald continued to smile, with not a drop of blood oozing from him. Ah, magic! What a wonderful term. To this day, I still haven't been able to touch its boundaries. The aged body gradually transformed into a brilliant blue flame, suddenly exploding like fireworks. Grindelwald's figure slowly descended from the commentary seat dozens of meters away. Beside him sat Lee Jordan, who looked confused and didn't know what was happening. Noticing that Grindelwald glanced at him, this habitually talkative little wizard smiled sheepishly, grabbed his wizard hat, and turned to leave. You old trickster, do you think the magical world is still the way it was in your time? Beowulf's body surged with golden light, and he unconsciously expanded, breaking through 10 meters in height in the blink of an eye, and this growth speed had not yet stopped. The enormous shadow cast nearly covered half of the Quidditch pitch. That terrifying scene caused the young wizards present to huddle together in fear. For some reason, compared to the suddenly appearing Grindelwald, they felt that this senior was even more terrifying. Stop, Beowulf! Rommel Yaxley suddenly apparad beside him. As Albert's right-hand man, they had obtained the privilege to use apparition freely within the school in order to handle emergencies in a timely manner. Using primal return here. Do you want to destroy Hogwarts? Perhaps the persuasion really worked. Beowulf took a deep breath and returned to his original height of 3 meters. The professors, who had their hearts in their throats, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To this day, they completely could not understand the little wizards following Albert. Their abilities and ways of doing things were truly unfathomable. The boundaries of magic seemed increasingly elusive in their presence. What a pity! I really wanted to witness that spell. Grindelwald clapped his hands, a look of regret on his face. That old fellow. Rommel Yaxley squinted his eyes, contemplating whether to activate the contingency plan left by Albert at the school. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. A mere Grindelwald didn't require such drastic measures. It always felt like that little guy was much more sinister than that big fellow. Grindelwald glanced at him and took back his wand. He swaggered over to the group of little wizards protected by the professors. What do you want, Grindelwald? Professor McGonagall waved her wand, transforming the earth into more than a dozen fierce male lions to block everyone's way. This was the second time she had reiterated this statement. There will be no third time. Oh, believe me, if I really had malicious intent towards you, I would have acted long ago. A dangerous magical aura surged from Grindelwald like a tsunami, but it quickly receded. After all, he was not here to fight. He was only here to play a little game with Albus and my remarkable junior. Grindelwald said with his hands in his pockets, a mocking smile on his lips. I have heard that Nicholas Flamel's treasure is hidden somewhere in Hogwarts. Before this academic year ends, I will find it and take it away. Of course, you can stop me, or even hide the treasure somewhere else. Let me think. Perhaps Gringotts would be a good choice, if you truly trust the promises of goblins who would sell even themselves for gold. Before Grindelwald could finish his sentence, a huge invisible rock fell where he stood. The thunderous crash startled everyone. Then the game begins. Ethereal laughter echoed from all directions as Beowulf silently lowered his wand. He let him go. It was not surprising. After all, he was a figure that could be compared to Principal Dumbledore. Rommel Yaxley turned around and looked at the little wizards who were starting to get restless, a vague guess flashing through his mind. The development of the situation seemed to be in line with that esteemed gentleman's preferred style. What a wicked sense of humor. Chapter 136. How about just washing up and going to sleep? Grindelwald's declaration undoubtedly ignited the curiosity of the little wizards at Hogwarts. Who is Nicholas Flamel? What is his treasure? It must be an extraordinary magical item that even a terrifying dark wizard like Gellert Grindelwald desires. A wand that grants incredible magical power? Or perhaps a magical tome recording various ancient spells? It must be said that the little wizards of this age indeed have vivid imaginations. And some even accidentally guessed that the Elder Wand was right here at Hogwarts. This is probably what they call getting the result, right while the process is completely wrong. As night deepened, in the Ravenclaw common room, the little Gwen, frustrated by the interrupted competition and unable to achieve a winning streak, angrily took out a large quantity of colorful honey candies and cans of hissing pumpkin juice from her secret stash to share with her fellow Ravenclaws. The best way to cheer up is to have a big feast. And when it comes to food, nothing is more delightful than sweets. As a fellow enthusiast, Fanina also contributed her treasured small cakes, said to be a limited edition from a light luxury dessert shop in France, with a freshness-preserving spell applied on top. Naturally, Hava rushed in like a troll, devouring the snacks voraciously whenever there was an opportunity to eat and drink. She didn't know who reported her, but Alira found her hidden stash of cockroaches, and along with various tasteless imitation snacks, they were thrown out as garbage, leaving her without a taste of sweets for several days. That bad guy mentioned Nicholas Flamel. Is that the name? Sitting on the sofa in the Ravenclaw common room, little Gwen hugged a juice can larger than her body, gulping it down in a few bites, her face displaying a tipsy expression. Heaven knows why she could get drunk, even on juice. I think I've heard that name before. It's a super rare card from Chocolate Frogs. A little wizard suddenly raised their hand. At this time, the upperclassmen were basically asleep, and most of those gathered for the feast were first and second year little wizards. Limited by their knowledge, no one really knew who Nicholas Flamel was. In fact, Pava, as an upperclassman, had studied related history in class. But this guy spends more time flipping through books than eating, so expecting her to remember such boring information is quite unfair. It must be something extraordinary to come to Hogwarts to scare people. Little Gwen burped, staggered a few steps, and then plopped down onto a soft pillow. Fanina laughed and picked up little Gwen, gently poking her cheek with her finger, only to be pushed away by little Gwen in disdain. You need to show some respect to your seniors. Yes, after lying there for a while, perhaps her little belly felt uncomfortable for being round. Little Gwen quietly flew over to the flower pot nearby, holding onto the flower stem, and began to throw up. Since she had mostly eaten colorful candies and juice, what came out was a magnificent rainbow, and it didn't even smell bad. I've decided, returning to normal. Little Gwen landed on Fanina's head and declared solemnly, Gwen will find Nicholas Flamel's treasure. To protect everyone, you should at least pronounce his name correctly. The Ravenclaw members present felt a bit overwhelmed. Fanina and Pava, who were eager to stir up trouble, clapped in perfect harmony, clearly eager to join in on this treasure hunt. After all, if they really couldn't find it, they could just let little Gwen go and charm Albert into helping. Don't even mention Nicholas Flamel's treasure. They wouldn't be surprised if Grindelwald was tied up and brought to them the next day. Almost simultaneously, In the Gryffindor common room, the equally restless Harry was rummaging through the bedroom with her best friend Hermione. I remember I left it right here. The book about Nicholas Flamel's life. Hermione was half under the bed, her backside sticking out awkwardly, looking rather comical. A chaotic pile of personal items was thrown out in a rush, quickly forming a small mountain. How about looking for it tomorrow? It's so late, and everyone needs to sleep. Harry glanced around at the other little witch's various disgruntled expressions. Hermione's unconventional behavior and competitive spirit clearly did not endear her to most of the little wizards, and as a result, she quickly went from having no friends at the start of school to having a bunch of unfamiliar roommates. The worst part was that she herself hadn't even realized it. Compared to her, the easygoing Harry had a much better situation, especially since she could inexplicably help Gryffindor score a lot of points in potions class thanks to the old badass inexplicable favoritism. After a while, a dusty-faced Hermione excitedly called out and emerged with a thick book as big as a dictionary. Found it. I knew it. Nicholas Flamel. Hermione seemed to want to maintain an air of mystery and deliberately lowered her voice. So far, everyone agrees. He is the only creator of the Philosopher's Stone. After saying this, she looked forward to the reactions of those around her. But it seemed no one was paying attention to her. What is that? Harry scratched her head. She had been studying hard recently, but she really had no impression of those 3 words. Oh, come on, don't you usually read biographies of famous people? Is reading biographies of celebrities a mandatory course for little wizards these days? Harry was somewhat speechless. Moreover, you clearly didn't think of who Nicholas Flamel was at first. Did you? Look here. This paragraph mentions it. Pulling Harry down onto the carpet, Hermione began to read word for word. The Philosopher's Stone is an ancient alchemical product, said to be made only by the most talented alchemists. But until Nicholas Flamel, it was considered a legend. The Philosopher's Stone cannot be created through conventional alchemy due to its special properties, which can turn any metal into pure gold and create substances that grant immortality, extending one's lifespan. The only remaining Philosopher's Stone belongs to the famous alchemist and opera enthusiast, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and is now living in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658 years old. Ow, how much? Harry rubbed her eyes, doubting if her glasses were malfunctioning. No matter how magical it is, living to Dumbledore's age seems about right. Right? Over 600 years? That's insane. That's not the point. Hermione grabbed Harry's shoulders and shook her vigorously, her face showing a kind of incomprehensible sense of mission. The treasure Grindelwald wants is most likely the Philosopher's Stone. Just think of what that evil old man would do if he got the Philosopher's Stone. Create gold to recruit an army, use the Philosopher's Stone to extend his life, and outlive Dumbledore. Oh my God, we have to do something. I feel like we can't do anything, Harry said, looking at Hermione with a strange expression. Listen, is this something 2 first-year little witches can get involved in? Maybe we should just wash up and sleep. We have classes early tomorrow. Chapter 137. Peeping Tom, Harry. Despite the match being cancelled midway, Harry realized her shortcomings during yesterday's game and rushed to the school's broom shed as soon as class was over. Little wizards are always full of passion, eager to prove themselves, especially in Quidditch, a thrilling national sport. Of course, some little wizards may not adhere to the basic ethics of sportsmanship. Usually at this time, they wouldn't reflect on their shortcomings, but would rather find ways to bring their opponents down to their level. Speaking of which, you know who you are? The bully on the pitch, a member of the lifetime ban list in the Hogwarts League, a pioneer of boxing-style Quidditch. Dream Chaser. I am. No. Bafa Sata Iya. The afternoon sun shone on the yellowing glass windows, casting a warm red glow in the twilight. Just as Harry picked up her broom and flew into the air, she saw a hooded figure swiftly descending the castle's main entrance steps, clearly trying to avoid being seen, heading straight for the Forbidden Forest. Combined with yesterday's incident where Grindelwald declared he wanted to take Nicholas Flamel's treasure, Harry felt a strange sense of unease. She thought about calling Hermione and Ron to come along, but the person was moving too fast, quickly disappearing from view, leaving no time to notify anyone else. After hesitating for a moment, the spirit of Gryffindor won over her common sense, and Harry slowly followed on her broom. The trees in the dense forest loomed ominously, and for a moment, Harry couldn't see where the hooded person had gone. She carefully avoided the branching tree limbs, spiraling lower and lower, occasionally brushing past the nests of tree guardians and getting pecked on the head by the little creatures. Fortunately, her luck was good today. She accidentally caught sight of the person's trail midway. The voices of 2 people gradually came through, and Harry nervously rode her broom, lightly flying toward them, quietly landing on a towering beech tree. The thing Grindelwald was looking for was indeed in Hogwarts. However, Harry cautiously crawled along a rough branch, gripping her broom tightly, afraid to make a sound. She wanted to look down through the leaves. Not far below her, a tall red-haired youth stood there, half of his face hidden in shadow. Even so, his height of over 3 meters was enough to identify him. It was the upperclassman who had clashed with Grindelwald yesterday, Beowulf Schimmettero. But he wasn't alone. Removing his hood revealed Professor Quirrell's slightly pale, thin face. This professor always seemed enthusiastic during lectures, but once class was over, he appeared to switch to a different state, looking lethargic and listless. According to Hermione, this was due to irregular sleep patterns and inadequate nutrition, leading to subhealth. She had even proactively recommended nutritious meal recipes to Professor Quirrell, who had laughed and declined. I thought you would know about Grindelwald's situation in advance. After all, he is considered one of us now. Quirrell's first words made Harry hold her breath, her beautiful eyes widening considerably. What does that mean? The upperclassman who repelled Grindelwald yesterday is actually in cahoots with him? Were they both deliberately putting on an act? And Professor Quirrell, he is using our... Could he also be involved? Albert didn't tell me, and it doesn't matter whether I know or not. Beowulf Schimmettero spoke coldly, his tall figure resembling a statue in the forest. Grindelwald shouldn't be after the Philosopher's Stone. Due to the vow, it can only be taken away by you. Headmaster Dumbledore wouldn't agree to this. When Nicholas Flamel handed over the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore clearly stated it couldn't be taken out of Hogwarts, and Grindelwald also accepted that. So he can't come back for now, our 12 seats. Perhaps now we should call it 13 seats. All don't want to see this stubborn, big figure continue to meddle. The voices behind became quieter, and Harry took the risk of leaning forward. Quirrell had a grim expression, muttering something, but was directly interrupted by Beowulf. I don't care about that. Have you figured out how to subdue Hagrid's pet? Can such a small matter take so long? Don't think I don't know who you're collaborating with? I haven't settled the account with you for the troll incident. What? A troll? Oh my god. Was a troll attack on Halloween planned by Professor Quirrell? But, Schimmettero, you don't want to be my enemy, do you, Professor Quirrell? Beowulf Schimmettero said, stepping closer, radiating a dangerous golden light. The golden inscriptions on his skin seemed alive, appearing incredibly vibrant in the shadows. You better act quickly, otherwise, if Grindelwald gets his hands on it first, many plans will have to be adjusted again. I don't want to see Dumbledore putting on that love and courage farce. Just then, an owl screeched overhead, and Harry nervously almost fell out of the tree. Fortunately, her flying talent was good, and she managed to grip her broom and steady herself in time. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone needs to be resolved quickly. As for the distribution of benefits afterwards, if you are qualified to participate, you will eventually know the details. After saying this, Beowulf strode out of the Forbidden Forest, leaving Quirrell standing there with a conflicted expression, motionless like a lifeless clay sculpture. You absolutely have no idea what I just witnessed? Rushing back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry was eager to share the secret with her friends. Unfortunately, Ron was struggling with a long potion essay in front of him, and Hermione was buried in countless books, trying to reclaim her role as the star of the class. Recently, in classes with Ravenclaw, the teacher's questions and points were basically monopolized by that Miss Grindelwald from the Eagle House. Even when Hermione occasionally managed to answer, her responses still seemed to lack the detail and depth of Fanina Grindelwald. God knows, this girl could list over 10 advanced configurations for a love potion, even making the usually biased old bat give her an unprecedented 30 extra points. If I had such a talented cousin at home, I could do all that too. I got into the magical world too late. After complaining to her friends in frustration, Hermione began a self-punishing study routine. Now, even taking her books with her to the bathroom. God knows what time she stayed up reading last night. Stop pushing yourself, really, just stop. Are you going to let other little witches live? Chapter 138. From now on, this will be called Gwen Blue. Inside the Void Tower outside Hogwarts Castle, Albert stood holding a semi-transparent purple cube. Inside, a werewolf, shrunk hundreds of times and covered in silver-white fur, was struggling to escape, chased by a large blue gel-like spherical creature. Who is this? Beowulf Schimmettero came down from the steps behind, glancing curiously, casually placing the cube on the table. Albert snapped his fingers, and the air around him twisted, conjuring a delicate long bench out of thin air. This transfiguration was indeed marvelous, and Beowulf estimated that he wouldn't be able to learn it in 100 years. Well, actually he was lying. He would never be able to learn this trick in his lifetime. Watching Beowulf sit down, Albert began to introduce the two parties trapped in his barrier. The werewolf leader, Fenrir Greyback, and Bellatrix Lestrange's newly emerged successor. Basically useless, but likes to bite people at random, he was recently caught by a Kato and presented to me as a gift. If I remember correctly, Remus John Lupin was bitten in retaliation for his father's offense. Originally, after Voldemort returned, he was the first to respond. Crazy Dog should indeed be locked up. Beowulf Shimatero nodded. What about the other one? He felt like he had seen this jelly somewhere before. The offspring separated from a biochemical monster after its death. Haven't you seen it? I call it slime. Wasn't it purple before? Beowulf Shimatero scratched his head. Oh, this. Little Gwen said blue looks better, so I dyed it. Albert crossed his arms, introducing it with pride. From now on, this color will be called Gwen Blue. You just spoil her. Albert's affection for little Gwen had almost reached a critical point. He had no doubt that if one day little Gwen said she wanted to be the headmaster, Albert would forcibly oust Dumbledore to replace him. Fortunately, that child was kinder than anyone else, and Albert had also turned into a neutral good character. Although essentially, he was still chaotic evil. Just like the thing he made himself do today. Why did you deliberately make me act this way? Just to create a misunderstanding for that little witch. Yes, with Beowulf Shimatero's current level of magic, how could he not sense that Harry was nearby? Including his conversation with Professor Quirrell, it was all at Albert's instruction. Although he didn't understand the reason, since it was his request, neither Beowulf nor Quirrell would have any objections. With Dumbledore absent, the script of fate must continue. Of course, I won't deny that I do want to gain something from this child. That will become my greatest asset in fighting against the Creator. So important? Beowulf Shimatero's expression immediately became serious. He knew many things, including deities and truths, and that Albert was originally not human. But he only knew the name of Albert's ultimate opponent, that existence called the Creator, an enemy so powerful that even Albert admitted he could not confront. It was prudent to be cautious. The Creator has no love in his heart, which also means that the world and script he created are still not perfect. Albert glanced down at the magic cube. Inside, the werewolf had been completely devoured by the slime. This would cost him his life. At the same time, in the teacher's conference room, Deputy Headmistress Professor McGonagall was looking at the constantly complaining Sybil Trelawney with a headache. As the only divination professor at the school and a chosen prophet who had predicted key events multiple times, her situation at the school was somewhat delicate. Being a descendant of the famous seer Cassandra Trelawney, her divination talent was completely uncontrollable and passive. Most of the time, she could only rely on pretending to be mad to fool students. Whether it was little witches or professors from other subjects, many found her trickery hard to tolerate. And the usually serious Professor McGonagall was eager to kick her out. Wouldn't it be better to spend more time on your Transfiguration class? Yesterday's chaos. You only broke a crystal ball, and not even a scratch on you. Professor McGonagall emphasized repeatedly, glaring at the fluffy-haired professor in front of her, that whether it was a work injury or a raise, there was no basis. But I have served this school for over 10 years. Sybil Trelawney put on a pitiful look, trying to gain sympathy. My salary is still the same as before. God knows, I have to scrimp and save just to buy a crystal ball. Doesn't that just indicate the problem? Professor McGonagall was furious. If you could teach something real, you and have had no salary increase by now. But then again, which professor at Hogwarts relies solely on the school's meager salary? Not to mention the lucrative potions and magical plants. Just looking at Professor McGonagall herself, regularly publishing magical papers and attending events also brings in quite a bit of extra income. Of course, the school professors actually have many undisclosed gray incomes, such as purchasing teaching materials, buying practical ingredients and potions, and replacing cauldrons damaged by student mishaps. Professor Snape had quite a bit of experience in this regard. Even in the early days when he wasn't financially stable, he relied on cooking the books to take advantage of the school, embarking on a path to wealth. For this reason, Professor McGonagall had often battled with him every school year, even developing a habitual instinct to cut his budget in half upon seeing his purchase list. You might not know, Sybil, I've been really busy lately. With Dumbledore gone, there's no one to calm the parents worried about Grindelwald, and with the arrival of new professors. New professor? I haven't heard of any classes lacking a teacher. Sybil Trelawney looked a bit confused. You should know that even the one-time used defense against the dark arts teacher has found the poor Professor Quirrell this year. Yes, in Sybil Trelawney's eyes, the teachers of this class are all unfortunate souls. As a diviner, her intuition constantly reminds her of the severe curse that comes with teaching this course. The decisions made by the board of directors are basically dictated by that child, Albert. Professor McGonagall is reluctant to discuss this matter further and succinctly summarizes, in short, starting next month, the school will offer an elective course in ancient magic for third-year students and above. Chapter 139, Professor Akato at the train station outside Hogwarts, a girl with long black hair, dressed in a somewhat Russian-style white fur hat and white suit with a red tie, slowly walked down the platform stairs. Her right hand, adorned with white gloves, held a black briefcase, and her blood-red eyes slowly gazed at the figure approaching in the distance. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Ms. Akato." Albert slightly bowed, with Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, following behind him. The latter was also assessing the new professor and seemed to sense something, silently frowning. "As you can see, Professor McGonagall," Albert said softly without looking back, "Ms. Akato is a vampire. The parents of the students will probably not accept this. After all, in the history of Hogwarts, there has never been a case of a dark creature serving as a teacher." Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment, but still voiced her objections. Even though Albert, as the highest authority in the board of directors, had significant say in appointing professors, everything changes with time, compared to what the students will gain. "I believe it's worth it." Albert shook his head and snapped his fingers. An invisible wave instantly swept around, and when Professor McGonagall came to her senses again, she found herself unknowingly transported back to her office, with a new teacher, Akato, standing beside her. She increasingly struggled to understand Albert's magic. Is this really the realm that wizards can reach? What a terrifying magical ability. I couldn't even resist the penetration of his magic. Akato chuckled and actively extended her hand to shake hands with the still-dazed Professor McGonagall. "I understand you have some doubts about my identity, but please allow me to start preparing my lessons first. Teaching ancient magic at Hogwarts is a novel experience for both me and those little witches and wizards." Akato's eyes slightly narrowed, a hint of blood-red light at the corners. Between her snow-white teeth, two sharp fangs were faintly visible. "And lastly, can my salary be paid in blood bags? I haven't eaten in a long time." The news about the new professor at Hogwarts quickly spread throughout the castle. From the little wizards to the house elves in the kitchen, everyone knew that the new ancient magic teacher was a seemingly teenage girl with long black hair. Yes, due to some public relations considerations, Professor McGonagall hadn't publicly disclosed Akato's vampire identity recently, only vaguely hinting that she was not human. Even so, numerous protest letters from parents were still received. The first open class of ancient magic was scheduled to be held in a spare classroom on the 4th floor of Hogwarts. Out of curiosity, many little wizards took the opportunity to sneak over and see the new teacher's face. "Have you heard? The new Professor Akato seems to be an elf too?" Campus gossip queen, Powhasitania, leaned over to Elira's ear, incessantly chattering. "Why do you say that?" Elira glanced at this fool. The pointed ears of the elf twitched inadvertently. "Isn't it obvious?" Pawa exclaimed with a look of certainty, puffing out her chest, and the exaggerated curve immediately made Elira feel an impulse to hit her. Besides elves, which other race would look so young at the age of becoming a professor? If not an elf, could it be a vampire? You make a good point. I can't argue with that. Soon, the two mixed with the crowd and entered the classroom. However, the professor's figure was still not visible on the stage. The classroom was filled with little wizards from various grades, as well as some professors who curiously came to join in the excitement. Ancient magic. That course sounds intriguing, just by the name. At the exact time, numerous pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared on the blackboard. Following that, those eyes, accompanied by a sudden rising black mist, detached from the blackboard, and a girl in a white suit slowly walked out from within. The eerie scene made all the little wizards hold their breath, while the professors were even more shocked. They had never seen any magic like this before. Moreover, was an apparition prohibited at Hogwarts? Where did she come from? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Akato, currently serving as the professor for this ancient magic course. Blood-red letters suddenly appeared on the blackboard behind her, flamboyant and chaotic, and a soft voice echoed in everyone's ears, as if Akato was speaking directly into their ears. Regarding ancient magic, it's difficult to directly explain the principles and structure in words. The best way is to experience it firsthand. After her eerie smile, before the little wizards could react, an endless sea of blood suddenly surged up from the floor, engulfing everyone inside and outside the classroom. Faintly, Akato's chaotic and arrogant voice could still be heard. "The bird of Hermes is my name. Devour your wings to govern my heart. Zero form, Death River." Not bad, huh? Above Hogwarts Castle, Albert sat leisurely on a cloud, slowly putting away the Daily Prophet. The front page of a newspaper showed a dilapidated street. with two blurred figures battling in midair, scattering dense green and pale blue sparks. The battle between Dark Lords, Gellert Grindelwald, and Voldemort clash on the streets of Paris. As if sensing something, he looked down at a corner of the castle. Ancient blood magic? Good illusion, but still too reliant on instinct. If it encounters someone capable of deeply analyzing the spell, it will be countered in an instant. Beowulf's anti-magic domain could even turn a Kato into a muggle. A new deity has arrived. The puppet rabbit's body transitioned from virtual to real, appearing beside Albert. It hasn't been long since the last time, has it? Albert leisurely poured himself a cup of coffee and lifted the teacup to blow on it. Although the sword demon last time was quite tricky, it was manageable due to prior preparations. The fallen truth extracted from his body has significant strategic importance and has already begun to be utilized. Just in time for the target of this bounty. Have your recent actions regarding that little which made the creator feel a sense of urgency? Do you think the being would care? It probably just thinks we're too leisurely. Albert shook his head and replied, non-committally. The puppet rabbit's eyes flickered for a moment, not continuing the topic. From its perspective, the creator remained a great existence worthy of respect. Bounty: kill the River Lord Tam. Reward: additional information, the origin of the creator. Punishment: additional calamity, greed. Upon hearing the reward, Albert stood up, his eyes flashing with shock for the first time. Interesting. Truly interesting. Are you deliberately leaking your information to me? Albert bent over, laughing heartily, his mad appearance resembling that of a lunatic. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing and raised his head. His expression was cold and grim. As you wish. Chapter 140. The Umbrella, prison that shines with the brilliance of humanity, arrived at the designated location. Raccoon City. The nuclear leak incident broadcast has been playing in the city for 3 days. The general public has evacuated. Umbrella Prison. An estimated 12,000 prisoners. Cell doors automatically opening. Restriction devices disengaged. The fallen mother is gradually recovering. The bright red alarm lights echoed throughout the small town, as if announcing the arrival of the apocalypse. Even the prisoners locked inside the prison could not help but feel a strong sense of unease. If they knew that they were the last living beings in this town, perhaps the atmosphere of fear and despair would become even more intense. A large number of convicted felons were imprisoned here through military means, all for this day. The Umbrella Joint Prison, the largest modern heavy prison in the United States, had all its facilities and accommodations up to the highest standards comparable to Eastern European countries, even regularly providing psychological counseling and health checks for prisoners. Once hailed as the most human rights-conscious international model. But no one expected that the controllers behind this prison were a group of wizards who had long since detached from modern society. Of course, that was in the past. Under Albert's influence, the wizards under his command understood quite a bit, and it didn't really matter whether they used technology or magic. Essentially, they were just tools. The exhausted magic release from the Avada Kedavra spell was often less useful than a cruise missile. Of course, in this current age of integration between science and spells, there were already more advanced versions, such as shadow swap missiles or transforming nuclear bombs, which had names that sent chills down one's spine. The coordinates where the target deity was supposed to appear seemed not to be here, right? In an underground laboratory, the rarely human-like flame demon, Patton Gunter leaned against a metal wall with a dejected expression, staring at Rommel Axley, who was dressed in a white lab coat in front of him. Despite being much older than the other, he found it hard to maintain a mature, adult demeanor in front of this guy. To him, he probably looked no different from an ape that had just learned to walk upright, right? Patton sighed silently in his heart. The scheduled coordinate space has been hidden by our loyal heart spell. As the living key to the spatial coordinates, it is now located beneath this city. Rommel, without turning his head, operated on the screen in front of him. A writhing blood-red chrysalis quickly appeared on the screen. It was covered with various grotesque, mutated organs, and distorted human faces could be faintly seen. Danger Unis. This was the first impression everyone had upon seeing this thing. At the same time, a middle-aged man with golden hair, dressed in luxurious attire, frowned slightly. This is not the Sonnenstrup at all. You violated the agreement and unilaterally altered the research direction of the experiment. His voice wasn't too loud, but everyone could hear the dissatisfaction in his tone. The more than 10 fully armed tactical team members behind him almost simultaneously reached for their weapons. The atmosphere in the small laboratory instantly became tense. Oh, James Marcus. Rommel turned his head, still wearing a nonchalant smile, although he didn't take pride in it. The gap between wizards and ordinary muggles was not something mere firearms and modern weapons could bridge. Not to mention, he had this thing too, even more advanced. We have never considered the progenitor virus as the primary research sequence. Your shares with Oswell E. Spencer and Edward Ashford were even diluted completely a year ago. If it weren't for the president's pity, you wouldn't even have been able to enter this laboratory. Though he continued to smile, the disdain in his words was completely unmasked. You little brat, how dare you? Bang! Almost simultaneously, a young man dressed in a black trench coat and wearing black sunglasses appeared in front of James Marcus, as if he had teleported. His right arm, clad in black gloves, firmly pressed down on Marcus's shoulder. Even though his body had undergone magical and partial genetic optimization experiments and far exceeded that of ordinary people. At this moment, Marcus felt as if he were confronting an elephant, completely at a disadvantage. A series of heavy objects falling to the ground could be heard behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know it was his incompetent subordinates. Spending millions of dollars each year is really no better than throwing it into the water. Let me introduce you. This is the new director of the Research Institute who will take your former position, Rommel said with a smile while walking towards him. His gaze swept across a certain barcode on the other man's neck, causing the veins on Marcus's forehead to bulge. A synthetic human? How dare you insult? His name is Albert Weskier. One sentence left Marcus stunned. His initial anger disappeared completely. He knew very well that in today's world, the name Albert was not something that could be casually used. He was the second synthetic human personally crafted by the president after Adam. All those messy little gadgets of yours were casually integrated by the president, implanted into his body. You can call it Ouroboros. Countless dense blood-red tentacles extended from his back, quickly converging into two huge, bizarre wings, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. Marcus instinctively stepped back until he tripped over his unconscious subordinate behind him and fell to the ground. So don't get in the way, Muggle. Amidst the cold laughter, the spreading red light broke through the earth, instantly covering the entire Raccoon City. Amidst the shrill wails and screams, the inmates in the Umbrella prison visibly began to undergo various mutations. The red light itself was merely an inducement signal. The real problem lay in their original bodies. Behind every physical examination was a large amount of virus and mutated cells transformed by the true Fallen. Even with the use of Beowulf's anti-magic domain to seal it off, there wouldn't be an immediate situation. But eventually, there would come a day when paper couldn't contain fire. That blood chrysalis deep underground was created from the flesh and blood of a certain fallen dark sword demon combined with the truth Fallen. Once released, it could almost instantly activate the fallen beings within 100 kilometers around it. If not restricted, it could easily resurrect that dark sword demon in a short period. Unfortunately, that opportunity is already gone. Bang! Just less than half a minute after the red light was released, the blood chrysalis, which was gradually transforming into the shape of a sword demon, suddenly exploded. A grayish-blue giant rose from the flesh. Adjusting the black top hat adorned with a red satin ribbon atop its head. The rotund body twisted a few times, and orange-yellow eyes inadvertently swept over the writhing mass of flesh on the ground. Oh, poor fool. How did you end up back in the barbecue graveyard? Lord of the River. Tom Kinch opened his large mouth, and his enormous tongue casually rolled, swallowing the flesh on the ground into his belly. Can't waste food, you know. After saying that, he looked up at the crack above his head, faintly revealing the dim sky hundreds of meters above. So, it's time to eat. His form twisted and expanded even further, tearing the earth apart. A giant catfish monster, hundreds of meters tall, suddenly emerged from the ground. It greedily gazed at the small town illuminated by red lights and the distant roars and screams coming from a giant prison several kilometers away. Chapter 141. Knowledge is power. A feast of flesh is right in front of me. A must. Put in more effort. The massive body crashed into building after building, leaving a dazzling trail of collapsed ruins behind. The River Lord, Tam, adjusted his little suit and strode toward his cafeteria. Although he looked oddly shaped, as a refined and elegant gourmet, Tam never judged food by mere appearance. Roar, a humanoid monster over 4 meters tall with bulging muscles, smashed through the prison gates and single-handedly grabbed a police car from the roadside, hurling it fiercely towards the oncoming Tam. Unfortunately, for a towering giant nearly 200 meters tall, such an attack barely registered on Tam's radar. The giant tongue swept across the ground, crushing the monster along with several meters of the wall behind it, and tossed it into Tam's wide-open mouth. The sound of chewing began, accompanied by Tam's discontented complaints. Darling, This snack is a bit too small. TSK, TSK. The relatively small eyes, compared to its head, turn toward the few figures floating above. Don't rush, esteemed Riverlord. There's an ancient saying in the East. Haste makes waste. Albert Grindelwald, dressed in a silver coat, wore a warm smile. He lightly tapped his wand in the air, causing ripples of translucent energy to form. Accio monster. Monster flies here, engorgo, grow larger. 2 deformed prisoners simultaneously flew out, rapidly expanding under the enlargement spell, soon growing to a terrifying size just shorter than Tam. This trick instantly delighted Tam. The food has suddenly grown quite a bit. How wonderful. Humans, you are worthy to be the River Lord's servant. Thank you for the compliment. Albert smiled and waved his wand again. The 2 enlarged prisoners fused together under the transformation spell, quickly becoming a humanoid monster with 2 heads. Moreover, their deformed organs were still intact. A jagged mouth opened on its belly, and its arms became angular, covered in terrifying barbs. The enormous claws came crashing toward Tam's face. This appearance is rather unappealing, dear. Tam completely ignored the attack on his body. The seemingly elegant suit was merely an illusion, under special magical vision. The claws of the deformed monster were completely blocked by the rough skin structure of the River Lord's surface. Not even a scratch was left. Logically, after enlarging the body to such an extent, the defensive capabilities per unit area should have significantly decreased. This guy cannot be killed with simple physical attacks. This is truly a professional match. Whistling, Patton Gunter, standing behind Albert, slowly raised his wand. An endless stream of magical energy poured in, and an infinitely expanding fireball gradually appeared in midair. It seems you have indeed been reading some books lately. A casual glance was enough for Albert to discern the principle behind Patton's self-created spell. Based on the fire curse, he had repeated the bone-breaking curse and the transference curse. The former enhanced the explosive power of the fire curse, while the latter was crucial, directly transferring heat from the surrounding area into the fireball formed by the fire curse. This was the source of the spell's formidable power. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Patton slightly bowed and waved his wand. A nearly 100-meter diameter orange-red fireball fell directly behind the seemingly oblivious Riverlord. Boom! The moment the mushroom cloud rose, a terrifying explosion shockwave swept through half the city. A heat wave mixed with shattered building debris crashed toward the group of wizards at supersonic speed. Yet, it was all blocked by an invisible, transparent barrier. Not even causing a ripple. A god-level barrier spell was now merely instinctive for Albert, truly terrifying these so-called gods. As the smoke cleared in the massive pit, the unharmed River Lord Tam was stuffing half a charred corpse into his mouth, somewhat dissatisfied as he stroked his long beard. Your barbecuing skills are quite lacking, mortal. My apologies. Patton chuckled wryly, rubbing his nose. Although he had some expectations, the gap was far greater than he had imagined. So, according to plan, a terrifying wave of magical energy swept through the umbrella prison. In an instant, thousands of deformed prisoners were indiscriminately affected by the transformation spell, forming a massive, expanding blood and flesh giant tree. Compared to the generally recognized transformation technique by wizards, Albert's methods were much more brutal and violent. Of course, in his view, this was merely a necessary sacrifice. Every god that descended to Earth, regardless of personality and state, came to destroy all living beings. Once they fully unleashed their truth, the destruction of the world would be merely a matter of a snap of fingers. You all go together. Buy me a minute. Yes, understood. Enough of the dilly-dallying. I'm going first. Leading the charge, a tall centaur girl clad in silver heavy armor fell from the sky, creating a massive wave of mud and stones. Energy from the void continuously surged from her magical circuits, dyeing the heavy spear in her hand in nearly black deep purple. Magic Network Sequence 4. Overlord Good Opera arrive at the battlefield. At the same time, a sleek, techie mechanical helmet lowered purple, translucent goggles. A genderless mechanical voice echoed in her ears. Restrictions lifted. All release requests confirmed. Void concentration elevated to 75. Rapid ascent of heart and lung detected. Forced exit from full release state in 1 minute. Don't ruin this rare opportunity for a great battle, Bartimos. Grumbling, the centaur girl raised her upper body along with her 2 front hooves high. The moment she landed again, the ground shattered and exploded, a black afterimage breaking through the circular radiation of the soaring mud wave. Transforming into an infinitely extending arrow, it appeared right in front of the River Lord Tam. Even though the opponent is as tiny as an ant, Tam seemed to sense something that couldn't be ignored. He hurriedly finished savoring his food and swallowed the small piece of corpse. His massive body seemed to vanish into the ground. The lost target of good opera smashed through more than 10 buildings behind her, and with a heavy spear, she forcibly decelerated, slowly stopping in front of a burning convenience store. Where did that fat guy go? It's called being plump, the little one who steals void power. A deep voice echoed from the void. Almost simultaneously, an exaggeratedly large mouth suddenly appeared above her head. This apparition, a small fairy appeared next to good opera, placing a hand on one of her front legs. After all, the height difference between both sides was too great, and this was already the limit. Sequence 11, Blacksmith, Regnark 14. The largest shareholder of Gringotts. The moment their bodies made contact, they suddenly vanished from the spot. Tam bit into the air with a sigh of regret. Then he slowly half-squatted in the ravaged ruins, raising his head to look at the street 100 meters away. Good Opera and Regnark 14 were reappearing from the void. Chapter 142, Darkborn Armed. Although not a master, Good Opera could actually use the spell of Phantom Shift. The premise was that she could not wear those heavy horse armors weighing hundreds of pounds. The extremely high mass had completely exceeded the safety threshold of the Phantom Shift spell. Only special races like Regnark 14, who inherently possessed extraordinary casting abilities and an instinct for Phantom Shift, could drag nearly a ton of adult horse girls for short-distance teleportation. You're really heavy. Are all you fairies this talkative? Good Opera hoisted her heavy spear and stomped her front hooves on the ground a bit uncomfortably. Her bright eyes under the helmet gradually glowed with a purple light. It seemed that the power of the void could indeed harm her. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have dodged. It was true. Rommel, dressed in a white coat, appeared beside the two with a Phantom Shift. He brushed his waist with one hand and took out 2 glass test tubes filled with purplish-red potions. You too, have some dirt on you. The potions smashed on Good Opera and Regnark XIV's heads, quickly decomposing into large bubbles that enveloped their bodies. After the noisy sound, several struggling live creatures fell off them. They were 3 strange golden tadpoles, about the size of a fist, with sharp teeth. What the hell is this? The heavy hooves quickly smashed down, crushing the golden tadpoles into a pool of broken golden liquid. The byproduct of truth greed. Greed for battle, greed for gold coins. Will all fuel the growth of inner greed until you are transformed into the followers of greed. It can only be observed from the perspective of magical power. As he spoke, under Tam's feet in the distance, massive giant vines began to grow rapidly, wrapping around him in no time. Sharp thorns emerged from the surface of the vines, yet still could not pierce through that layer of greasy, thick skin. A young man with deer antlers and a cloak woven from green plants was hit by Tam's tongue from afar, instantly dispersing into countless fluttering butterflies. Magical Net Sequence 8. Green Leaf Oblin. The Druid's magic trick. No matter how many times you see it, it's always so interesting. Tam, retracting his tongue, licked his lips, holding his belly, and spat out a waterfall of gold coins. The coins quickly piled up on the ground, forming a high mound in the blink of an eye. Take it, juggler. This is your reward from Tam. Such a level of sarcasm naturally did not affect the mood of this ancient druid. He merely appeared atop a tall building, waving the wooden staff in his hand again. The age of druids was far earlier than that of wizards, when there was even no concept of wands. So this really was just an ordinary wooden staff, purely decorative in nature, even if it was indeed very old. The fallen leaves of the withered forest, bathed in the morning light, welcomed the perfect reshaping of the immortal shell, shaking the roof of the world, the natural spirit, the suppressor of primal chaos. Singing a long-lost song, Oblin pointed the staff towards Tam. Almost simultaneously, accompanied by the tearing of the ground, 100-meter-tall, giant treant crawled out from underground, shook its head, and began to sprint towards Tam in the distance. What a nice toy, suitable for a collection. Amidst laughter, the gold coin mound in front of Tam exploded. A giant dragon, completely crimson, crawled out. As its massive wings spread, it unleashed a fan-shaped sea of fire extending hundreds of meters from its mouth. Seal the heavens and the earth in the name of heroes. A whisper echoed through the world. The runes of Over Hero gathered into thousands of chains that surged up from the ground. In an instant, they enveloped the giant dragon's body, firmly trapping it in place. The flames it was about to spew out seemed to lose fuel and went silent before they even launched. Over Hero Truth, Reversal, Extraordinary Prohibition, Beowulf. Schumiter's tall figure appeared directly in front of Tam. The giant wooden man passed over his head and punched the dragon on the head. Bang! Scales flew, and brain matter splattered. The massive dragon perished just like that, unable to even stop the treant for a moment. After losing its extraordinary abilities, The dragon's body strength could no longer support its current mass. Even if the treant did not intervene, it would likely collapse under its own weight and die of heart failure within a few minutes. There was a reason why no 100-meter level giant beasts had ever appeared on Earth. The physical laws of this world simply did not allow living beings to bear excessively large sizes. Poor Smog, you just took me away from that world. How are you going to compensate me for this loss? Pretending to wipe non-existent tears, waves rippled in the space behind Tam. The giant treant rushing forward punched directly into the air. Tam actually disappeared once again. Be careful, it possesses a high-priority spatial transfer ability. Beowulf. Scimitar brushed off his clothes, shaking off several golden tadpoles. He crushed them underfoot. As someone who had mastered anti-magic techniques, Scimitar naturally sensed Tam's movements on himself. It's about time, everyone retreat. A distant, indifferent voice of Albert could be heard. The group of magical net wizards, who were originally preparing to showcase their abilities, simultaneously activated their phantom shift to leave the battlefield. Their performance time had already ended. God is about to make an appearance. I have heard them mention you. Tam's figure rematerialized, a short front limb pressing against his hat. He blinked at the silver figure floating in the sky. Rebel who dares to challenge the creator. I truly admire your courage. That is indeed not very glorious. Pressing one hand against his chest, he elegantly bowed. Albert chuckled softly. Behind him, on the flesh and blood giant tree, a massive fruit fell to the ground, creating a wave of impact for hundreds of meters. Extraordinarily high quality. Enjoy the feast, Lord agreed. The nightmare of degeneration and absurdity is the reality at this moment. The blood fruit cracked open in the middle, and endless blood flowed out. A naked, red-haired woman fell to the ground, hugging her knees. She covered her face with her hands, looking shy, before she could carefully glance at the sky. A giant hand pressed down on her head. Feeling some sort of lethal threat, the seemingly weak, red-haired woman instantly erupted, her sharp nails rapidly elongating as she clawed at the giant in front of her. As a product fused with the lives and sins of the most dangerous prisoners in the prison, she certainly could not possess any kindness or innocence. Boom! Golden runes erupted all over her body, and Beowulf pressed her down into the ground. At the same time, Albert waved his wand from high above. A light mixed with blood red and silver fell upon the woman. Truth degeneration, transmutation, truth reality, darkborn armed. In the blink of an eye, the woman's body melted into a massive blood-colored axe. The axe had an eye growing on it, glaring fiercely at the two. The venomous and sharp sounds of curses rose and fell, only to be forcibly silenced by a casually cast, ear-closing spell. Do you mind if we 2-on-1? Albert looked down from above. Almost simultaneously, Beowulf, wielding the dark blood axe, appeared in a phantom shift above Tam's head. The thick outer skin failed to replicate its previous magic. Without further ado, it burst open, creating a massive wound over 10 meters deep. Chapter 143. The Tsar Ivan and City of Night. Ouch, damn it. Severely injured by the axe, Tam quickly shrank in size, transforming back to its original 3-meter height in an instant. For a truly powerful opponent, an overly large size was nearly useless except for making it an easier target. It reached down to wipe its waist, snorting in annoyance. Greedy treasures devour these rude people. A tidal wave of gold surged from the void behind, quickly forming undulating sand dunes. Golden giants, 7 or 8 meters tall, rose one after another from the golden sands, swinging their massive, long-handled axes at the charging Beowulf Scimitaro. Protego, armor protection. As the protective spell, almost taking the form of solid armor, took shape, Beowulf swung the dark blood axe in his hand, colliding with the descending golden giant axe. The seemingly disparate sizes created an entirely counterintuitive, one-sided situation. The over 10-meter-long golden giant axe was eroded by countless blood-red fissures at the moment of impact, and in the next instant, both the weapon and the golden giant holding it collapsed and disintegrated. The power of Fallen? That idiot who only knows how to chop. In a panic, Tam instinctively prepared to retreat. Its form gradually became transparent. Among the many truths created by the Creator, the power of Fallen has always been strange and unpredictable, even blurring the line between friend and foe. The game isn't over yet. Where are you going, Mr. Tam? Countless red target marks appeared on its surface, followed closely by numerous silver-white magical chains extending from the ground, firmly trapping Tam in place. Death sentence, magical sniper, a system skill not used for a long time, still effective to this day. Tam, who originally planned to use its spatial teleportation ability to escape, was now completely immobilized. On the level of pure truth, the power of reality undoubtedly overwhelmed what it represented. Greed. Don't force me. No longer calm as at the beginning, Tam opened its massive mouth full of sharp teeth. Thousands of greed characters emerged from beneath its thick skin. Some of them manifested as capital, currency, Jews, and in the next second, jumped into the void and disappeared. At the same time, the tycoons who were discussing the next military-industrial project with a military commander in the U.S. suddenly stood up like puppets. Dense greed characters erupted from their eyes and quickly jumped into the bodies of the soldiers present. In less than a minute, the intercontinental missile system was simultaneously triggered. Some even carried lightweight experimental nuclear warheads, rapidly flying toward the direction of Raccoon City. It seems like you did something? At the same time, in Raccoon City, Albert raised his head as if sensing something. Without receiving a cease command, Beowulf Shimatero was close to gutting Tam. The dark arms hatched from the truth of Fallen were indeed powerful, plus Tam was immobilized by Albert's spell, making it truly a fish on the chopping block. Still a slippery big catfish. In a breath, countless red meteors appeared in the sky. Trailing dazzling crimson trails, they accelerated downward. A nuclear bomb. Albert's expression remained unchanged as he slowly raised his wand. Many people are unaware that before being officially triggered, the nuclear bomb itself is actually harmless. It just needs to be destroyed in advance. Destroy it completely. Over reality, truth, liberation, great black sky. Black cubes sprouted like mushrooms after rain, instantly covering the entire sky. With the sound of shattering glass, the missile cluster, along with the sky of Raccoon City, was shattered in a single blow. The crisis was averted. Unexpectedly, in the next second, a maniacal laugh echoed from behind. Turning around, Tam, now nearly unrecognizable, was rummaging through its gaping maw. A massive warhead was pulled out from its mouth. The surface still glowed with an increasingly conspicuous red light. The model was vaguely in 602. The Tsar Bomba, Great Ivan Tsar Bomb, a hydrogen bomb manufactured by the former Soviet Union. There was actually a leftover? Let's destroy together in the silent stillness. Albert vaguely read the lip movements of the other party. The next second, a dazzling light flashed across the sky, accompanied by a mushroom cloud rising into the air. The entire Raccoon City was engulfed by an infinitely expanding sea of fire. 10 minutes later, a blonde beauty in a silver suit walked nonchalantly over the flowing lava. The mark of the time symbol lit up not far away, and dense light points reassembled, revealing the naked body of Beowulf Shimatero. Undoubtedly, under the impact of a hydrogen bomb at such close range, even the most powerful wizard would have no chance of survival. But it didn't matter. For important subordinates, Albert activated his Rewind Fate skill, specifically setting a time symbol sufficient to save lives. It was only a matter of dying once. As for herself, she didn't do the same. After all, when dealing with these bounty targets, she had almost never been personally present. All she used were replicas created by the trickster's mirror. Those gods who mastered various truths were all troublesome opponents. Every encounter could leak information about herself. A drone descended from above, dropping a package. Shimatero pulled out new clothes from it and slowly put them on. Still not dead? Kicking aside the rubble, she casually used a movement spell to drag out Tam, who had only half a head left. You're still as despicable as before. Tam kirst weakly. The next second, it was stomped under a military boot. The whimpering of the weak. It really never gets old to hear. At the moment, its body was crushed. A golden truth was pulled out by the female form of Ju EC. Truth, greed. With this, she could more easily control the capital groups on Earth. Setting aside political factors, the most terrifying power in this world is none other than capital itself. Pulling out her phone from her pocket, she dialed a number. Informed the Husaka Consortium that due to the hydrogen bomb, Raccoon City needs to be rebuilt. No need to consider the return rate. Invest as much as possible within the limits of state law, of course. On the surface, it cannot be fully controlled by one consortium. Find a way to dilute the equity in the form of cross-shareholding. Military technology will also participate, and on both sides, some friction will be created on the surface. The city's name? Such trivial matters don't matter. Looking up at the gradually darkening night sky, Ju EC said lightly, "Let's just call it City of Night." Chapter 144. Where the little cakes? You were saying. Big Bear and AL's great-grandfather conspired to coerce the poor Professor Chilo into voting for the magic stone, and then secretly stole the big secret cake from Al. The most crucial point is that they didn't even invite Gwen to eat with them. In the Hogwarts courtyard, little Gwen stood on the table, looking at Harry in shock. Opposite her, Harry also wore a similarly shocked expression. The first half was fine, but the latter. What kind of convoluted thinking must one have to interpret it that way? Wrong. There's no cake. There's no cake. Little Gwen let out a small sound and sat down on the ground, as if she had lost all her energy. What? Where's there a small cake? A head suddenly popped out from behind the flower bed, with cream foam all over its mouth. I told you, there's been no cake from the beginning to the end. Looking at the two small figures of Gwen and Fanina staring at each other, the honest Harry was about to be driven crazy by them. He thought to himself that he should have gone to Professor Snape in the first place. At least he would listen to him seriously and wouldn't twist his words. After a while, he explained the situation from the beginning in front of the two. To be honest, he felt a bit exhausted, and his mouth was a bit dry. Don't worry, Al told me that the Philosopher's Stone itself isn't that important. He can handle it himself. Little Gwen floated up and sat on the vine of the ivy, swinging back and forth like a swing. If the big bear does something bad, I'll let him beat him up when he comes back. When saying this, little Gwen threw a set of turtle punches to show her momentum. This fighting style has a long history and is somewhat related to Harry. According to the Sorting Hat of Good Friends, this set of Gryffindor Iron Fists was created by Gryffindor, the founder of Hogwarts, when he first encountered magic. At that time, he was always at a disadvantage in duels because his magic was too slow. After a painful reflection, he chose to feint at first, knock down his opponent with one punch, and then release magic, thus achieving the glorious record of 99 consecutive victories in dueling. The reason he didn't achieve 100 consecutive victories was mainly because this practice was reported and he was banned from participating for quite a long time. Unfortunately, Harry did not have the foresight of Gryffindor. He ignored little Gwen's show-off display. It's too late, Senior Gwen. Harry held little Gwen's small hand, still feeling anxious. Little Gwen and Fanina should be among the few people in Hogwarts who could contact Senior Albert. By the way, is the Philosopher's Stone really hidden in Hogwarts? Fanina raised her hand with some doubt and asked. Given Albert's character, if he really had hidden something, no one would be able to find it. Supporting her chin with her hands, Fanina stared at Harry with skepticism. Although she didn't carry the typical Gryffindor bias against Slytherin, Harry was at best just a first-year student, and at most had the so-called savior aura. Was it really possible for him to overhear so-called secrets next to two powerful wizards? It seemed too far-fetched, right? Seeing that Fanina didn't believe her, Harry was anxious and on edge, almost in tears. Hermione and Ron from the same house, as well as Senior Gwen and Fanina, also didn't believe what she had said. The frustration was something only Harry knew. Fortunately, she had specifically gone to the library to look up information about the Philosopher's Stone. She had used a note signed by Professor Snape, since her own head of house, Professor McGonagall, was always strict and would definitely ask for clarification. Before getting to the bottom of the truth, she didn't want to involve the school professors. If someone innocent got wronged, it would truly be regrettable. Deep down, she still believed that Senior Beowulf must have some unspoken difficulties. Professor Quirrell didn't seem like a bad person either. However, Gwen probably knew where Al had hidden the Philosopher's Stone. Little Gwen tilted her head, saying something shocking. Fanina and Harry turned to look at her simultaneously. It should have been a few days ago when Gwen was on a great and arduous adventure with the opera. It was a treasure map, supposedly the treasure buried by Gryffindor himself, and the map's creator remembered the moon face, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and Sharp Fork. But in the end, all we found was a box of expired Fizzing Whiz-Bees. At this point, little Gwen felt a bit discouraged. After all that effort, the only reward was this, and it was hard not to feel deflated. Fortunately, her good friend the opera wasn't picky and ate all the candy on the spot. When they pushed him into the infirmary for first aid, he was still praising how sweet the candy was. So what does this have to do with the Philosopher's Stone? Holly still wasn't used to little Gwen's jumpy thinking and hurriedly asked what happened next. It was during that time, right? After seeing Gwen sad for quite a while, Al told me that he had also made a treasure map. He put the stone he had just snatched from an old man in the secret room and told Gwen that she was welcome to go on an adventure whenever she was interested. Truly, Albert, you really went all out to cheer up little Gwen. Fanina and Harley had black lines all over their heads. Sure enough, whenever it was about little Gwen, even the steady and dignified Saint Albert would become unreliable. So that treasure map. Little Gwen lowered her head in thought and then smiled cheerfully. Gwen forgot Holly vomited 3 liters of blood on the spot. The heart that was hanging in suspense has finally died. So what exactly were you building up to all this time? Can such an important thing really be forgotten? Although Gwen forgot where the treasure map is, little Gwen coughed and put her hands on her hips, saying, Gwen remembers that Hagrid was also involved in the design of the chamber, and McGonagall and Snape. Everyone participated in the design. I wonder when Fina, who had just made 2 little cakes, started chewing with her cheeks full, looking thoughtful. So, Hagrid and the professors might have known where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden from the beginning. The problem is that Professor Quirrell might have taken the Philosopher's Stone himself and handed it over to Senior Beowulf. Harry covered her face in despair. After half a day, everything returned to square one. It was all for nothing. If you're looking for that chamber, I might know where it is. A familiar voice came from behind. The group turned to look, and Draco Malfoy was leaning against the wall, twirling his platinum blonde ponytail with his index finger, looking at them with a smirk. He looked very pleased. So, shall we cooperate? Introduction. Just activated the golden finger, golden shovel system right before school starts. And there's a mischievous little Gwen around me all the time. For Albert, a time traveler deeply influenced by his scientist grandfather since childhood, these are not problems. Combining science and magic, localizing the incredible skills and equipment from golden shovel into spells. There are countless things waiting for him to accomplish. The concepts of justice and evil are trivial. He embraces both black and white magic without reservation.